we'll do in the chatty house. We'll come hang with you. Go live in the stream. It's a good morning. And S.A. Carpenter gets the bell. Hey, congratulations, Sean. We met. This is how bad I am with names. We met this person. And I thought his name was, he gave us his name and we chatted. And I was like, that guy's name is Scott. And I kept calling him Scott. And he's like, brother, that's not my name. So I think it's Sean. If it's not Sean, I give up. You're just going to be S.A. Carpenter. What's up, KC? What's up, Wheezy? Rust Dog in the building. Warren in the building. Hey, oh, it's Casey Tucker's birthday today? Hey, didn't even read this. Happy birthday. Shout out. Hey, David, what's good? Zabo, Adam L. Tyler's here. Hey-o. Marcus, Brian. Hey. What's up, Loki? What's up, John Poles? David Jackson is here. Man, oh my God, a whole gang's here. Lotus Prime, what's up? Gwitty Cube, what's up? I went to dinner last night before the concert I went to, and we were sat at a bench that was next to this like pole. And so I went to go lift my leg up to go over the bench and whacked my knee against the corner of the bench. And it still hurts today. Like, it hurts to walk. It's got a deep bruise in there. Just feel like an idiot. What's that, Tino?
I worked grocery when I was young, and there's nothing worse than hitting your shin on a trailer hitch.
Oh.
Trying to load someone's groceries up, and you don't
cut my leg off at that point.
Yeah. What's going on, everybody? I am at Old Greenwood in Truckee.
Greenwood should probably get that checked out.
Oh, Jesus. Jesus, Kyle.
And we love each other. What? I don't know what this means. Hi, Lance. And Marcus has been there. He's at his bachelor party there. Huh. Yeah, that's what happened. What up, Steven? What up?
What's going on?
Okay, we have 30 seconds. Okay, so here's how I'm going to have to... how am I going to do this today? I'm going to have to pay more attention to the commercials today. Because I have to be able to hear them, but I can't hear them and you. But either way, we have 10 seconds. Here we go. I'm going to put us live. Man, there's so much to get to today. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham on assignment, on location, boots on the ground.
Something like that.
In Truckee.
Yeah. I'm in Truckee, Kyle. I'm in Truckee.
It looks like you very much. I enjoy the aesthetic. The lighting behind you could maybe be a little better, but not the worst. I've been in much worse on location situations. And I love that you can tell that you're in a cabin. That's the aesthetic that I'm here for.
I would like to tell you it's like a normal cabin, but it's really not.
No, that's not. No, you can tell. Bro, there's windows behind you, like full windows. and then there's windows above it. And there's
and there's windows above those windows, just so you know, and that's where the light is coming
come
in.
on,
See,
bro.
there we go.
That's where, like, when you've got windows on top of windows, that's not a normal cabin.
No, it's not a normal cabin. So shout out to our friends who have access to this place. But yeah, trying to get away before the season starts. You know, you gotta have a couple of days before the season starts. It makes my ears glow clearly at this point. The sun is hitting my ears from me.
Hey, I'll yap for a second while I do the housekeeping. If you want to like close those blinds a little bit. It looks, make that happen. I'll do the welcome everybody on the radio, 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Appreciate everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320 for listening on one of the many, many apps we are available on. Odyssey, iHeart, TuneIn. If you don't have those apps, download one of them. Favorite ESPN 1320. You can listen to us live anywhere around the world from 10 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, Pacific Daylight Time right now. And like the podcast, it's the James Hammond Kyle Madsen Show, available wherever you get your podcast. All right. So we have a gang of stuff to get into today. We've got more 49ers injury updates. Jake Fisher has a trade idea for the Kings, and you know we love a fake trade. We will have day 67 of... Oh, nope, here we go. See, this is what happens when I get my routine thrown off. Here we go.
Kuminga Watch.
Yeah, it's day 67 of Kuminga Watch. Not a lot happened, but we'll touch on it. Pablo Torre dropped a new podcast about Kawhi Leonard, answered some of the questions that people have been asking. I can't wait to dive into that. But, James, we got to start today with the report from Ian Rappaport, NFL Media, this morning, reporting that, hey, Brock Purdy isn't only out for this week. And Kyle Shanahan said yesterday in his press conference, it's a long shot he's going to play. Said Mac Jones is going to be the starter for 2 to 5 weeks.
Oof.
Toe for Brock Purdy. It's a very serious injury. Not something that he's going to play on this week. Not going to play next week. And it might be all the way up until week 7 before we see the 49ers starting quarterback once again. And man, this just goes back to something we touched on a little bit when his injury first came to light. This is, to me, the biggest problem the 49ers could have encountered this season is losing Brock. And
I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, this is a disaster. If Brock Purdy can't play until week 7, this is a total disaster for the 49ers. I mean, you're hoping that Mac Jones can, play game manager and keep this thing afloat, that their defense can step up. I think the problem that you have is that not only is this, a big chunk of the season, but it's also the early point in the season while you're trying to get everything kind of moving the right way. And so to potentially lose your starting quarterback for week 2 through 6 or 7, it's a total disaster. This is when you're trying to build chemistry and you're trying to build continuity. You're trying to build an identity. So when you get to that second half of the season, you're rolling, you're starting to build towards a playoff run. Now, I think a lot of that's in question. You're hoping that there is a connection between Mac Jones and some of these wide receivers, and that he can just basically keep the ship on its rails, like have this thing stop it from completely falling apart early in the season. Just not exactly what the 49ers needed at all.
So I'm looking at the 5 games. All right, let's go through this. So if let's say Brock Purdy misses 5 games. It's at the Saints, home against the Cardinals, home against the Jags, at the Rams, at the Buccaneers. What do we think? Look at those 5. You got Mac Jones starting. You're 1-0. I think if you can get through week 6 at 500, can you go 2-3 with Mac Jones starting those games? I think that's kind of what I'm looking for, because if you're 3-3 through 6 weeks, that allows you. Because by that point, you're getting Brock Purdy back. Hopefully, at that point, you have George Kittle back. And now it gets to what you're talking about. Now you can head into late October, into early November, where you can start, you get players back, you start hitting your stride, and you play good football down the stretch, which is historically what the 49ers have done under Kyle Shanahan. The problem is Well, I'll put a pin in the problem. Is 2-3 through that stretch, right?
Yeah,
Like, is
I
that
mean,
the minimum they need to go?
yeah, I mean, I think that is a minimum you need to go. And like, look, I think Mac Jones, I mean, he's been an NFL starter. It's not like it's impossible for him to go even, 3-2 over a 5-game stretch. There's a possibility here that he fits into the system the same way that Sam Darnold fit into the system. But I think the other problem too, Kyle, is you lost a quarterback in week 1. That doesn't mean that Mac Jones is going to be able to survive for 5 weeks. What's the plan after the plan? I mean, you can't have a Josh Johnson plan. You walked into this week with only a quarterback on the practice squad and a guy that
Right.
hadn't been here before, who
Mhm.
isn't part of your system. And all of a sudden you decided to go away from the 2 young quarterbacks that you had through camp and go a completely different direction. Well, okay, who's a QB2 here? And for that matter, if you're going to walk into a game like this weekend or the weekend afterwards, you almost need 3 quarterbacks, since you don't have one that you feel 100% safe and comfortable with as being your starter long term, and certainly not a second quarterback that you feel totally comfortable with. The worst thing possible would be for Kyle Juszczyk to be your quarterback for
Emergency
a
QB.
quarter or two, because you've got nothing else brewing. This is a tough situation for the 49ers to be in.
So you asked about the 2 young quarterbacks, and I do want to touch on that because it's valid. We've seen so many quarterbacks get hurt for the 49ers that when their backup is playing, it becomes a very, very real concern about who's QB3. Like, that's how Brock Purdy got in as the starter, was he was QB3. So Tanner Mordecai went to IR and was released on an injury settlement. Carter Bradley is on IR. His season's over. Adrian Martinez is the practice squad quarterback they have, which you mentioned. He's been on the team for 2 weeks, and he's never played in an NFL game. So that's probably not the direction they want to go. They worked out Mike White yesterday, who has experience with the Jets under Robert Saleh, and then he played, I believe, with the Dolphins under Mike McDaniel. So it would be a little bit more of a not entirely seamless, but in terms of being able to pick up enough of the offense to functionally just get plays going, he's probably their best bet. But man, it is like I said, I guess if you're going to deal with this, you'd rather deal with it now than instead of in December or January. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
None of this is a good situation, right? No. And I mean, that's the problem. Like we talked about it before the season, who's the most important player for the 49ers to keep healthy? Mm-hmm. And Brock Purdy was just so incredibly high on that list. And not only that, but take into consideration, again, if it's 5 weeks, if it's a week or two, that's not that big of a deal. But these, toe injuries like this, they tend to linger. They tend to be a problem longer term than people like to talk about.
Sure.
And like being in a professional locker room, there are a lot of bumps and bruises that players have that they just grit out and you don't hear about. They're not on the injury report. Watching De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis put their feet into giant ice buckets after every game just to get through the season. And it's not an injury as much as it is wear and tear. That's what we're going to see with Brock Purdy. He's got an injury, but then that injury tends to linger and you're fighting it the entire season and you never quite feel right. So I think it's one of those things that the 49ers should be very, very cautious here. And not only that, but like, look, if you can bring in somebody else that to just be a third string quarterback or a second string quarterback probably isn't a bad idea. Like go search the waiver wire, see if there's somebody else that maybe knows your system or you're more comfortable with that could, step in and be part of the program.
We'll keep talking about this Brock Purdy injury throughout the day. I want to dive in a little bit further into that 49ers schedule, but we got a ton of stuff to get to. So we'll put a pin in the Brock Purdy and the 49ers thing here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham on location, live from somewhere in Truckee. I'm here in the studio. Just a plain old studio. It's fine. I don't even have plans this weekend, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm just chilling at home. I'm not going anywhere. Maybe I'll go to dinner Saturday night.
Okay.
Maybe we'll go to like what's a Black Bear Diner and feel like I'm inside a cabin.
Oh, there you go.
Takes a photo. Yeah, can I be live Black Bear? Can I get like a quiet room? I'm trying to do a thing.
What is it? The Cracker Barrel. Yeah, just
Oh well.
maybe not.
Jake Fisher, our favorite insider, the People's Insider, suggested that he reported that the 76ers are looking to clear up cap space to be able to sign Quentin Grimes to a larger deal than they can currently sign him to. And he's talked about Andre Drummond and he's talked about Kelly Oubre being players that they could shop, and suggested that the Kings acquire Kelly Oubre in a swap for Dario Saric. This is one of those trades that is, for me, like, sure, dude. Like, if that, I don't, if the Kings did that it's, again, it's not moving the needle for me. I guess it's good that you get a wing like Kelly Oubre who can actually functionally play. I don't think the Dario Saric can. So it's an improvement in that regard, I guess. Maybe. I don't really, like, there have been times where it's like, hey, Kelly Oubre makes some sense in Sacramento. I even like, there was a point where, De'Aaron Fox talked glowingly about Kelly Oubre. They played AAU ball together in Texas, and they thought that he's like, hey, the guy can play. We need the length, we need the athleticism, we need the bounce at the wing. I would totally be on board with the Kelly Oubre acquisition. That was De'Aaron Fox talking. But like, look at this point, I think there are worse moves out there. You need depth at the wing, and Oubre does do that. It would rebalance the roster a little bit, but realistically, a better move would be to possibly move one of your guards in a swap. And, I don't think this is something that's actually going to happen. Sure.
But when I did hear yesterday, when we were talking about it, we mentioned this cursory on the show, that they were looking to clear up space to sign Quentin Grimes. It did make sense to, like, maybe kick the tires on a Devin Carter for Kelly Oubre trade that would save them $2 or $3 million up front, and then give you, some freedom to, like, rebalance your roster a little bit. But whether it's Saric or Devin Carter, I still think that there are bigger and better things that the Kings are looking for and are shopping and are holding out for than acquiring a guy like Kelly Oubre. And again, I think Kelly Oubre is a very talented player. He's fast. He gets out on the wing and runs. He might actually fit some of the things that the Kings are doing, but he doesn't really help with things like 3-point shooting. I mean, he's kind of a all over the board 3-point shooter, which I think, Golden State Warrior fans like learned in his one season there. And I think, again, there are times where, a guy like Mike Brown had experience with Kelly Oubre, and Kelly Oubre has been available a couple of times over the last 3 years. And I don't think Mike Brown wanted any part of bringing in Kelly Oubre to, sort of patchwork together a wing depth situation. So I'm going to say for right now, like, I'm not hearing anything that's brewing at all. And if anything, I think it's kind of a hard no for the Kings. But we're gonna have to wait and see how this plays out, because as we get closer and as doors close, if they do actually close with Jonathan Kuminga, then you might revisit something like this, because again, one of the biggest issues the Kings have is not a lack of talent; it's a lack of, like, functional fit. Like, these guys just don't really fit together, and I'm not sure that Oubre helps that, but at least you would add depth at a position of need.
And if this season is about culture building and team building and this and that, I don't think Kelly Oubre fits that. Like on the basketball court functionally, sure, man. Like, yeah, every team could use a player like who's 6'7", 6'6", 6'7", and does some can be a pesky defender and is athletic. Like, yeah, for sure. But Kelly Oubre is not 20 years old.
No,
this is not. I don't. And again, I know it goes back, because I think Kenny's right on this. Kenny Caraway, D'Lo and Casey. The Kings' goal this year is to win games. Like, that is what they're going to be trying to do, and maybe Kelly Oubre helps that. Well, he definitely helps that in a way that Dario Saric doesn't. If that's what you're talking, if that's the kind of move you're talking about, but I don't. I think if the goal is if there's any eye toward the future, I don't know how much Kelly Oubre helps in that regard.
No, I'm with you. I would say that like he does actually fit a need, but he also could block the the emergence of Neat Clifford. And I know Michael Fredgren mentions in the chat, well, why did you waive Terrence Davis? Kings did waive Terrence Davis yesterday. If you're going to make a move like that, and it's because the Kings still have some sort of glimmer of hope in the back of their mind about bringing in Russell Westbrook. And so, again, if you rebalance the roster, it might open a position up in your rotation, or at least on your roster for a guy like Russell Westbrook.
All right. We got to step aside momentarily. Pablo Torre dropped a new podcast with a ton of new information about this Kawhi Leonard situation. It does not look good for the Clippers. We'll talk about that next on The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. You're clear, James.
What's happening, Chatty House?
Hey, James.
Yes.
Just make sure today don't say anything until I have said clear, because there's a really strong chance I will forget to take you out of program 1.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna do
Sounds
really do my best to remember, but until I say clear, just hold off because I don't trust myself.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Anyways. We have about 2 minutes. I will be right back.
Cool. Aha. All right, what's going on, everybody? Yeah, I'm in Truckee. Actually, it's a really cool spot. Let me see. It's got like a loft. I could show you outside, but the windows are too bright. We're like right on a golf course. Pretty cool though. There's a fireplace behind me. Let's see that way. I want a light behind me. I did not enter the draw for World Cup yesterday, Jeremy. Although my son might have. So yeah. This place is pretty sweet. It's our friends have. It's one of those like you have partial ownership, like 1/17 of a place. So yeah, I keep trying to move so the glare isn't as bad. Well, there's Kyle. This is definitely not my secret house, but we do come up here on occasion.
90 seconds.
Cool.
Electric feel now. Bang, bang. Tim Lincecum's walkout song. Mm-hmm. The Frank Ocean version, also very good. Oh, dang. Hell yeah. I mean, this sucks for Raider fans, but our guy Tashawn Reed, Raiders beat reporter for The Athletic, is joining the Washington Post as the Washington Commanders beat writer.
Oh, all right. I like him. He, like when we've had him on, very nuts and bolts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's good. Oh, Russ Dog, don't you say those words. To be honest with you, they should, although they can't afford to take on Kirk Cousins' contract.
Yeah, nah. It's going to be a no.
Yeah.
Especially since they're not looking for a backup. They're looking for a third string guy. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Talk about the 49ers quarterback mess. Just a disaster for San Francisco under center. We'll get to that in a little bit. What?
Yeah.
It is.
It is.
Quarterback's out 2 to 5 weeks. Mac Jones is starting, and they don't have another guy.
Yeah, that's a mess.
They drafted is still got a torn ACL. Well, it's not torn. He had it repaired, but he just played a full college season on a torn ACL, so maybe he can come back early. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
Here you go, kid. Welcome to the league. Pablo Torre dropped a podcast, and if you're unfamiliar, which if you're listening to this show, I feel like you have at least a cursory idea of Pablo Torre and his podcast, which is Pablo Torre Finds Out. So as always, we encourage you to go listen to the whole podcast because there is in-depth reporting. There are direct sources speaking in the podcast where they explain the details that I'm going to leave out of this. In this very brief explanation I'm going to give you are virtually all given in the podcast. So keep that in mind. If I say something here where you're like, but wait, doesn't it? Like, trust me, I'm giving you the key details. If you want more, please go listen to the pod. It's really good. It's really entertaining. It's actually also really funny because Pablo Torre, the show is called Pablo Torre Finds Out, and it's literally him just doing journalism on things from the NFL Players Association scandal that just happened to this Kawhi Leonard thing to like. He just did an episode between the two Kawhi Leonard episodes where he interviewed the world's most notorious streaker and did a whole little discussion with that guy on streaking at sporting events. So that's the nature of this podcast.
Yeah, it's like investigatorial journalism aimed at sports, which there isn't a lot of people doing that specific field. You can kind of look at the NBA world or the sports world in a couple of ways. I mean, you have your guys on TV talking, your analysts and stuff like that, but you have your newsbreakers, you have your beat writers. This is just kind of a lane that hasn't really been all that explored, and it's very difficult for like if it were Dan Wojcicki or Jovan Bua, who are down in LA, who are sitting here trying to cover a team and also on the side trying to mill through FBI documents that, and going to attorneys and stuff like that. I think that this is a really, really interesting lane. And even, Michael McCann went on one of the podcasts lately. You talked about it yesterday.
Zach Lowe show,
yeah, he's another guy who is living in a very specific lane where he is the sports attorney that everyone goes to. So just like it's kind of cool to see sports broken up into these like different little groupings where you can find your lane and kind of live in it.
Okay, so I want to discuss that specific thing further, but I want to get to the Kawhi Leonard of this all first. So the short version again of this very, very in-depth reporting, and I see some stuff going on in the chatty house that I would also like to address because, okay, so the short version is Dennis Wong. This is not Uncle Dennis. This is Dennis Wong, the lone minority owner of the Clippers. He owns like 0.075% of the Clippers or something like that.
Yeah, Steve Ballmer owns over 99% of the Clippers.
Which is crazy.
And then his college roommate from Harvard, Dennis Wong, owns the other small portion of the Clippers.
Dennis Wong was there at the groundbreaking of the Intuit Dome. Steve Ballmer credited Dennis Wong at the opening of the Intuit Dome for pushing Steve Ballmer to build this arena, et cetera, et cetera. That man, Dennis Wong, gave $1.99 million to Aspiration, which is this what turned out to be fake entity that Kawhi Leonard had this sponsorship deal with. Paid them $1.99 million 9 days before one of Kawhi's very late, mind you, $1.75 million payments were made to Kawhi Leonard. And this was in the midst of Aspiration being fully bankrupt, like heading into the tank.
Yeah.
And Dennis Wong, out of nowhere, for the first time, and again, if you're like, wait, there needs to be more detail, there is, I promise. I'm giving you the key points. Gave $1.99 million to this company 9 days later. On the same day that they laid off 20% of their workforce, they pay $1.75 million to Kawhi Leonard in a payment that on all these payment papers and all these transactions, bank statements that Pablo Torre acquired, this specific thing is the company is going bankrupt. Kawhi Leonard's $1.75 million quarterly payment was listed as like priority.
Mm-hmm.
So the minority owner of the Clippers gave this company $1.99 million 9 days before they magically came up with the money to pay Kawhi Leonard $1.75 million on the same day that they laid off 20% of their workforce.
Yeah, they're basically failing and almost like they're like tumbling straight towards bankruptcy at this moment. And yes, instead of using everything possible to pay their workers and everything else, they took in a small amount of cash. And for them, I mean, under, if you look at the grand scheme of all this, and actually made a little bit of money off the transaction, it appears. But yeah, just so Kawhi Leonard could get his money, because it sounds as though Uncle Dennis was calling and saying, hey, where's our payment? Right. We haven't received our payment yet. Right. Yeah, this is, I mean, again, this business that they were dealing with, it was a complete house of cards. And yes, the thing is, like chaotic and crazy. That doesn't change some of the way in which all this played out. And it also, like, the NBA is going to have some really, really tough decisions to make here on, whether it is, what we call the circumstantial evidence, or the direct, people who have gone on the record with Pablo Torre and given firsthand accounts of actually what's happening with this money at this moment and why this person's getting paid and this person's not getting paid. It just becomes a really, really interesting, again, dynamic. And I think it plays into a larger issue that the Clippers have, that, first of all, Pablo Torre isn't going away. He's not. He's going to see this thing through, because he's put his journalistic integrity on the line for this story. And it's not a personal thing. It's as much as a personal pride thing, for sure. But it's something where, if someone says that you're not telling the truth, it's within you as a journalist to go out there and chase it.
I want to stop you there, because you're steering toward a portion of the conversation that I don't want to get to just yet. I do want to get there. I don't want to get there just yet. Is this enough now? Is this where you have people who worked at this company, like, yeah, I've got, and they say this on the podcast, voice modulated and all, they're like, I've got text messages.
Yeah.
About this. About
salary cap circumvention.
Yes. And this is where, and I said this yesterday on the handoff, we asked, like, is there going to be another podcast? Turns out there was one dropping this morning. And B, it was like, Pablo is so staunch in his defense of this reporting. He's like, I will debate this with anyone, anytime, anywhere. That, like, okay, there's more to it. That he has more information that he just has not or cannot yet make public.
Of course he does.
But because as a reporter, like, hey, there's things that you get, but you're not going to report this because the person has been like, hey, off the record, like, here's this. But now he's gotten these people to go on the record, at least anonymously.
Yes.
So to me, like, if this is not, and I know that Adam Silver said yesterday that circumstantial evidence doesn't play, and that there's probably not going to be a smoking gun because in that metaphor, like the gun wouldn't still be smoking at this point. And I just, if they need, if the bar for proving salary cap circumvention is a handwritten, we are circumventing the salary cap in A, B, and C ways, then teams should just be doing this all the time. There's no, that if that's the line, teams, there's nothing stopping teams. If all you have to do is go, I didn't know. No, it's not. Oh, that was no, Dennis Wong. Oh no, it turns out, by the way, Dennis Wong's daughter worked for Aspiration. Hey, it turns out his daughter was just there and she said they needed money. So he just donated this money. The Clippers, it had nothing to do with Steve Ballmer and the Clippers. Like, oh, they didn't know. If that's what it is, if that's the line, if the line is it has to be handwritten or typed in an email, in a text message, on a piece of paper, whatever it is, a telegram, I don't know. If that's what it takes, then every team should be doing everything they can to circumvent the salary cap at every turn, because apparently it's super easy to do so if all you have to do is go, but that's kind of, it's like circumstantial still. Like that's asinine to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. And they played the clip from Adam Silver talking about this yesterday, and he said even a smoking gun is circumstantial, because a smoking gun, you can tell that a shot was fired, but you don't know if it's the shot or when that shot was fired, just that the gun is still smoking. So unless you actually watched the bullet come out of the barrel and strike whatever it was shot at, then that's where you would have like 100% proof.
Sure.
Like, look, I don't think that there's any way to, get, you can come as close as possible to getting 100% proof here, but I still think that there's always going to be a little bit of wiggle room. And I think Steve Ballmer is trying to live in that wiggle room. And it's possible that he does get off from this, that he gets out of this without getting major penalties and major fines. But like, look, the NBA, they need to make an example when these things happen. And we've seen it, whether it's like the gambling stuff with Jonte Porter, where it's just like, hey, you're done. You're never playing again. They have a super, super strict drug policy that isn't talked about all the time, but they literally have like 4 types of drugs that like automatically disqualify you from being an NBA player again. Yep. You have to wait a year and then reapply to get back in the league.
Reinstatement.
Yeah, we know this because Tyreek Evans. It happened with Tyreek Evans, and it was something that he took that he wasn't supposed to take. But they have a clear like, hey, you do this, this, and this. Now, again, that's a smoking gun, you would think. But as a player, you could sit there and fight. Hey, I didn't know that I took something, or someone slipped something in my drink. So there is this gray area that the NBA does play in, where it's like, hey, like, look, there is no excuse. If the stuff is in your system, you're out. And that's where I think they have to look at this too. They have to look at it and say, look, we're not going to let you get away with this on some weird technicality that we're the only one who's going to like hold you to some weird standard. So we're going to have to see how they handle it, but it's definitely not a great situation for Ballmer, and it's not a great situation for the league either, because these are unhealthy moments. These are things that put question marks on your league and make your league look bad. Yep. And, again, if the richest dude in the NBA is willing to go out and find a loophole to pay players, like, what does that mean for a team like Sacramento? How do you compete with that?
Yeah.
And the answer is you can't. When your owner might be a billionaire and their owner's so wealthy that like there's multiples and multiples of billions in his checking account. I mean, it's just different, and you got to figure out ways to level the playing field to make sure that it's equal for everybody.
I think it was David Sampson on this podcast did the math and said that if the NBA fines Steve Ballmer the maximum amount allowable under the CBA, which would be like $3 million or something like that, with his net worth, the math would come out to, if Steve Ballmer was fined this maximum amount that he could be fined by the NBA, a person making $200,000 a year would be $10 for them. Is what that comes out to. So there has to be more than a fine, is my point. And I think that's, and I see Sean Mahler in the chatty house and Russ Dog and a couple other people said, like, what do you think a proper punishment is? To me, the proper punishment is voiding the contract for Kawhi, and the fines for sure. And then I think you ding him for a couple of draft picks.
A couple is like at a minimum. I think it's got to be, it's got to hurt. And this is a franchise that they prove that nothing hurts them because they've got so much money that they can buy their way out of a lot of it.
Right. Yeah. And that's just it. If the league cannot have this be, and I think it was Sacktown Tony said in the chat, he was like, circumstantial evidence is still evidence.
Yeah.
Like it's still something that if they take this Dennis Wong thing to the Clippers and go, hey, and even if it wasn't the primary owner, Steve Ballmer, like this is still salary cap circumvention. They now go to Dennis Wong and the Clippers and go, hey, what, can you explain this? Is there a paper trail that now explains why you made this investment at this time? I think the more that comes out about this, the more the league would look foolish for not doing something really drastic.
Yep.
And this is not like, oh, I'm going to be a cop. I want to see, like, no, man, it's not that at all. It's that if you're going to have a salary cap that is so prohibitive to teams, as we see this offseason, look no further than Quentin Grimes, who we just talked about. If you're going to have this salary cap where there's aprons and hard caps and all that, you cannot have a situation where teams are brazenly going around that.
Yeah.
That defeats the entire purpose. And now all of a sudden you get to where baseball is. You get to like, hey, the teams with the most money can just circumvent the salary cap in the most ways. And all of a sudden you're signing LeBron James to a vet minimum deal because you've got this extra $100 million lined up on the side for him.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bad situation to be.
You cannot have that as a league. I don't care that Steve Ballmer or Dennis Wong or the Clippers broke the rules. Like, this is not me getting on a moral high horse. This is about like, hey, the league can't function the way it functions if you're going to allow this stuff to go based on like, no paper trail. No paper trail. Like, of course there's no paper trail. You think you're going to write it down? I know Minnesota did that, but anyway.
Not a good idea.
You started digging into the whole journalistic aspect of this and why is Pablo Torre doing this? I would like to talk about that next. We got to step aside and pay some bills, but we'll get to that on The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. You're clear.
Sweet. Sean Mahler, you said something in the middle of this. You made reference to Vivek and that being why I was no longer an NBC and Vivek not liking me. Vivek might not like me right now, but like at that point, that wasn't an issue at all. And actually the Kings had no idea that NBC was going to discontinue the Insider like brand. Like we have one for the Warriors. We used to have one for the A's, for the Sharks, for the Raiders, and those are no longer either. It was coming out of the pandemic. I just want to make sure people understand this. Like coming out of the pandemic, NBC made the decision to put their RSN, their regional sports network, under the umbrella of the local television station. So they were eliminating big boss positions, but also with that, they had to cut payroll. And because I was out of market, because all of a sudden the Bay Area station is overseeing the sports side and I'm in Sacramento, then I was one of the first to, that they cut like 5 of us or 3 of us, something like that. And like it happens.
Even though the Kings are on NBC Sports California. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, the local news station couldn't use me to do local reporting because I'm in Sacramento. You got me? So it's not like I'm reporting on is San Francisco based stuff.
Sure,
So
right.
either way, I mean, like they send writers up on occasion. They send camera crews up still because they have, the television rights. They do pre and post, but they don't have a full-time writer like I was for them, who did television and podcasts and all that. So no bad blood with NBC. I love my 6 years that I was there, but it had absolutely nothing to do with Vivek. And I just want to make that clear. Like, there are a lot of things Vivek gets blamed for. He should not get blamed at all for anything that happened with me. End of rant.
I have nothing to add.
Yeah. Scooter. Yeah. Yeah, we had to do that the whole time. It's because you got to think about it the other way. If they did that, they would have to send a camera crew and everybody all the way up to Sacramento every time. And so somebody's got to do that stuff. And why pay for a building when you have it? So
and
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I mean, they could do it from the from the NBC deck at Golden One and just have an empty arena and do it there. But and we do have a couple of local television, photogs and audio guys that could step in and do that. But at the same time, the Kings have the building rented out for a million different things all the time. And so it just, it makes it difficult.
Can I say a little bit of the quiet part out loud here?
Yeah.
This is just kind of media in general, just us talking. They're not going to spend the money to buy and build a studio here to what's the word, not like help to not commandeer, what's the word I'm looking for, cater to, there we go, to cater to people in Sacramento. Because if the people in Sacramento say, hey, we don't want to drive to San Francisco, there's somebody who will.
Of course.
Like, there's always somebody who will just do the drive instead.
I would say this too. At this point, it might make sense if the A's were going to stay here long term for them to make a studio here in Sacramento, because now you have two different teams sharing that. Right. So there's a possibility that, you could use it for A's and for Kings, but the A's aren't here long term. And if they were, I think it would probably be different.
Yeah. 1 minute. Yeah. And this part sucks, but it's just, again, kind of part of the reality. The A's are not the Yankees and the Kings are not the Lakers. Like,
no.
That's the other part.
In NBC world, the A's are not the Giants and the Kings are not the Warriors. Straight up. Yeah. Like sort of, I wrote 550 stories a year my last three years at NBC, which is astronomical. It's so crazy.
That's a ton.
And that's not blogging. That's like firsthand reporting, which is different. Right. And so 550 stories.
I can do 6 stories in a day in the time it would take you to like do some reporting on one thing.
Yeah.
So 5 more than a story a day is crazy. Here we go. Hang on.
Right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You guys should really, if you're not watching on YouTube and Twitch, you really should be.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. I think we just had a great conversation behind the scenes.
From a cabin in Truckee.
The nitty-gritty of some sports media stuff. I had a good time. Go back and check that out at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We're live there, but you can also rewind and go check that out. Check that 10:40-ish break. It was a good one. I want to dive back into the Pablo Torre discussion real quick on the Kawhi Leonard thing. There's 2 other aspects of this that I want to get into. And one of them is, how does this impact if if at all, to you? Let's go to the world. And again, I don't want to say how does this. Let me rephrase, because I'm need to be more careful with my wording. Nothing has been fully proven yet.
Mm-hmm.
The league has not taken any action yet. There might be some explanation from the Clippers that absolves them of everything and makes Pablo Torre look foolish. Not foolish, makes his reporting look wrong or something. I don't like it. So if this is all true as determined by the NBA, that the Clippers circumvented the salary cap, does that damage Kawhi's legacy for you at all? Or I hate that, feels so cliche to use legacy, but I don't have a better word for it. But his like perception long term.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't impact whether he's a Hall of Famer. He's
Sure,
already got that locked up.
He's locked.
I mean,
Yep.
you know, I think he already had a very complicated legacy in the NBA.
Mhm.
You know, he's a player who decided to opt out of playing games when, you know, his team was like had medically cleared him to play, and he kept saying, "Hey, I've got an injury issue." He's a team that went and was a 1-year rental and won a championship in Toronto, and then, you know, bolted for Los Angeles. That complicates, you know, who and what you are in the league a little bit. But again, I think what it does, if anything, Kawhi has sort of made it through his entire career as this quiet guy who doesn't say anything and who has like a funny little laugh, right?
Mhm.
And we just expected that he's just this super quiet guy that you know goes about his business in some workman-like way. I think if anything, this does kind of put a little bit of a weirdness to that, because this is all like it's dirty play. And, you know, we can say, you know, Uncle Dennis and all that stuff, but Uncle Dennis is empowered by Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard is his own man. He doesn't get to hide behind the fact that his uncle is out there doing nefarious things, because those nefarious things he's doing is in his name. They're in Kawhi's name. You know, there is no Uncle Dennis without Kawhi and his ability to make money in the NBA world. There just isn't. You know, like
Mhm.
Uncle Dennis could try to do this at, you know, if, like, let's say, you know, Kawhi was working at Walmart, he could try to go in and leverage the manager of a Walmart. But what does that get him? That gets him nowhere. Like, the reason why this whole entire story is what it is because there's this secondary person out there that's attached to Kawhi that's played a
Mhm.
huge role in almost every portion of his career
Mhm.
and will continue, I assume, until either the NBA says, "Hey, you're persona non grata," which is very possible that in this situation, that one of the things that does come down is that if they do find Kawhi guilty in this situation, they could say, "Hey, look, he's not allowed anywhere near an NBA arena."
Mhm.
As far as his uncle,
Yeah.
because that could be part of this. But at the same time, there are people out there that are doing this. Like, I've talked about it, you know, like again, Ben McLemore had his own security, and it was his aunt and his uncle. And he's in the locker room filling out 50 ticket requests every game and giving his credit card to somebody to run and go buy tickets after he begged all of his teammates for free
Mhm.
tickets. You know, like, what do you, when you're getting ready for an NBA game
Mhm.
and it's 6 o'clock and media is allowed in the room and you have stacks of envelopes that you have to fill out, that you have to write the person's name and
Yeah.
you have to go get tickets for, while you're supposed to be focusing on a game that starts in an
Yeah.
hour,
Right.
like, something's wrong.
Warming up,
And
watching film, doing anything.
that's right. And, you know, like, I think the stat is, or it used to be, 65% of NBA players are bankrupt within 4 years of retirement. Like, that's the world that these guys live in. But at a certain point, it is it is on Kawhi Leonard as a guy who's going out and asking for $50 to $60 million from an
Mhm.
NBA basketball team to tell his uncle to go away, and that no,
Exactly.
we can't get an extra 28 or 40 million, 48 million, or part
Mhm.
ownership of something. We can't do that. That's,
Yep.
I'm already getting 50 million bucks. What are we doing here?
Yep.
And that's where I think this, you know, again, there are predatory people that are around players all the time. and it's just tough. It's the world that they live in, and it's very difficult to say no. And it's very difficult, especially when it's family members that are saying, hey, we helped get you here. We took you to AAU games, or, we were a reason, we paid for your AAU when your parents couldn't. There are all of these things that people keep coming back at you with, even high school friends or college friends that want something. And it's the ugly side of sports that we don't get to see.
Yeah, man. That's it. And Sacktown Tony said, if you're cashing the checks, like, you don't get to blame Uncle Dennis.
Nope.
Sacktown Tony said that in the YouTube chat. And if I don't buy for 1 second that Uncle Dennis is some independent actor in all this, and that Kawhi is just signing LLC paperwork and going like, what's this for? And Uncle Dennis going, trust me, this is going to be great. I don't believe that for a second. The reason, to me, it changes how I would, again, nothing out there, but this would change how I view Kawhi Leonard, is because Kawhi is so quiet thing. The he's so quirky that nobody really knows him. That stops being cute now.
Mm-hmm.
That now is not, oh man, this guy had, had this personality quirk, and it's more like, oh, he was hiding stuff. That's how that is now. That's how it comes across to me.
Yeah.
If this is all true. And I have always going back to that last season with the Spurs, given Kawhi the benefit of the doubt on the injury stuff. Been like, man, he knows his body doesn't feel right, so he's sitting out until his body feels right. Again, if this is all true, which, man, lot of red flags. It's like, okay, was he hurt, or is this guy just not wanting to get paid to not work? Because if that's what this endorsement was, if this is what he went and is seeking out to do, and was seeking out to do with every contract negotiation, why am I to believe that he also wanted to do basketball for money, when he could just go, you know what, I'm going to get a max contract because I'm awesome. I'll play enough so people know I'm good. But hey, you know what? Knee hurts today. I don't know. He's had he actually had an ACL tear. I get all that. But there's a lot of times where he's gone like, no, I'm not playing today. I don't feel like playing today.
Yeah.
You don't get the benefit of the doubt from me anymore when you've been seeking no-show work contracts on the side.
That's the crazy part there, because we're talking about no-show, like, charitable things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all you had to do is take some pictures with trees. All you had to do is go out one day, and we're talking about, tens of millions of dollars. So it does make you wonder. And I, even when they talked about in the podcast, how, I'm sorry, I just got sidetracked with Jesse popping in to the stream. But I lost my train of thought, Kyle.
Sorry. You were talking about the podcast. We were talking about no-show jobs, and all he has to do is show up and take pictures of trees.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. The contract that he got from these people, the no-show job that he got, paid him more than his New Balance deal. So this isn't some like little bit of money. It paid him more than his yearly New Balance deal. Yeah. And so we're looking at this like, wait a sec, this isn't like some small endorsement. And let's be honest, like Kawhi, his silence, it probably does hurt him in the grand scheme of endorsement deals. The fact that he doesn't have a voice out there, it does hurt him. And it's not, like Tyrese Halliburton can go get all kinds of sponsorship deals because he's so good in front of a camera. Well, Kawhi doesn't like it, and he's kind of like hidden from the camera life, and that's fine because he's clearly an introvert. He's clearly an introvert, but then you can't seek endorsement deals if you're not willing to do the basics and, go show up and, shake hands and kiss babies. That's the basics. And all of these players do it. They have so many engagements every single year that it's crazy. And especially the young guys, the young guys that aren't making a bunch of money, they still have it in their contract that they've got to show up to team events, and they've got to show up to Arden Fair Mall, or they've got to show up to a t-shirt signing somewhere. That's part of your NBA business model that they're out there in the public. And Kawhi has kind of shied away from that. And we now find out he shied away from that while taking a whole bunch of money to not do anything.
Yeah. It's just like these people can't count on Kawhi, you know? And you can't count on much. But you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That is $2.50 a month. $2.50 a month. That's it. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Okay, Casey asked the biggest question with this Pablo Torre investigation yesterday, and it cracks this thing open into a discussion that goes beyond the Kawhi Leonard of it all. We'll talk about that next. Clear.
Hello, everyone. Russ Dog, I'm not even sure what you're asking here. I got to be honest.
Run you Paramount Plus?
Oh.
I'm saying run you Paramount Plus. Jesse, are we doing the thing? All right. Be right back, guys. We back? We are back.
We're back. Let's see, Michigan, the weather up here was like 43 degrees this morning when we woke up. It is now 54, but it was kind of like foggy, which was cool. But right now it's just absolutely gorgeous outside. There are people playing golf right outside this side window here. Also, the TV behind me, someone said the TV was too small. It's actually not. I'm just not that close to the TV.
Hey, go ahead.
And yes, there is a fireplace, and there is fire going in the fireplace.
Nolan Ryan struck out 7 players who had sons who grew up to also be struck out by Nolan Ryan.
That's wild. Huh. I wonder how many of those we can come up with.
Oh, I would have no chance.
Okay, well, I'm going to assume that he struck out Bob Boone and then like 1 or 2 of the Boones.
Okay.
Barry and Bobby.
I don't have the answer here.
Bonds.
Yeah, definitely both Bondses.
Yep.
Oh, maybe both Griffeys.
Oh, yep. That's probable.
Ooh,
that's a good call. Man. Oh,
I thought they were going to
Alomars?
list the answers. They didn't list the answers. Aluz? Did you say Aluz?
Aluz, yeah. And Alomars.
So this person did not post the answers.
Ooh, good call, Tyler. Fielder. Ripken, maybe.
Wait, did Cecil Fielder's dad play?
Oh, you're right.
Because Nolan Ryan did not play together at all.
No, that's true.
About 10 seconds. Did Cal Ripken Sr. play in the majors?
Oh.
It's not brothers. It's not just people related. It's dads and sons.
Yeah.
Yeah, Faraz will be on tomorrow. Here we go. Hour number 2, I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We're hanging out with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento Sports Center. Jesse Tapia now on the 1s and 2s. Welcome in, Jesse. How are you, man?
What's up, guys? Happy Thursday.
Yeah, man. It's the best day of the week.
Happening.
James Ham on location. We were talking about this Kawhi Leonard situation. Another Pablo Torre podcast has dropped that it brought out further evidence that Kawhi Leonard's deal with aspiration was at least in part potentially allegedly paid for by the Clippers as a means to circumvent the salary cap. And just real quick before we get into Kenny's question from yesterday, even if so the new detail is that Dennis Wong, who's the only minority owner of the Clippers, paid $1.99 million to aspiration so they could pay Kawhi his quarterly payment of $1.75 million. It's also not okay if that's a thing that happened and it wasn't like directed by Steve Ballmer, or like it's not on the Clippers to bail out their players' endorsement deal.
Of course not.
Like that you just can't, like that's just, even if that was a one-time, like, hey, Uncle Dennis is banging down the door, they want their money, and he went, fine, hey, here's this $2 million or $1.99 million to cover his fee. Like that's also not a thing that can happen.
No,
That's
that in
also,
itself is exactly the circumvention that we're talking about. Even
Right.
if the other money you can't trace, that one there could be, again, a smoking gun type situation.
Right. So Kenny asked a question yesterday, and I've seen this a couple of times in the chatty house as well. Why is Pablo doing this? And I think the fact that people are asking why is a major just problem with society.
Yeah.
A journalist doing journalism, it's that. Why do we do radio? Like why does anyone do anything? A journalist is doing there is a watchdog role of the press, which I know that media today has gotten so away from news and journalism and into opinion and commentary. There is a place for opinion and commentary in news. That's why there is an opinion section of newspapers. But reporting is a very straightforward. You're to report facts, you're to do digging, you're to ask questions, you're to present both sides, etc., etc. That's what Pablo Torre is doing right now. And when a journalist, which is what he is, this is, as James, you laid this out earlier, that's what the purpose of his podcast is. Sometimes it's something silly like the world's most prolific streaker, and he dives into that story. But other times it is Bill Belichick and his relationship with Jordan Hudson. Sometimes it's the NFL and the NFL Players Association and the weird stuff happening with the NFLPA. And sometimes it's Kawhi Leonard. And there's all this evidence that Pablo has been given or has uncovered through talking to sources and through making phone calls and through Freedom of Information Act requests and for just searching publicly available documents to find, hey, this is a story. It is a story that the Clippers, let me back that up. It is a story that there is all this evidence that the Clippers circumvented the salary cap.
Mm-hmm.
There are all these things that point to. And so the journalist gets this information, hears something, asks a question and got an answer and went, I'm going to use the term tugging on a string all the time in a press scrum. Someone will say,
yeah.
Ask a question, player says something, you're like, oh, that's interesting, and you start pulling on this string. That's what Pablo's doing. And so as you start to uncover things, he's telling a story and presenting facts.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's doing this. It's because it's his job. It's what he's paid to do.
And the reason, Kyle, why he's not stopping now is because by saying that this is false, that you're basically attacking his reputation.
Yes.
And you're saying that, oh no, he's wrong. He got this wrong. And he's sitting here on a mountain of evidence, whether you want to call it circumstantial or not, a mountain of evidence. And he's a competitive person. In order to do this job, you have to be competitive. And sometimes that makes you lose friends. Sometimes it makes you like someone that other people don't like. It's okay, like whatever, but you've got to push forward and do the job.
That's it.
And if someone wants to question whether you're right or not about something, you get competitive, and not only that, you get defensive. Like it's not Pablo Torre's life work is not the Ballmer deal, but it's part of his life work, and he's going to defend it. And he has every right to do that because, like, look at how much work he's done already. He's already created a situation where the NBA has hired an outside law firm to investigate Steve Ballmer and the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yep.
And he's not going to stop because he's the one who, again, started pulling on a thread, and all of a sudden the whole entire sweater is on the ground, and people are saying, well, that was never a sweater. And you're like, what are you talking about? Yes, it was.
Right.
And that's the problem. And, so I get why he's competitive. I get why he keeps asking the question. It's not about getting Steve Ballmer fined. Like, I've been in a locker room where somebody asked a player something that you knew very well was going to get the player fined. And it was like, oh,
it's not, it is not his damn job to protect the Clippers.
Nope.
What? It is his job to go, hey, this is a story. I'm going to present all these facts to people.
Yep.
If the NBA does their investigation, if the NBA had, let's say Pablo drops this podcast, both podcasts, let's say he lays everything out and the NBA goes, oh, we're not worried about it. All right. Well, now there's a story on why isn't the NBA worried about this? And you're just going to chase that. Like, that's the job of journalists, whether you like it or not.
They're going to chase to see if they can find more of these is what they're going to do.
Right. I studied this in college. The original purpose of the press was to hold people in power accountable. Because Steve Ballmer and Dennis Wong were certainly not going to be like, hey, FYI, fine. Guess what we did? The NBA is not going to go around just investigating for no reason. And as we found out through Pablo's reporting, yes, okay, there's an audit process, which, by the way, Steve Ballmer's on the board of the audit committee in the NBA that audits these type of things, which is a whole other thing. But
hey, Clay Bennett was on the relocation committee. He was the chair of the relocation committee when he was actually the guy who relocated the Seattle Supersonics to Oklahoma City.
So this is not something that was ever going to be searched. And it's right, because you don't assume that weird things are going on. And it's, as we've seen, really easy to like do this stuff behind closed doors where, hey, you know what? If Aspiration was a real company, this never would have come to light. But this only came to light because they went to court and all these documents became available and all these creditors became public.
Yeah.
And Kawhi Leonard's name is on it. And it's like, oh, that's weird. What is this? And you start searching it. And so this is not about getting the Clippers fined. This is not about Steve Ballmer. This is not about Kawhi Leonard. This is not about some axe to grind. This is not some personal vendetta. This is not Pablo Torre just is just being mean. No, I personally, and James, I think I speak for you when I say this. If I'm wrong here, I would be stunned. That like, I appreciate that Pablo Torre is doing this because this is what journalism is.
Oh yeah.
It is that watchdog role, and it's watchdog of the government. It's being a as a sports reporter, you're reporting on games and players, and you're doing features and things like that. But hey, if a player says, hey man, we haven't been fed by the team in 6 months. Okay, that's a story. What is going on here? Like that is the purpose of all of this. And I am so unbelievably frustrated on a level that I'm not going to get into on this program because it's not what we do here, but I'm so unbelievably frustrated that media and journalism and the consumption of media and journalism is in a place where people are going, wait, journalism is happening. And the first thought for some people is like, hey, why is he being mean to the Clippers? Like, that's what this is.
No.
What are you talking about? It's journalists. It's what it's its job.
Yeah.
We should be appreciative. Like, oh, hey, wow, look at all this access that we're getting. Look at the story that we're getting that we would have never gotten without this. Like somebody's being a person in power, in this instance, Steve Ballmer, the owner, the primary owner of the Clippers, is being held accountable for potentially breaking the NBA's rules.
Yeah.
Without journalists, this doesn't come to light. And if this doesn't come to light, what's the purpose of the salary cap? What are we doing here? Mm-hmm. If everybody can just willy-nilly, because like, hey, you know what? Hey, it's not our job to explore it, but it is his job to explore this, Pablo's. And frankly, anybody who covers the Clippers, anybody who covers the NBA on a national level, like this isn't the defense of the Clippers that I've seen from reporters, quote unquote, who are like, well, no, hang on, let's wait. No, it's fair if you want to go, wow, there's a lot of evidence, but you know, in fairness, journalism, like we got to hear their side. Okay, we've heard their side. Okay, well, here's more evidence from Pablo. Okay, wow, this is interesting. Let's see what the Clippers like. But the people were like, wow, they've just done. I'm Team Ballmer. They've just done. I know the Team Ballmer thing was Mark Cuban, but people were like, oh, he hasn't done anything. Well, I don't see a smoking gun. So it's like, man, but that you're not a little curious. You don't want to go poking around on this? I don't. No. I'm sorry. That just, like I said, I'm ranting now. But yeah, the reason he's doing this is because it's his damn job.
Of course. And it's not always comfortable. I mean, there have been plenty of times where we have to ask uncomfortable questions of coaches or players. Mm-hmm. In Sacramento. I mean, like, we're not doing that so people are like, oh, great question. No, you're doing it because the question has to be asked and the question needs to be answered. Mm-hmm. Like, and that for them on the record, it needs to be answered on the record. So their words are now what you put into your story. Mm-hmm. Now, their words could be wrong and you could know them to be wrong, but that's why you also frame that as, here's what Monty McNair said about Devin Carter's injured shoulder before he drafted him. Mm-hmm. Like there are very specific reasons why we do what we do as far as like asking questions. And sometimes, you know, again, following a 35-point loss, like what exactly are you supposed to ask somebody, you know, that isn't something that you've already asked before. But at the same time, you have to get some sort of dialogue going between you and the players, you and the coach to start the process of what we're going to do in this interview. I don't think Pablo Torre's done anything wrong. And if he does do something wrong, this is the big thing that I'll keep pointing at. He just went at one of the richest people in America.
Yep.
That he did. And he knows exactly what that means.
And richest people in the world.
Yeah. Richest people in the world. Yeah. Yeah. And the most wealthy sports franchise owner in the country.
I like a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. So like when you do that, like he's doing that with the understanding that if he's wrong, he's getting sued.
Yes.
And so far there is no lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and because that once you sue somebody, now it's about discovery. Like, oh no, if you're going to sue me for it, then I get to see your side. I get to see all the evidence you have and you get to see all the evidence I have. And that's where things get even more dicey. So yeah, I don't think the story's going away. I don't think it's anytime soon that it's going to go away. And to be honest with you, I think it's more and more likely that the Clippers are going to be held accountable for whatever they did here.
Yep.
But then again, the NBA's they've got to prove it, or their outside people have to prove it.
And the Clippers being held accountable is not the fault of Pablo Torre or the Boston Sports Journal or anybody who covers the Clippers or anybody who does reporting on this. Mm-mm. If the Clippers are punished, it's because the NBA investigated them and found wrongdoing.
Exactly.
You as a fan should be celebrating that. Not wondering, well, why did anybody report on this?
Someone go look at the Clippers roster and then start worrying about how bad you feel about what they're going through right now. No. Yeah. And that's where I'd even say, like, if the NBA does decide to like void Kawhi Leonard's contract, one of the things that I would do if I were them is I would make it dead cap money, the remaining 2 years at over $100 million.
Yeah.
Make it dead cap money. They can't use it. Not only you don't have the player, but you don't get to use that cap space to go and sign someone else.
Cap space apparently doesn't mean much to the Clippers anyways.
No, they've got ways around that, Kyle.
Look, I don't like the Clippers don't impact my life. I couldn't care less about what goes on in the Los Angeles Clippers organization. But this story for me is fascinating. I am so interested in how this is going to play out, from additional evidence that might come out against the Clippers. From the Clippers' response, they said it's provably false that they circumvented the cap. Can't wait. Like, I can't wait to see that. Because if it is, like, wow, okay, that's a new turn. I want to know what's going on. And there's somebody who's helping tell that story.
Yep.
Anyways, this is the second day in a row that I've been poorly prepared for a transition here. But I'm going to do my best. The NBA is screwing up big time. We'll talk about it next on the Insiders. Thanks, Jesse.
Oh, it's warming up outside.
This is today.
Bryce, I'm in Truckee. Getting away for a couple of days before the season starts. Do we have anything else that's starred up here?
This bothers me. This bothers me a lot. I would love to know why. Like, what is it? Why is it a problem to you?
Yep.
Like,
and this is interesting.
Yes, this is. I meant to grab this, and sorry for missing it.
As we transition out of this story.
This I don't know. Like, maybe. Like,
but it's one of the interesting ties, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone said the punishment for the Clippers and all this is that they remain the Clippers. It's, No, I did not see this. Oof. TBD on insider studies. But
Tony, maybe, I don't know. Last season was so crappy because of the situation with Rory.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Man. Quick Rockies watch. They lost 9-0 to the Dodgers last night. They've now allowed 931 runs. Their run differential is minus 386. They're 16 games. Just to get that in here.
What are you trying to say, Kyle?
They stink. The Giants also, they are still 2 games back after a 5-3 loss to the D-backs yesterday. They're now tied with the Reds, but Cincy is just ahead of them because of the tiebreaker. The A's, meanwhile, as we get to our baseball portion of the program for a brief moment before we talk about why the NBA, having nothing to do with the Kawhi Leonard situation, the NBA is screwing up in a completely different capacity. The A's managed to get a win last night, yesterday afternoon against the Red Sox. 5-4 was the final there.
Yeah, 5-4 walk-off.
5-4 is the final. Jacob Wilson 1 for 4, still batting .319. Still trails Aaron Judge by 0.02 percentage points for the Major League Baseball batting title. Oh, Aaron Judge went over 3 yesterday, dropped to .319. Thank you for adding that. My stats when I looked him up this morning were wrong.
Yeah. Jacob Wilson is in a dead heat for the batting title, which is just absolutely spectacular.
I wonder what I have 2 things on Jacob Wilson potentially winning the batting title. One is I wonder what the full percentage points are.
Yeah,
and I
because
wonder who is technically
he's ahead.
Oh, is he ahead
Judge,
by the full percentage?
Well, when I looked at it this morning, they had Judge listed above Wilson, so I'm guessing that he's ahead.
Okay,
and the last rookie to lead Major League Baseball in batting was Ichiro in 2001. He batted .350, but let's be honest, that's really not that fair. I mean, Ichiro's amazing, but he also had played professionally for like 8 years before that. Before that, it was Tony Oliva in 1964 who batted .323.
That'd be fun. That'd be a cool thing.
Yeah, I think so too.
Jacob Wilson winning a batting title. I'm doing some quick math on the fly here. So Jacob Wilson is .31880. So he's 318.8 technically.
Okay.
And Aaron Judge is at 318.9 right now.
Oh, just barely.
Just got him for now. But there's still 16 games left. So Jacob Wilson of your Sacramento A's potentially could win the batting title as a rookie. And speaking of good rookies on the A's, Nick Kurtz hit his 30th home run last night. So did Shea Langeliers. I keep saying last night, yesterday. It was an afternoon game. Got late.
Yeah, both those guys hitting the 30 home run mark. You got Brent Rooker, who's at 27, I think, and still has a shot to hit 30. Rooker has 40 doubles. Like, really interesting how he's not just hitting home runs, although his batting average is well down from last year's number. And Kyle, I wanted to bring up really quick. There's something that I've been watching with the A's that I think is really, really interesting, and like it's a good development piece. And it's that Kurtz, first of all, can hit a home run to any field, right? But he's hitting so many to left field, going opposite field, that it's crazy. But I also notice that Soderstrom is doing the same thing. It's not hitting home runs out to opposite field, but Soderstrom is becoming I know he came in as a top tier prospect, but he's really, really leaning into using the entire field and is making him a very, very good hitter for the future. And I just think it's something that, like, shout out to the A's for their player development, because a lot of young players come up and all they can do is pull the ball, especially in modern baseball. And to see two young hitters who are using the entire field, same with Jacob Wilson, but Jacob Wilson is just like so incredibly elite that I saw a stat the other day. They actually, his rookie season and Tony Gwynn's rookie season are nearly identical. Like, that's how good Jacob Wilson is.
Wow.
In his rookie season.
So Jacob Wilson's going to be Tony Gwynn, is what you're saying?
Well, if he is,
that's what I'm hearing right now.
I'm locking him up to a 20-year contract if he is. So, yeah, just pay him all the monies.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn is ridiculous. 41 years old, hitting 324 and 112 plate appearances.
Yeah, I think the crazy thing too, like, even as a rookie, he struck out like 36 times or something. And that's where Jacob Wilson is, like 44 strikeouts on the season. It's just absolutely crazy.
He struck out over his first 2 seasons. That's 140 games, 37 times total.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy.
All right, let's talk some hoops on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Did you see what Adam Silver said yesterday?
He said a lot of things yesterday. Which one are you talking about?
About how for people who can't afford to watch their games, they can just watch highlights.
Come on.
He said, so here's what he said, quote, "There's a huge amount of our content that people can essentially consume for free. I mean, this is very much a highlights-based sport. So Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it. Any service. The New York Times, for that matter, to the extent that your content is not behind a paid firewall, there's an enormous amount of content out there. YouTube, another example that is advertising-based that consumers can consume." I feel like if you're Adam Silver, I understand I'm not naive to the fact that his goal is to make the most money, as much money as possible for the league. But I also feel like you would want as many people as possible to be able to watch your sport. And I'm not expecting them to make every game available for free on the internet, because that flies in the face of their television partners and their streaming partners and all that.
And capitalism,
et cetera, et cetera. But I was disappointed by this answer, because I think so much of the issue with, like, basketball discourse today is that people don't watch games as much as they used to. They watch highlights, and their thoughts and opinions about the league and the sport are just based on whatever their algorithm feeds them. And because let's be real about how people use Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. Nobody's going to Instagram and searching Chicago Bulls highlights. And even then, you're going to get like Michael Jordan highlights, and you're going to get Scottie Pippen defensive reel. And here's Derrick Rose. He should be in the Hall of Fame. That's the kind of content you're going to get. You're not going to get, hey, here's the 15 most important plays from the Bulls game tonight. Like, it's just not, that's not a realistic way that people use those social media platforms. And so I think that Adam Silver, who I think is very forward thinking in these regards, I think displays quite a bit of naivete, if you will, about the way people consume basketball. And I feel like he should have a greater concern that fans are being priced out of his sport.
Oh, yeah, I would agree. I mean, certainly out of the arena, a lot of people have been priced out of the arena for years and years. You know, it's like for a family of 4, even if you get like discounted tickets, I mean, if you're sitting lower bowl, you're talking about like a $600 or $700 night out. If you're talking about upper bowl, you know, you might be able to get some discounted tickets and get you in for, you know, $120, $150 after fees. But you're still looking at just like food costs and everything else that goes into it. You're talking about a $300 or $400 night out for for a ton of family of fours out there. That's just, it's an insane amount of money that they can't afford. That's half of a rent payment for some people. And so there are families that can't get to an arena. Now, as far as watching the game, I do think that they need to figure out a way to like broaden who gets to watch their games. And clearly, he hasn't completely developed his thought. You can tell on this issue because I think he understands that it's not just like who can pay for this streaming service or that streaming service. At this point, it's like, where in the world is my game going to be tomorrow night? Like, just finding the game and then having fans like figure out like halfway through that they don't have some platform that they should have that is going to make it so they can't watch a game tonight. That's like a pretty substantial issue. And I think what like the NBA middle class, like I think is really taken a hit recently, especially with the new aprons and everything else. We've talked about this where there just aren't as many like, $15 to $25 million contracts as there once was. And to be honest, there's a lot more like rookie level contracts. There's a lot of league minimum contracts. There's not even a lot of players who are getting mid-level exceptions at this point during this offseason. And so what we're seeing is like these people in the like 85 to 90% of the NBA that aren't making the gigantic money that, your stars are making, they rely on people knowing who they are by watching the game. Like I know like the nuances of knowing, whether Trey Lyles is a good player or not, and looking at his basketball reference page and his stats and going, well, I mean, he averages, 6.8 points per game or 8 points a game. He's not very good. No, you have to actually watch the game to understand the nuances of what makes a guy like Trey Lyles or, name that journeyman, basketball player, what makes them a good player and what separates them from guys who aren't in the league. And by not allowing people to watch games, you're reducing like some of the knowledge of your fan base. And that's not a good thing either. We're not, I mean, ESPN turned us into a highlight reel, sort of society when it comes to sports. But I think we can all look at, Sports Center and realize that if the Kings did win, if they were playing the Lakers, you see 6 LeBron James highlights, 1 of the Kings hitting a shot and winning the game. And that's just the reality of where you are. Like we'll throw the stats up on the screen. It's about what sells more than it is anything else. And I think, Adam Silver needs to be cognizant of that and make sure that his product is available to as many households as possible.
Yeah, man. And I'm not even, I understand why the streaming services are being brought into the mix for sure. But I think at some point, and this isn't an NBA only problem. This is every sport that is diving into the streaming service business. There is going to have to be some way where, like you said, I got to know where games are on.
Yeah.
I don't want to, the freaking Chargers Chiefs game. I am technologically savvy. I got it. An app is not a problem for me. I use a smart TV with apps on it. Like I'm basically an IT guy, right? But even that, it's like, okay, so I go to my streaming app that I use to go turn on Chiefs Chargers, and it's like, nope, I have to go to YouTube for this. And I have to stay on YouTube. And that just, for me, and I know that that's one example, but when it starts to become Peacock, and then Prime Video, and then Paramount Plus, and then ESPN Plus, and Apple TV. Oh, and there's a game on Netflix. It's just, it becomes a thing where I loved and this is not an old man yells at cloud, but it's just, hey, the A's game's on channel 36, or the Kings game tonight is on channel 698. or 696. I forget what the DirecTV numbers are. But like, I know that, hey, you know what? That's the channel that game is going to be on. And if it's not there, I'm going to TNT or I'm going to ESPN. And that was it.
Yeah.
That's as far as it went. And the fact that now it's just, it's complicated for many people. It's inaccessible. I don't think you're ultimately growing your sport the way you want to grow your sport. Because when you start limiting the amount of people that can engage with your sport and that can watch your sport, outside of, and again, the highlights are nice, but nobody over time, and I'm not saying in the next 3 years or 5 years, but over a length of time, you start to get people who become disinterested with your sport. And okay, you're raking in all this money, but your fan base is very slowly starting to dwindle.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the direction this is heading if they don't get their arms around. There's going to be, you got to have an NBC Sports thing or cable to watch the Kings, and then you need all these. It feels like it's unnecessarily complicated to do something as simple as turning on a damn basketball game.
And they're doing it to themselves, Kyle. That's
Correct.
the problem. You're just like, what are you doing? And don't talk about it in the way that, if it's difficult for our fans to find our sport, then, you're just going to have to look harder. Like that's not the way it goes. You need to make your sport as accessible as possible. And I get it. Like the NFL package is super expensive. We talk about this, so we're talking about a different sport, but like you can still watch football all day on Sunday. You might not get red zone, but and you might not get to watch a team that plays in a different market, but at least you're getting to watch your hyper local, like the 49ers or the Raiders or whatever the game of the week is. You're getting to watch that on your TV without paying extra. Yeah, Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football on NBC. Everyone knows where it's at. Yeah.
I have a friend who lives here in Sacramento, can watch every 49ers and Raiders game, and he has an antenna.
Yep. The old HD antenna. Yep.
Yeah. I just, the tinge of like, hey, poor people can just watch highlights was crazy to me. Like that bothers me on a spiritual level.
No, I'm with you.
I can't rock with it. Also, we didn't cover this yesterday. The New Orleans, nope, not the New Orleans Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets were going to have sports betting night, which is a night they had last year on March 20th against the Knicks. They were going to have it this year on March 17th, which is a game against the Miami Heat and Terry Rozier on Terry Rozier's birthday. Terry Rozier, who was investigated for gambling.
Still under investigation.
Guest of honor, Terry Rozier on gambling night.
I mean, dude, the Hornets have now removed sports betting night from their promotional calendar, and it's unclear whether they're going to reschedule it.
Maybe move it to the day the Brooklyn Nets come to town.
The Brooklyn.
Yeah, maybe you get Jonte Porter's brother there or something.
Yeah, Michael Porter.
What team does Beasley play for right now?
Not one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe play for the Hornets.
Yeah, maybe we put a hold on gambling night till we figure out where these guys are playing next season.
Yeah, maybe get a hold on maybe put a hold on gambling night until 3 athletes in the NCAA weren't just suspended for gambling on each other and texting about it. Like, bro, your over under on rebounds is 4.5, and the dude's like, bet, I got it.
You can't be gambling on Fresno State and San Jose State. You're gonna get caught immediately. It's like, oh wow, this guy just made $15,000 on the San Jose State player. Yeah, that's a little fishy.
There's, according to Ross Dellinger from Yahoo Sports, there are 13 more athletes across 6 schools now being investigated for gambling. And this isn't gonna go away because people will continue to be stupid. Like, that's just the bottom line.
Yep.
So, shout out to the athletes gambling on themselves and betting their own unders.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Just don't gamble on your sport that you play in. It's pretty simple. It's not like, oh, we got to stop gambling. Don't promote it. No, it's fine. Just stop being a dummy.
And if you badly want to gamble on basketball, stop playing basketball.
Yeah, it's that bad.
Yeah, it's that easy. All right, we got the handoff coming up next. D-Lo and Casey will join us on the Insiders. My Jesse, we were joking about this yesterday. Can you imagine if like you had a couple of teammates who just constantly bet your unders, but you weren't involved?
I'd quit.
They're just like,
honestly.
this dude stinks.
Yeah, nah, I'd quit.
Like, we have a weird pattern where you went under your rebounds, points, and assists in 56 straight games, and your teammates bet the unders on all of them. What?
No clue. At that point, like, yeah, I was in on it. I was in on it. I knew all about it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, suspend me. Ban me for life, please. You know, I could have averaged 15 if I wanted, but we just made so much money. So, yeah, go ahead and ban me.
One of my son's friends bets on the most crazy random stuff he bet on darts. He was betting, he had like a four play. And one of them was darts. One of them was WNBA basketball. One of them was on an EPL, like passes made by a specific player in European basketball and European soccer. Just crazy. But I also realize that a lot of college kids right now are playing daily fantasy sports.
I've never been a betting man. I just figured I'm going to keep my $10 and waste it on something else.
Yeah. Scout, they're probably just testing the beam. I did see a picture of it.
We're going to just move up to 2 instead of 3. Okay, cool.
I hear both of you, Kyle. One of the mics is open. Did you catch that, Kyle?
I think that might be it.
I'm going to do that just to make sure that nothing here happens. I'll shut off Kyle's mic. Hopefully he's not saying anything. Yeah. What's going on?
All right, what's up, everybody? I have a fantastic little.
Hey, Kyle, real quick.
Yeah.
I had to mute your mic because we could hear you starting to talk, and so
Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, this mic was there was a mic open.
Yeah. So I muted you so it wasn't coming through.
Thanks.
Check 1, check 2.
Appreciate. That's Damien.
Oh, there we go. My bad.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Want to beef with the king? What is you gonna do?
Chris Ochoa, we lost in my big league by like 0.7. 0.7. Me and Kyle got clubbed.
Yeah,
by
we
the
got
most appropriate name of all time. Ken's boss team.
Losing to the person with the generic team name in fantasy is tough, especially when it's Ken. Oh.
How about those Lakers, huh? What do you think?
Ah, damn. James, I made a roster move on our team yesterday. It's not going to work out for us. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. What was said roster
I
move?
thought James Cook was limited by a hamstring injury, so I picked up Ray Davis, but he was a full participant today in practice, so I'm going to keep him just in case, though.
Who did we waive?
Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, we did that in my other league too. We picked up Quentin Johnson.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, lock in. It's a handoff. D'Lo and Casey are here.
Up in the clouds, me and my spouse. Y'all
Mhm.
don't know the remix, man.
Remix.
I don't know
Hov
the
went
remix.
crazy. And then I think Kendrick even got Hov on the remix
Got
because
it,
Kendrick
got it.
came back on the next verse and went
Yeah.
crazy.
Hmm.
I was like, I got one more. I got one
Ooh,
more.
he went crazy on that last verse.
James, how do you feel about Kendrick and Jay's verse on Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe?
I have lots of thoughts. I have lots of thoughts.
Yeah, how much time do we got? We have 40 minutes. Nah, not going to be able to get it done. Not going to be able to get it done. So, obviously, we've spent a lot of time today talking about the new reporting from Pablo Torre about the Kawhi Leonard.
It's the gift
Situation.
that keeps on giving.
It just, dude,
It's so great.
I got in the car today. I was running late and texted you before leaving my home.
Yep.
Because I was so excited.
Oh, yeah.
Also, you could just, I'm on Do Not Disturb. You could text me at 4 a.m.
That was one of the first things I saw. I was like, yo, I got to text Kyle. I was like, come on,
Just
man.
do- I'm on.
It's 4:27. Like, don't text Kyle right now.
No, you can. I'm up. Not a long time after that, and I'm on Do Not Disturb starting at 10 p.m.
Good for you. I'm on
So-
Do Not Disturb around 8:30.
But this just so this just was. I don't want to say came out. It was pointed out
Mhm.
by an account on Twitter called AP Hoops at AP Hoops, not associated with the Associated Press as far as I can tell. So they link Kawhi Leonard's Basketball Reference game logs
Mhm.
and point out that in 2022, which is the year of the most recent Pablo Torre podcast, the December of 2022, where the 1.99 million was was taken from Dennis Wong,
Yep.
the
Minority
owner.
Los Angeles Clippers.
Yes,
The
Was-
only other owner of the team.
right, paid 1.99 million to Aspiration.
A company that was failing and dying and going under.
Correct. And then 9 days later, Kawhi Leonard got his late $1.75 million payment.
Right.
In 2022, Kawhi Leonard played in just 26% of his games due to, quote, right knee stiffness before the reported $1.75 million payment was made. The day after it was deposited, Leonard went on to play 82% of the Clippers' total games to close out the season.
Can you imagine?
Come
you know what's-
on, man.
You know what's crazy about that is the idea that Kawhi goes, you don't have my money?
Yeah.
All right.
My 1.75?
Yeah.
Like-
no, let's forget the fact I'm earning 37 on the season or whatever I don't know what his dollar figure was then. Let's forget that. But you don't have my 1.7?
Yeah.
All right, man. My knee hurts.
Again, yeah, it's just
It's not the first time. Like, I mean, Sacramento had the famed ankle injury,
Right.
ankle soreness.
So,
De'Aaron.
yeah.
The long running joke is
yeah.
De'Aaron had ankle soreness until Buddy was traded. I don't blame him.
he walks in and goes strutting in like, oh, buddy, that's funny.
So
That's good.
I'm a staunch listener of the Insiders, and today
Yes.
was no different. So I've
Yes.
been listening.
Yes,
Let's go down the list. I got notes.
yes, great.
Number one, Uncle Dennis, Kawhi, all this other stuff.
Kenny keeps notes.
James had a problem with Kawhi. I think you got a problem with Kawhi, Uncle Dennis, because all this is playing out.
Mhm.
That's not their problem. They can ask for whatever they want under the sun.
Uh-huh.
If somebody's going to give it to you, you take it. Simple as that. Like you talk about no show, whatever. Right now, if somebody said, Kyle, I'm going to give you $5 million to a month. You don't have to show up for any of these recycling things that we're doing. I'm going to just give you $5 million a month. Now, I may be skeptical of it. I may be like, hey, nothing in this world is free. I may, but once if you vetted it and saw like, hey, it actually is a real deal, you going to say no? Because you want to show up
no,
and work?
No, I think you
don't-
misunderstood what I said.
Well, I also don't think that's entirely accurate according to the collective bargaining agreement. Like, I think anything that is related to the cap pertains to both the player and the team. I'd have to defer to James a little bit on this. He's a little bit more of a cap expert, but it's similar to like If I handed you a kilo of cocaine and just left and you had the kilo of cocaine, it's not like, well, D'Lo just gave it to me. I have it. It's like, no, you are now in possession of a kilo of cocaine.
Right.
I think it's similar. Like you actually cannot ask for that in a contract negotiation with the basketball club.
Right.
Well, on top of that, and I think one of the key things.
Sorry, Hammer.
Whatever
One
you
thing.
want.
No, you can't. But if you asked aspiration
Right.
after the negotiation, that's different.
Right.
That's completely different. But if this came up in a contract negotiation with Uncle Dennis, and this is where Kawhi would be clean, because I don't imagine Kawhi is sitting there with Uncle Dennis doing his contract negotiation. That's where Kawhi, I think, is clean.
Well, and here's the problem. The fact that they asked for it is going to be, it means that Kawhi is on the hook for it. Like if they came to Kawhi, if aspiration came to Kawhi and said, hey, we want to give you this deal, but you don't have to do anything. That's one thing. That's like, that's like asking Kyle, hey, here's $5 million to go. You don't have to do anything, but here's $5 million. If Kyle goes and asks for that $5 million, which is what happened in this situation, according to Pablo Torre, that Kawhi Leonard's people were asking for that, then that's totally different, because there's a big difference between making it part of the reason why you're going to the Clippers, part of the reason why you're signing for less money and going to the Clippers is because you're going to get this outside, kickback. And you asked for it. And, the problem that they have is that Uncle Dennis asked the Raptors for it as well. And there are probably other teams that have similar stories when it comes to Kawhi and they're dealing with his representation, that they're asking for these things. So that's where you become, you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution.
If anybody out there wants to offer me $5 million to not show up to their recycling events, Kyle.Madsen. No, but my problem with Kawhi in this is, and one, in your example, I don't work in a space where there's a salary cap, at least not maybe a self-imposed one, but not an actual salary cap.
Salary cap is levied from Philadelphia.
But no, my
that's why they can't get Quentin Grimes.
That's right.
the thing that the quote unquote problem I would have in this situation with Kawhi Leonard specifically is it would make me, again, if this is all what it appears to be, which we don't know for sure yet, but if it is, I would now question exactly what I read in that tweet. Like, okay, I've been on Kawhi's side of like, dude, when a guy's hurt, he's not, he's hurt.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want? If he thinks he's going to go out there and bust his knee, then I get why he's not playing. Even if the team doctor's like, hey, he's fine, he's cool. If he's like, nah, I can't play. Okay. Like, I've always been on Kawhi's side there. If this all comes out as like, oh yeah, man, they circumvented the salary cap in this way. So he wanted to do no-show work. It would make me question, like, okay, was he no-show working as an NBA player then? Which I think is fair. And then when you hear that I read at the top of this segment, it's like, oh, kind of seems like that's what he was doing.
The no-show thing is pretty crazy. It's kind of it's a really odd element to all of this. Like, and if this is truly the case, asking for a dollar figure, whatever the dollar figure is, and then go, no, I don't want to take pictures or plant trees or sign cards or jerseys. I don't want to do anything. I just want the money.
Yes.
That's a very odd element to this. Because it's like, hey, here's like, I think it was on Pablo's podcast. It could have been a different one where they were like, when you do endorsement deals like this, generally, what are we talking about? Or we're talking pictures, or if you're doing autograph signings, what do those look like? Oh, it was Pablo's because they were reading the contract. And it was like, you might have to sign, 50 basketballs or something like that. And the guy was like, do you know, in a normal situation with endorsement deals like this, you're signing like 1,500.
Yeah.
You're just sitting down and you're going from basketball to basketball or jersey to jersey, or someone is pulling, papers and sign. And it's going to partners, investors, auction winners, whatever. And he's just like, nah,
and
none of that.
And the question is, why would aspiration do that? And Wyatt's $7 million annually, which is more than, as we found out today, his shoe deal with New Balance. That's crazy. Anyway.
So, but once again, I want to come back to this. Is Kawhi at fault or the people who condone that behavior at fault?
Yes.
If they're if he knows they're going to do it, yeah, that's what I'm not saying he should or anything else like that, but this is, now we're dealing with the real world. People will push the line with what they can get away with for as long as they can get away with it until somebody says, no, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. Breaking the rules. That's all.
He's absolutely at fault. He's absolutely, if he knows about the deal, he's absolutely at fault. If he opens an LLC and his signature's on that LLC, he's absolutely at fault for doing it.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying who, like, if somebody would have said, no, this is against the rules, it would have been deaded. He's doing it because people will do this. Like he's not, I don't believe he's the first one ever in the NBA.
I would agree.
He's doing this because this is how business is done, and people will let him specifically get away with it. In that situation, when he was talking about not playing until allegedly, this is all whatever, not playing until I get my 1.9, you ain't getting the 1.9, dog. Don't play the whole year. I don't care. You're not getting it. But no, what they did was, here's your 1.9. Okay, now he's back on the. No, stop that. Somebody stop that. No, you've done enough.
So
you've gotten enough.
So Kawhi is clean? Is it like you think like Kawhi should be clean in all this?
I don't think he should be clean, but I don't look at him. Not saying anybody here does. I don't look down on Kawhi because he's doing what people are letting him get away with. That's my crux.
So he's a badass kid who with no parents.
To a certain degree, yeah. Absolutely. They're letting him get away with it. They could have told him no a number of different times.
So even if it's outlined in the collective bargaining agreement that you and your representatives cannot do this, he's clean because someone will do it for him.
I don't know if he's clean. Like I think his
I don't know. I think
his contract should be voided and all this. I'm talking morality wise, really. In this,
let's just take the philosophical morality question. Then we'll just take it another step. If Steve Ballmer has a weird kill room somewhere where he allows Kawhi Leonard to come in and kill a human being, but no one knows about it, and Kawhi was given the gun by somebody, is that okay? And the answer is no, it's not okay no matter what. The morality issue is it right or is it wrong? And Kawhi did something that's wrong. Well, it appears he did something that's wrong. And it doesn't matter whether it's taking money or doing something much more nefarious. If you did something wrong, you did something wrong.
A kill room and taking millions of dollars are kind of two different things, in my opinion. So no, I wouldn't. If Kawhi Leonard was doing that, I wouldn't be like, no, Kawhi's just doing what people.
But if you're talking about morality, it's morality is morality. Like,
so James, I'll ask you, James. Somebody tells you, I'm gonna give you $5 million for a no-show contract here at Odyssey. You gonna say no because I'm moral?
But that's not. I don't think that's the crux of the discussion.
That's the crux of my discussion.
Well, that's not.
But there's nothing at Odyssey that says. Yeah, there's nothing at Odyssey that says I can't take $5 million.
Like you would be allowed to at Odyssey to get paid $5 million.
Once again, it's not. I think Kawhi Leonard in this situation should have his contract voided. That's what I believe. Legally, I think he should. But earlier, like I said, it was like, oh, we talking down to Kawhi. Like, how could you do that? Like, no, we're living in the real world. They're letting you get away with that, and you can get an extra $5 million or whatever. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Maybe some of us missed the discussion on the insiders, so maybe this is all fresh to me, and I'm not quite understanding.
Yeah, a little bit same. I said
you missed the discussion on the insiders too.
Yeah, no, I think you're referring to when I said that it would make me view Kawhi differently. Correct? When I said,
me too. Yeah,
it would make me view him differently because I would now question. Wait, was he actually? I have stood in front of this guy for being hurt this whole time. Was he really hurt?
Can I rephrase it and use the word that you used with me earlier that I used with you last week? I think this alters Kawhi Leonard's legacy. This becomes a great, if there are significant ramifications to this, this to me becomes a greater talking point than this will be what he's remembered by more so than 2 titles on 2 different teams. Like, I feel like this is what people remember. This it feels like, and Adam said, hey, you could be wrong.
Mhm.
It feels like this is going to be big enough to trump that, to trump those 2 titles, and what his play was in the league, because it becomes this move to Los Angeles, leaving a team that literally just won the title. Like, that's the other thing. He is a superstar player, an A1 player, a top 3 player in the league at the time, who left a team that he led to an NBA championship to join the Los Angeles Clippers. And that is a story. It's the Clippers, a perennial loser, post Donald Sterling, Steve Ballmer, richest owner in professional sports. Like the bullet points to make this Bill Simmons' most compelling 30 for 30 ever are all right there. Every single one of them. And I think that will ultimately, I think it will drown his legacy a little bit.
It's just kind of a bummer for me. Like,
Understand.
damn. Like, I thought,
because I was with
like,
you. I was with you in the regards of like his injuries. Like, I thought San Antonio, and I actually still believe this, I think San Antonio screwed him up.
I do too.
I think the way that they handled his injury, and then way they treated him when he didn't come back when they wanted him to, ultimately put in motion a lot of the things that we still see to this day. And that's a hell of a fine from that account, but I'm gonna need someone to show me that those are directly related, because I'm still gonna err on the side of he's legitimately trying to figure out how to manage his body.
It would go from, I need to be careful. It would go from Kawhi is a guy that led 2 teams and was the finals MVP on 2 different teams. And then he went to the Clippers, and man, you know what? The injury stuff just got in the way. It would be impossible to tell the story of Kawhi Leonard's career without also going, hey, he's the cap circumvention guy. Like, that's what he would, that's what he would be first.
For sure.
So,
I completely
and he could be the
understand
one, to your point, or one of the points you've been making from jump, is he could be the one who brings the whole house down. He could be the one where it's like Adam has to say, if man,
which would be fine, by the way.
I thought yesterday was, and we'll talk a lot about that. I thought yesterday was, because I watched the 34-minute. I thought yesterday was Adam Silver's worst day as a commissioner. It
wasn't a good one.
It was bad. Like, on just so many fronts, it was bad. But he could be the one who finally, all right, I told y'all, privately, I told y'all, don't cross me. This is done. The next team, coach, player, owner, company we find involved in this, gone. Everyone in this room, talking about the 30 owners, everyone in this room is on board for this right now. You get caught, it's over. I gave you 20 years of leeway. It's over. Kawhi, that could be Kawhi's legacy.
Yeah.
He's the one who brought these. He's the one who brought these
up.
endorsement deals down.
I want to touch on that, but you're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQHG2
Wow,
Sacramento,
4 minutes
ESPN
in.
1320.
Wow.
Sacramento sports leader, always free on the Odyssey app. We're having a real conversation.
So that's when you know we were cooking.
I want to real quick. I want to ask James and Damien something.
Yes.
What is the punishment for somebody asking for that?
So that's it, man. That is a great question. I said this to you yesterday, Casey. I think the one who bears, we have to learn and understand Kawhi's agent's role in this, which that could have massive ramifications. Uncle Dennis has to be gone. Uncle Dennis can't be a part in any negotiations with a professional basketball team or with a company that endorses sponsors or is involved in the NBA officially or any one of their teams in any way. I don't know how you punish Kawhi.
I don't know.
No, let's get off Kawhi, because like just you said that that's illegal to ask. Like I believe you can ask for anything you want to.
I don't think you can.
But if you're found to be asking for that, what's the punishment?
But Kawhi didn't ask.
That's
the whole thing. That's the thing.
Your team
there is a reason agents exist. Because if I go into Aaron Miller's office and I have a contentious contract negotiation with him, I have to look at him the next day. And we fight and we scream and we throw stuff around the office because I want this and he wants this. And I say I'm worth this and he says I'm not. We have to deal with each other on a day-to-day basis. If I send Bill Duffy in there to do it, Bill Duffy can do all of that, and they can fuss and fight and scream and get it done, and then Bill leaves.
Mhm.
It never has to deal with him again.
And you can go, it's just business.
Just business. That's
yeah.
exactly right. It is just business. That's why that buffer exists.
Here's the other thing that goes even further than that. Uncle Dennis, not even his legal representation.
So that's the other part I
He's
can't
just
get.
a dude.
Why is Dennis here?
But I'm saying, like, if Uncle Dennis, they keep saying Uncle Dennis asked for all this stuff. How do you punish them for asking for that?
So, and I think James, speak on this. So you tell me if I'm wrong. You have to be certified through the Players Association to negotiate any sort of contract for a player, which means if Uncle Dennis is involved in a discussion as a representative of Kawhi Leonard, the Clippers, the Raptors, the Sacramento Kings, everyone could look at Uncle Dennis and say, I'm sorry, man, I can't talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
By the way the collective bargaining agreement is, I can't talk to you. Now, what that does is that eliminates that team from their ability to talk to Kawhi Leonard.
Mm.
But brings me to, and James, I want you to take over. It brings me to this. I think who suffers the worst is the team.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers and Steve
Yeah.
Ballmer, I think, will suffer the worst. Go ahead, Hammer.
Yeah, and like, look, your original question, Casey, like, you know, it's illegal to ask. It's illegal for an agent to ask because the agent has to clear like very specific sets of like not only rules, but like he has to be vetted by the union. He has to be allowed into the basketball world. And if he sits there and does stuff that's illegal, they can just kick him out and say, hey, look, you're not allowed to negotiate player contracts, right? Mm-hmm. So for a player agent to ask something like that, he knows or she knows that by asking that question, they're breaking the rules. For somebody on the outside, for Uncle Dennis, or even for Kawhi to ask those questions, they, as a team, you have to say, hey, look, that's against the NBA rules and we can't do that. And clearly there are teams out there that are willing to do this and some that aren't willing to do it. Or even, you know, like what we heard about the Toronto Raptors through the Toronto Star situation, like they were willing to like help him get outside endorsements, but there's a way to do that without like circumventing the cap, you know, to be honest and upfront about the endorsements that they're getting and having those endorsements be real endorsements and not fake endorsements.
But are they not circumventing the cap by finding him an extra $15 million? Finding him an extra now the way you go about it and the steps that you take, yeah, but that's, to me, that's still circumventing the cap. You're finding $15 more and promising him $15 more million to pay.
So let me ask another question that I don't think we've asked at any point in this discussion over the last week. We keep talking about circumventing the cap. If Kawhi Leonard in that second, if Kawhi Leonard signs a max deal for maximum amount of money in maximum amount of years, what's the conversation like today?
I think it's the same conversation, to be honest with you, because if he signs for max money and he still wants more, it just makes him look greedy. He already, I mean, in this situation, like we talked about the 2022 season, right? He was making $42.4 million or something that season when this whole thing started cooking. And like, look, I think like we're going to view him through a bunch of different lenses if this all ends up being something that he gets tagged with at the end of his career. But at the end of the day, it's about the league putting a foot down and saying, this isn't okay. And Casey, the $15 million that the Raptors weren't going to get, what you can't do as an NBA team, you can say, hey, we helped line up this. But what you can't do is have him signing your contract on the dotted line contingent on those outside deals. It's like, yeah, there are people outside that would give you money, but you need to go and finish those contracts. We're not touching any of that. We're not part of any of it. But what you can't do is make it part of his contract.
If we're being real, like we're being real with the Clippers, I think the Clippers did something illegal. Yeah. I don't need the emails or the text messages, everything that I believe that happened. I also believe Toronto would have done the same thing.
So yeah,
That like but let's not
agree.
talk like Toronto's doing it. It's a different way. No, they're doing the same thing. They're circumventing the cap. That's what they're doing.
But here, so
They're-
sorry, I'm so
Mhm,
sorry. The
go ahead.
reason I asked the question was if you're making max money, you're not circumventing the cap. That's
sure.
not that you're not
Yeah.
trying to navigate around cap rules.
But you are a little bit.
No,
Well,
you
no.
are.
Because that's a maximum
you're
contract.
not.
That's a max value they can give him.
Right. You're adding to it,
Sure.
but the part that owners allegedly that other people are
Mhm.
frustrated with is he took a less than max contract,
Sure.
but still got all that money,
Mhm.
which gave the Los Angeles Clippers an opportunity to
I
go
see.
sign somebody,
Sure.
do that. You eliminate that opportunity. You're paying into the tax. You're doing all of these other things.
Yeah.
You're not circumventing everything. You're sweetening the pot.
Mhm.
And there's it. So James said, I think the conversation is exactly the same. I don't think the conversation is the same. There's still a conversation.
Mhm.
And it's a tough one that Steve Ballmer and
Mhm.
Uncle Dennis and all of these different people are going to have to answer to. But you've eliminated that key phrase of circumventing the cap.
Mhm.
Interesting.
The thing that I think is put such a passionate dynamic to it is the fact that he did not sign a contract that was the most money that he could sign.
Right.
And that's left people like, what? It's written in every article,
Mhm.
whether it's at The Athletic, ESPN. It's like, yeah, it caught everyone off guard when he signed this
Right.
3-year.
Not Zach Lowe. Zach Lowe didn't bat an eye.
That's a great point though. I think you're right. I think that's a good point to this whole thing.
This is to what you brought up is the Raptors part of this, and whether the Raptors didn't say no to Kawhi because he asked for this, right? And Pablo brings this
Maybe
up.
the Maple Leafs were too far.
The Pablo brings this up on this podcast, and I think like you guys have brought this up since the beginning. Like this might burn the whole house down. Because the only reason, as Pablo brings up, the only reason this came to light is because Aspiration was a faux company that went into bankruptcy and litigation and all this stuff where all of this stuff became public. If Aspiration's a real company and they're up and running and planting all sorts of trees and making money and doing this is not a thing that a story. He keeps saying like the argument against Pablo's reporting is the Clippers and Steve Ballmer wouldn't have been this sloppy. And he's like, they weren't this sloppy. This company fell apart.
Right.
And that's why it got here. If Kawhi had done this with, I'm just going to, I know that I get it. Nike, this never comes out.
Right.
Like he's making his money and he's getting paid and cap's being circumvented. So it would not shock me one bit if, it won't be this year, but in 10, 15, 20 years at some point, we find out that like, oh yeah, there's 87 players being paid more in circumventing the salary cap. That wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Well, and to Damian's point, I just want to like circumventing the cap is like it. There's different ways you can circumvent the cap. And what Damian, you're talking about is other owners are looking at him and going, hey, look, you just saved $12 million or $8 million and you went out and signed other players. That's one way to circumvent the cap. Another way to circumvent the cap is to give someone $60 million and then say, hey, if you play for us on top of that $60 million, we're also going to get you another $8 million and you'll be paid more than anyone else, where he's making more money. So in that situation, we're dealing with a player making not only max money, but then additional money on top of that, which is again, circumventing the cap in a different way. But it's one that maybe other owners, because that's one player, you might be like, all right, we lost out on Kawhi. He didn't want to sign here because we weren't willing to go 60 million and then an additional 8 million. But I think what you're talking about is other owners are looking at this going, hey, not only were you able to sign Kawhi and get him for less money, but then on top of that, you were able to go out and use that cap money to go buy other players as well, which would have been something we could have done if you didn't circumvent the cap. So they're both cap circumvention. It's just one way is impacting Kawhi Leonard, the Kawhi Leonard sweepstakes in itself, like its own entity. And the other is the trickle down effect of what the Kawhi Leonard sweepstakes means to other players and other teams. Got me?
Note number 2.
Note number 2.
That was just number 1.
So,
Next.
so you had a discussion on my tweet asking earlier this morning about what I forgot exactly what I said verbatim, but it basically was about why is Pablo Torre doing this? And I don't know how the tone came off.
Big Laker fan, that's why.
I was upset by what I saw in the chatty house. That's why I got so fired up.
They might have been talking about me asking that as well.
I think that's a fine question to ask, and I wrote it in the rundown. We were going to talk about it.
Yeah.
I was upset by stuff. I got fired up by that.
Got you. But to that point, I literally just want to know why he's doing it.
Because it's his job, dog.
No, it's his job. But I would ask him, and maybe he just say, it's just my job. And when I'm done with all the information, then I'll be done with the story. But like, do you have an end game? Do you want to see the NBA crack down on this? Do you want to see Steve Ballmer punished? Do you want to see Kawhi punished? Do you want to see Steve Ballmer not on the Clippers? Like, what do you want out of this? It's literally just the question I have. Not like, I get that's what investigative journalism is, and that's what it does. Like, I get it. I just want to know, like, what do you want to come of this? Or do you just want to say, hey, I just want this out here, and then I'll just move on to the next story?
I don't
Couldn't
think
be a simple
I don't think Woodward and Bernstein were doing investigating a tip on a break-in at a hotel with the hopes that Richard Nixon would resign. I think they were just they got a tip and followed it and kept following it and kept following it, and this is what it led to. That's all that I think that's what true, and I know that's lost today. That's what journalists do.
I agree.
He's following a trail, and now the presentation is different. It's not a multi-layered vetted cover story on the Washington Post. It's podcasts and video clips and YouTubes and all of that stuff. Like, it's a completely different thing. But in the end, the art of it is still the same. You got a tip on something and you started following it, and the trail didn't end.
Right.
You just kept following it.
Go ahead.
And I would say the like, what does he want to see from this? A quote unquote a journalist will say, that's not my that's not my job.
Yeah,
I don't care what happens.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to see the Clippers punished. He doesn't not want to see. He's like, hey, fans, here's this story that's out. And like I said on the show earlier, if Pablo comes out and tells this whole story and the NBA goes, nah, we're not going to investigate, he's going to start pulling on that. Like, wait, hang on. Why isn't the NBA investigating this? And maybe he runs into walls and he can't, there's no story there and it just kind of dies. But I don't think this isn't like an opinion type of thing where he is a fan who has an axe to grind. Like, nah, he's literally just telling a story.
No, I don't think so either. I'm literally just curious. And also, we're not investigative journalists.
Correct.
Right? I think there's a difference. We're broadcast journalists.
I'm a commentator.
I think a lot of the times, and maybe this is what I think about, maybe by myself, but what I think about sometimes is the human element of these people. I think we look at them as Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, Kawhi Leonard, a basketball player, Uncle Dennis, somebody that knows Kawhi Leonard, and not as people. We look at them as characters. And the reason why I bring that up is all four of us know something about some form of sports that we have decided, I'm not going to make that public because the ramifications to that person, to people connected, isn't worth me putting that out in the public. And Pablo's doing his job here. And look, I'm not here to say that people who are breaking the law or doing wrong need to be protected. But what if Joan and payroll gets fired because of this?
Tough.
That's not tough. Like, Joan and payroll might be a single mother with 2 kids, and she was just doing.
Was she involved?
She might have been just doing her job, doing what her boss told her to do. not ask questions, not investigate. Like, where is this going? Hey, enter this into here. And Jonah Payroll is now unemployed. She didn't even know she was doing something against the NBA cap. It's not even. I don't even know if it was necessarily illegal.
So
I'm
I'm
just
not
saying.
sure what
why,
you're.
yeah,
I'm just
then
saying
why
there's
would you-
ramifications for this.
Totally. That's what happens. But that's the Clippers' fault in this
Yeah,
in this
she
scenario.
was-
Right? That's on the Clippers. That's not on the journalist.
Okay.
That's not Pablo's
that's-
fault.
I'm not
like, and
I'm
I'm
not saying it's necessarily Pablo's fault. I'm just saying there are things. Me and James have talked a couple of different times
Mhm.
about something. James will know
Mhm.
once I start talking. I
Of
think.
course, I know what you're talking about.
I think. Why is that happening? Why? There's ramifications to people who haven't done
Mhm.
necessarily anything wrong that may affect.
That's
That's
Clippers'
investigative journalism, but there's a trickle down effect of people that didn't do anything wrong in this situation that will affect.
But that's not the journalist's job. That's not Pablo's job in this.
I understand. I get it. I'm just saying.
And I
there are
think,
things
Let me.
that
Kenny,
I'm just not going to go. I'm not going to do that.
He investigated the first part of this for 7 months. He didn't just throw this out there on a whim.
Mm.
Like he talked to sources. He got this, and once you get that part of the story, like that's the story. What happens because of that is not, like I said, he's not rooting for anything, rooting against anything. He's telling a story. Go ahead, James.
Go ahead, Hammer.
yeah, like I always use this metaphor of like, pulling on the sweater, right? Like you see a string and you pull on the string and you're like, oh, the whole sweater starts to unravel. But if you unravel the entire sweater and when you get to the end, the only thing that's left is a white t-shirt underneath, and it's like, hey, there's nothing there. Like we just got to the end of the unraveling of the sweater and we've got nothing to report. That's one thing, but that's not what happened. As you started to pull on the sweater, all of a sudden you started to see the bottom, Kawhi Leonard's chin. And all of a sudden you start to see a picture of Steve Ballmer next to him, and you keep unraveling and unraveling like, oh, well, this is going where I didn't expect. If it would have ended with Carol in accounting being a gigantic Kawhi Leonard and a giant Clippers fan, and she decides to go out and do some nefarious stuff, yeah, she's going to get fired for that. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a billionaire owner who may have used a nefarious company to funnel money to one of his players to bolster his team and get something for less than what was expected. And so, you know what I mean? So it's almost like if every single Scooby-Doo villain was actually like a mummy, we'd be like, oh, it's just another mummy, running around. But every time you pull the mask off, you're like, oh, wait, no, it's the guy who owns the hotel. And what Pablo Torre did here is he found the hotel owner. He figured out who, the bad guy was in the story. And so I don't fault him at all. Allegedly. Yeah.
And I don't know what, maybe I'm not getting my point. I'm not faulting Pablo or journalists who investigate things.
So you say, I think you were about to say, I'm not getting my point across. What is the crux of what you're trying to get across?
That investigative journalism comes with repercussions to people who are not intended to be, to get in trouble, or things come out sometimes. And I think that is,
should that keep someone from investigating?
No, not necessarily, but sometimes it does. Like I said, all four of us know something. I'm not about this, but just in the sports world, and we choose not to make it public for different reasons. Some of those reasons are, what, this could have irreversible damage to this person or people connected to them. So we decide not to, and that's it. I'm not saying one is right or wrong.
For myself, I have not ever done that.
Okay,
but I also know less than you guys.
Well, I also think.
Well,
Kenny,
I won't speak for anyone else. Yeah, like I know so and so might be stepping outside of his marriage or with his girlfriend, like that. But what value does that have to anybody? Like, no value of me saying that on the air comes out. There's a handful of other things, but again, what's the value in it? And for me, I don't have any. But also, that's not my job.
Well,
I don't
also
have to use his James analogy. I don't have to tug on the sweater string.
Yeah, and I think, Kenny, like, we know stuff, right? but knowing stuff and being able to get 7 sources and 6 different like pieces of hard evidence that you're able to show people on a podcast, that's totally different. And not only that, but like if you're going to run with a crazy story and you're going to put something out there, you better have the backing of someone bigger than, like Pablo Torre. Didn't he just go to The Athletic, which is of course part of the New York Times?
Right.
Part of the reason why he probably did that was because he looked at his material and said, hey, I'm going to run with this, but before I do that, can I get someone to back me that is going to swing back if Steve Ballmer comes swinging for me?
Yeah,
like
with the New York, that's the Bill Bradley, that's the editor in chief, that's the lawyers looking at this going, yeah, you can do it,
right?
Or no, you can't,
right, right.
Yeah,
and it's just you're not
he's not Bill Simmons. Right,
No.
Bill Simmons is
this isn't a conspiracy, Pablo.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's this is what he's spent his life doing. He's just in a medium now that is changed so greatly. It can get mixed up.
And once again, I want to be perfectly clear. Don't think Pablo's doing anything wrong at all. He's doing his job, like you said. Just being clear. I don't think he's doing anything wrong here. I just want to make that perfectly clear.
Hey man, if you chase this whole thing and you pull off the mask and it's Steve Ballmer, it's Steve Ballmer. And that's it. Like if you're chasing a story and you get all the way to the end and you're like, oh my gosh, I know exactly what happened. You have to run with it if you can, but you better have it airtight and being able to like that story you better have so many sources that there's no way that you're gonna extend yourself again against one of the richest men in the world. Like that dude wants to start suing you. Like the lawsuits won't end. They'll never end. He'll just keep appealing.
So that's the thing. There's nothing to sue because Pablo's not telling you why. He's telling you what.
Yes, and he's always
and that is very, very
that.
important.
Yep.
Like he's telling you what happened. Steve Ballmer has not disputed what happened. What's in question is why.
Yes.
And Pablo does not tell you why this happened. Steve Ballmer has not told you why this happened. It's up to the NBA to show you why this happened, as Adam Silver pointed out yesterday. But that's the difference. The what isn't in dispute because Steve Ballmer has acknowledged as much. What's not a thing. The why is the question.
Right.
What's coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
Well,
no more it is.
I guess. Yeah.
Purdy's out 2 to 5 weeks, it looks like.
I very much plan to talk to you about that, but we'll just talk to Chris Biderman when he joins us at 1:15. Coach Marion will talk to us ahead of Sac State's first home game. And Matt George, who is both confused in the chat and angry at Adam Silver, will be with us in the final hour of the show.
Confused in the chat. Put it on a t-shirt. For James Ham and Kyle Madsen, shout out to Jesse for helping us out. We're the
Sounds
Insiders.
like our documentary. Confused in the chat.
The D-Lo and KC or the ESPN 1320 story.
Pretty much.
Drink water, be nice to people.
Great stuff, Hammer.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks, James. Have a
Chatty
good day.
House, see you on Tuesday.
Later, bro.
Enjoy Tahoe.
See you, James.
Muted.
Now we're good.
There we
Yeah,
go.
Why would this StreamYard box be muted? That was weird.
Did nobody hear anything we said on the handle?
Yeah.
No, you guys were good. No, you guys were good. Yeah, we were on the.
Kyle must have been
Yeah, I think when we
extra
left,
precautionary.
yeah.
He's like, yeah, we're gonna turn. You know, Kyle was talking crazy. He turned everything off.
Shout out to the radio. You got something to stream to
Yeah,
right there.
shout out. It doesn't happen often. Shout out to everybody on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. And hey, we'll let it ride one more time.
There we go.
Hey. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live
The worst slums of Sacramento.
alongside executive
What are you doing with
producer
him?
here. You got any more you want to get off your chest before?
No,
I just looked. I didn't know. You know, I don't. It's not a joke. It's not a gimmick. I do not spend a lot of time on Twitter or social media unless I know there's a big story that I need to go kind of search out and see. So you referenced like a tweet you put out there. I didn't see it. I pulled it up during the handoff. I see it now.
Yeah, and it was literally just I want to know if he has a specific thing that he's trying to do outside of just being a journalist. If he doesn't, then that's cool too. Like it once again, people in the chatty house, people on Twitter, they are so damn smart and get so sensitive with things that are happening. They think everything is said in a tone or anything else like that. I literally I would love to ask Pablo, what is your end game?
But no one, I don't think people know your tone. Like that's that's why I don't like Twitter. Is like people don't know your tone. They see your like just looking at the last words. Because I think the question is fair. Like what I guess the question is fair given the sports media landscape, but the last line I think is what people are like, yo, Casey, what?
But even to
and the last line for those who don't know is like, what's the point of all of this?
Even to the question, like asking the question, the answer could be like, because I'm a journalist and I want to find things out. And I'll walk away like, oh, okay. Once again, because everybody want to be so damn smart. Everything doesn't have to be this super grand, oh, gotcha moment or what. Like, no, like, hey, do you have any type of motives for reporting this? Or are you just doing your job? Or are you like, what is it? And if he comes back saying, no, I think it's interesting, and I want to find out the end of it, I will turn around and be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But people look at anything a lot of the times and just, oh, well, what are you getting at? Or how could you not see that? Like, bro, it's just a question that gets an answer that gets a response of, oh, okay, that's
but
what I was looking for.
Is it fair to say now you're interpreting tone in the responses?
No.
Like no? Okay.
Based on the responses, no, because the responses aren't even no, I'm just being facetious. I'm just joking a little bit. Yeah, sure, I could be doing the same thing in that.
Well, I think you are. I mean, there's some,
yeah,
like the one that just says "bruh." That that has a certain tone to it. What he's doing his job, sure, that has a certain tone to it. But I think a lot of these are King's News. He's an investigative sports reporter. He's just doing his job. Ethan says he wants to report the truth, fulfilling his role as an investigative journalist. Like, I don't know that there's tone.
But even that, because everybody has to, how the hell you going to answer for Pablo? How are you going to answer for him? Maybe he wants to see the Clippers taken all the way down. Mm-hmm. You don't know that. I said I want to ask him a question.
If that's
what's the point of this? And people are answering for him like they know the answer.
So
you don't know the answer. Okay. Why are you answering?
Okay, so I won't speak for Pablo, but I would think in his role as an investigative journalist, if you asked him and he said, I want Bomber and the Clippers brought down, that immediately destroys his reputation.
That doesn't, yes, but it also doesn't mean he's wrong.
No, it doesn't. But it calls into question it literally calls into question all of the work he's doing if that's his response.
Yeah, he'll kill a lot of his credibility.
Yeah, he destroys it.
Yeah, it's just over after that.
He does become Bill Simmons after that. He's a fan now.
See, even that, if everything is finding is what it is and it's true, they were cheating, they were circumventing the cap, and he wants to see them go down. To me, that doesn't eliminate everything he found, and that doesn't make me.
Well, no,
But I
no.
was just real quick, like at Sac State or whatever, like they teach you. I mean, school's only 5 years ago or whatever, but like they teach you, like you just report the facts. You're not doing this with a like attack or whatever. You're just reporting what's there, just the story. Like Pablo, I don't think is
Understandable.
going into this. Like I think that's the mindset Pablo's going into. Like I don't think Pablo's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take down the Clippers. Pablo was just doing what he's learned, I guess.
I believe that's exactly what he's doing. I do believe that. But if he was like, Bomber, I'm gonna take you down, and he found out all this stuff,
Yeah,
he
people
found it out.
but people immediately stop paying attention to you at that point. And it again, like you just said, it doesn't mean that he's wrong.
Mhm.
It just means people look at him like he's just going to war with Steve Ballmer. I don't care. When you're and this is the thing that is lost, like especially over the last 24 hours, we know what it is. Certain news networks, I mean, all news networks lean a certain way, and they lean into their audience. If you can be one of the rare down the middle journalists, you'll get respect. And Pablo is one of those. I just don't think sports fans know how to take it. I don't think sports fans know in an era where the Eastern Conference Finals is dedicated to Stephen A. Smith rather than the New York Knicks. I don't think sports media people know how to like take that anymore. Whereas Pablo's whole thing now is Pablo finds out he is investigating something that he's relaying to you. I want to go back to your tweet for a second. You said people are answering for him. When you posted that, did you just want it like there with no interaction?
No, they can interact all they want. But they can say whatever they want. That's why I hadn't responded to anybody. I posted it. Respond to it however you want. I'm not looking for engagement. I'm not looking to go back and forth with anybody, especially on Twitter. But I will say, like I said, because it came up, clarifying for anybody that is listening and saw the tweet, literally it was just a question for me. It wasn't, there wasn't anything nefarious or I'm attacking Pablo or it's just, I'm curious. Do you feel any type of way? Or maybe that's not what you set out to do, but now that you're in this whole thing, now that you've discovered a lot of stuff, what do you think? Do you think the NBA should come down on him? Do you think Steve Ballmer should lose the Clippers? Like,
okay, well, that's different. Like
those are just questions.
Yeah, but that second part of what you just said is completely different than the first part of what you just said. What do you think should happen is different. Once this is all said and done, what do you think should happen? Should Steve Ballmer this? Should Kawhi Leonard this? That's different than what do you want out of all this? Those aren't the same questions.
Okay, fair. I'm just saying, like, I would ask him that too. What do you want out of this? Do you want nothing? Do you just want to do a good job on what your job is? And if he's like, yeah, that's all I want, I'd be like, oh, okay. Like, it's not once again, it's not no type of gotcha moment or question for Pablo. I just really would love to sit down with Pablo and just talk to him. I like Pablo. I like Pablo finds out. I like even the little silly ones that he does that aren't hard hitting or whatever. I just think he's really good at his job and what he does. He's an intelligent guy.
The daily ESPN podcast he did for a while was fantastic.
I think wasn't he the one that did Brandon Miller? He broke down the Brandon Miller situation.
Yes.
He's great at what he does.
And that was journalism, right? He's like, here are the facts of what happened without emotion in it. Here is what happened that night. And I think we both listened to it. I'll speak for me. I learned a lot from that podcast, and it sent me into a tailspin of researching more and finding, people grab these stories with an idea already, a narrative already. And these first takes and get-ups, it's not journalism. That's opinion-based stuff. And there's room for that too, but it's really, really important to distinguish the difference. And Brandon Miller was getting eviscerated, just destroyed over that incident. And it was like, okay, you formed it goes back to that phrase we've been using. You were guilty until proven innocent. And everybody operated under the presumption of guilt and had formed their opinion on this young man based on that. And his season at Alabama
Alabama
was just destroyed by it, like in terms of what he faced on the road and all these different things. But once you learned what happened, I mean, maybe it won't change your mind. But I know that podcast and the subsequent hours that I spent reading articles from journalists, not Steve, not opinion-based stuff on ESPN, but people reporting in Alabama was like, oh, wow, this is a lot different than the story they're telling on First Take or on I don't remember what the show Reese Davis, the NCAA Today, whatever it was. It's a lot different than that. And yeah, Pablo was behind all of that stuff.
He does a great job every time that I've seen his work. So once again, I like his work. I like everything he does. What Pablo finds out. Just a question.
Do you disagree with the assessment, the idea that Kyle and I both have that this alters his legacy? Kawhi Leonard. I'm sorry. I'm shifting from Pablo Torre to Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, I think this is one of the first things you'll think about, if not the first thing you'll think about when you think of Kawhi Leonard.
Now,
you'll think about this.
Is that predicated on anything? Like if Adam comes back in a month or two and goes, it was up to us to prove it, and we couldn't.
No, because I think I'll speak for myself. I already think something happened. Like I already think everything Pablo's laid out leads to the Clippers paying him, circumventing the cap. Uncle Dennis asking for stuff in Toronto. Like I already think that's what happened. So even if Adam Silver comes out and says we couldn't find anything to prove that this is the case, I'm still gonna be like, yeah, Kawhi did that. He absolutely did that. And
and you don't think you'll be able to look past that? Because to me, this isn't OJ. Like this isn't a situation that involves death, right? Like the jury said OJ didn't do it. No one else did. OJ lived the rest of his life as the guy who killed Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman. That's how he lived for the rest of his life. This isn't that. Right. So if Adam comes, burden of proof was on us and we failed. Sorry, guys. See you at the All-Star game and leaves. Do we watch every Clippers game like, yeah, Kawhi went for 35 and 10 tonight, but aspiration, am I right?
It'll be a footnote. It'll always be there for him. But for me personally, it doesn't take away from
But if he's wearing an Orlando Magic jersey or a Utah Jazz jersey, like now all of a sudden it's different. Like everything is different because he couldn't play for the Clippers. The contract was voided, all of these different things. And he has this stench that follows him, which I don't know. It's never been proven in the NBA. If he wins again, does it go away?
Yeah.
It works in the NFL.
Yeah.
I know there's a particular player who won a Super Bowl after I'm pretty sure he killed somebody. And no one cares. The NFL doesn't care. Television networks don't care. No one cares that this dude probably killed somebody. No one cares there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that says this man murdered somebody. But he started talking about God, and more importantly, he won the Super Bowl. No one cared after that.
Right.
I don't know if that works in the NBA.
I can only speak for me. Obviously, this doesn't really move me one way or another. It is part of his story. It's a footnote. But for Kenny Caraway, when I think of Kawhi Leonard's legacy, I'm always think first, one of the baddest dudes I ever seen play the game. And then Reese's son asked, granddad, who's Kawhi Leonard? First thing I'm gonna say is he's one of the nastiest dudes to ever play.
Well, son, do you know who Steve Ballmer is? What are your grandkids gonna call you?
I haven't thought about it, and I don't want to.
Pop.
Papa. I haven't thought about that at all.
Kenny. Papa Kenny.
Right now, these two just need to focus on calling me dad. That's it.
No. I feel like the little one says, "Hey, you now."
You calls me Kenny sometimes.
I believe it.
Yeah. When I have to get somewhere, like if I'm upstairs and she's downstairs, she's trying to get my attention because Jazz will scream upstairs, "Kenny!" when she wants me to come down. Kenny.
That's funny.
Yeah. So
funny.
yeah. But nah, it's not. It is something that will, like I said, be a footnote to his legacy. But it's not going to be the first thing I think of with Kawhi Leonard. And I know they're kind of drastic examples, but you brought them up. OJ. I
Mhm.
don't think of OJ the football player.
Right.
Then when I first
As
think
much
of
as we
OJ,
try to talk about how bad of a running back he was, it just
2,000
never
yards, 14 games.
it never works.
yeah, I think of
Yep.
murder, or
Right.
somebody got away with murder, or the
Yep.
trial and all that other stuff
Yeah.
before I even think about the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
So I don't think that, for me, that's not what Kawhi Leonard's going to be. Even if he brought everything down, even
Really?
if, I
Really?
would still first think about him as the basketball player.
Yeah. Dude does have 2 titles on 2 different teams. And again, we're not talking about something as drastic as Ray Lewis and OJ Simpson. We're talking about whether it's fraud or I don't. Kawhi's not even part of the fraud part. What the company was brought down for doesn't actually have to do anything with Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard and Dennis Wong and the Los Angeles Clippers and Uncle Dennis and all of this. And I think Pablo pointed it out today in response to Ballmer's conversation with Ramona. And it's 2 things can be true. You were defrauded. Like you were a victim in this. That's not like, I don't even know that that's up for dispute.
Right.
What we don't know is why you were involved with this company. And you use the line of good investments, bad investments, and all of that. And sure, like, I believe it. It's why these LLCs exist. The write-off for a loss is very, very different under, I know this isn't what it is. It's Steve Ballmer LLC versus Steve Ballmer. It's very different. And like, of the $50 million plus, I'm sure he lost, the LLC is going to prevent him from losing much. And that's why this stuff exists the way that he does. But that can all be 100% accurate. The question is, why were you involved with this company? And a lot of people got, a lot of people got fooled by them. Great. I'm asking you, the richest owner in professional sports and one of the richest men in the world, how did you get fooled by this? That's what I want to know. And those are questions Ramona didn't ask. And those are questions that'll maybe never be answered. Maybe like another thing, I thought this yesterday after Adam talked, after Adam Silver talked. Pablo kind of pointed it out today, even though I don't think Adam Silver had spoke when they recorded that podcast. I don't think we hear from Steve Ballmer again. I don't think we hear from Adam Silver again. And I think Michael asked, does Kawhi Leonard's silence say anything to you? Yeah, here's Michael. Does he need to get in front of a microphone? Well, absolutely not. One, Kawhi Leonard's never going to get in front of a microphone. Kawhi Leonard being silent is exactly what I would expect from Kawhi Leonard. But also now we're past that because this is being investigated now by a major law firm. So it is absolutely in Kawhi's best interest to not say anything. The trouble is, the big trouble for the association is this investigation isn't going to conclude in 2.5 weeks.
Right.
And there are going to be 3-4 dozen microphones in front of Kawhi Leonard's face in about 2.5 weeks. Then, like, what do you do? Because if you're Adam Silver, Steve Ballmer, Tyronn Lue, you need to formulate your plan right now. Because the Sam Amick's, the Ramona Shelburnes, hell, maybe even Pablo Torre, they're going to fly into Los Angeles for Clippers Media Day. And you better have a clear outline of how you're going to approach this with your star player. Because, again, this investigation isn't going to be over in 17 days.
I would, if you did something wrong, then I would say you just don't even answer those questions. Somebody asks you that, next question. I'm here to talk about basketball and the Los Angeles Clippers team. If you did something illegal, if you genuinely, which I don't believe, I think they did something illegal, but if you genuinely didn't do anything wrong or only do anything wrong, you answer and you say that.
Kenny, as your lawyer in this fictitious situation, you have the right to remain silent. This is under investigation. He can't say anything.
Well, you're right. You're right.
He should. My opinion is he should
I
not
thi-
say anything, and that should be made clear well in advance of Clippers media day.
I don't think, to answer your,
Even if you go as far as to make Kawhi not available.
I don't think anybody should say anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
think
No,
Ty Lue should
100%
say
right.
nothing.
That's what I was that's what I was getting to. I don't think we hear from Adam Silver. Steve Ballmer is not going to sit down with Ramona part 2. Like we've gotten all we're going to get, I think, until this investigation is over or nearing completion.
I agree. I wouldn't say a word. Let me ask you, because I haven't seen the video yet, the new Pablo Torre video. Just seen clips of it. Did you come away with that thinking he had the smoking gun? From what the clips that I've seen, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't.
So,
I don't feel like
so
he
the
did
smoking. Yet. So, and he asks the question, and again, that's really important to this. He asks, "Is this the smoking gun?" And he's hearing this because, well, and I don't know because I don't watch this, but those opinion shows are telling him this. You don't have anything. You don't have anything. So he's saying, "Okay, is this it?" The late payment to Kawhi Leonard. When I think they said 20+% of the workforce was being let go, including, the vice presidents, the presidents, like very high salaried people were being let go. And the line item that was Kawhi Leonard's $1.7 million was marked as critical within the company. And the only other owner of the Los Angeles Clippers who had not invested in this company before steps in and donates, and there has to be some sort of tax significance to this, $1.9995 million or something like that. 7 days later, now that goes from the Dennis Wong LLC to Aspiration. 7 days later, it goes from Aspiration to Kawhi Leonard, and now that debt is paid. He asked, "Is that the smoking gun?" No,
I don't think so either.
It's just another incredible form of circumstantial evidence.
I agree 100%. And I agree with that, believing
that's a bad one though.
But you're getting closer. You're getting closer. But I say that no, it's not the smoking gun. Believing from the start of all this that the Clippers were circumventing the cap.
Right.
Like that's what I believe. But I don't think it's been proven the way Adam Silver said it needs to be proven as of yet.
If someone from this organization that this firm that the NBA has hired, or the FBI or SEC, whoever, asks the different people in Aspiration, what did you use to pay Kawhi Leonard that $1.7 million when your company was gone at that point? It was going under. What money did you use? If they respond with, "We got an influx of cash for $1.9 million from Dennis Wong," does that change anything for you?
I'll answer when we come back.
Good idea. Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Securing the Bagley, I don't know if that is a smoking gun. I don't know. Once again, I believe all of this happened. I believe all of this happened. I believe it was all paying Kawhi under the table from the Clippers. That's what I believe from the things that I've heard. Can I prove that definitively? Not yet. Not with everything I've seen yet. No, it was not the smoking gun.
Wayne in the chat asked, "Where's the integrity of quotes?" Shout out to Wayne.
Who?
You see, Mitch called the Chatty House after party. He sounded very comfortable.
What does that mean?
Like he had dipped into the scotch for a
Oh,
while.
okay.
Feeling good.
Yep.
Feeling good.
David Garcia, as far as I'm concerned, that's Wayne, okay?
Whiskey
Tasha.
Wayne. So Peter reminds me, I gotta email Peter. I'm gonna be honest. I forgot what question I asked you before the commercial break.
There's always one of us. One of us forgets. Luckily, the other one remembers.
Okay.
I remember this one.
Okay, good.
You asked me if I think the NBA talked to the Clippers owner or somebody and said, with laying everybody off, did you use that money?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so the scenario I said, okay, thank you.
Mm.
I asked if whether it be the FBI, the SEC, whoever asked someone in aspiration, one of the finance people in aspiration said the company was going under, you were losing, you were firing people, you weren't making payroll, all of these different things that were happening. How did you manage to pay Kawhi Leonard the $1.7 million that he was owed? And if they responded, well, we've got an influx of cash from Dennis Wong, LLC, whatever, to the tune of $1.9 million, and we use that to pay Kawhi Leonard, how would you handle that? Or I guess I think the question was, is that the smoking gun?
The words matter in this situation, because if they say we got the influx, we got the 1.99 million, and we use that to pay Kawhi Leonard, that is different than if they said we got the 1.99 million and that helped us pay Kawhi Leonard. Because if it helped, I can say I didn't spend that whole 1.99 million on Kawhi Leonard. I had money saved up, and some of the influx in cash helped with keeping the lights on, keeping the rent paid, and all this other stuff. That was It was just part of it.
Mhm.
Because I think a lot of people look at it like, and rightfully so, like I think this is what actually happened. Like, oh, 1.99, 100% of that went to pay Kawhi. And I think that's what actually happened. And if they say at 1.99, 100% of that went to pay Kawhi, that would be the smoking gun. But if they say,
Well, I got good news. There's about 200,000 left.
there's-
Or not 200,000. Yeah.
yeah, about
It's about 200,000.
Yeah. I could, if they say, I mean, the influx,
We paid
Some of it
the
went there.
rent and the
Yeah.
light bill with that.
It wasn't everything. There's always. I just feel like they have to get for punishment.
Mhm.
They have to get that from somebody for sure. This money was paid to us by the Clippers. We paid that money specifically to Kawhi. Like I think they got to get that. Even with like some of the new people, the new witnesses and the new people saying stuff.
Mhm.
Even that, like if I was Ballmer or if I was an attorney representing the Clippers, trying to protect them in this situation, that person says, yeah, I was told to put this money aside and pay this money to Kawhi Leonard. I would say, well, who told you that? And they'd say, Jack Smith told me that. Okay, I want to talk to Jack Smith.
Jack Smith.
All right, I want to talk to Jack Smith. I'm going to talk to Jack Smith. Did you tell them that? And if Jack Smith says no, Jack Smith is the decision maker. From everything that I see, everybody's talked to so far, and like I said, I think Pablo may have some stuff up his sleeve still, but everybody's talked to so far isn't a decision maker.
Mhm.
They're the ones that just execute the plan.
So he said something today. You're right. I believe you're right. He said something today, and maybe he said this in the first one and I just missed it. That source that went on record with I guess went on record with the distorted voice. I don't know if that's actually going on the record, but he referred to him as a very, very high level financial person in aspiration. Maybe he did that in the first one and I just missed it, but it caught my attention today. It's like, okay, so this isn't Joan in accounting or whoever you fired earlier. It's not her.
Joan and payroll.
It's Joan and payroll, right? It's not Joan and payroll. It appeared to be. It certainly isn't the decision maker because that guy's in jail, but it's also, I don't know that it's a 9-to-5er either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember hearing the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
but that person still answers to somebody who's making a decision.
Yeah.
And once again, they say, yeah, I was told to do this. Okay, who told you that?
Mm-hmm.
Jack Smith. I want to talk to Jack Smith. Jack Smith, did you tell this person to do that? Did you tell them to do that and this is why? Nah, I don't recall that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's who do you believe, right? And that's where that's not like definitive proof. Once again, I want to be perfectly clear. I think all this happened. I think all of it happened, but by what Adam Silver was talking about yesterday, it's more than I think all this happened.
I don't think Adam wants this to be true.
I don't think he does
That's
either.
what I think
We said this a week ago. That's not what's best for business.
Yeah, I do not think Adam wants this to be true, man.
Yeah.
He is he had such a bad day yesterday. Watching that press conference back, the full 34 minutes was tough. It was like, oh, that's okay. All right. He had a rough one, and he pissed off a lot of people, including Matt George, who's going to be with us in the final hour of the show. Chris Biderman's going to be with us here in just a couple of minutes because we've been talking about Kawhi Leonard, and we have not been talking about Brock Purdy and the fact that Ian Rappaport reported today he's going to be out, or they expect him to be out 2 to 5 weeks. Practice, I think, is going on right now. Kyle's not available today. He'll be available tomorrow. Robert Saleh is speaking today. I don't imagine he's going to be asked many questions about Brock Purdy. So we'll talk with Chris Biderman coming up here in just a couple of minutes about Brock Purdy, the injury, and what the 49ers might look like with Mac Jones under center. Since we have a few minutes, and I don't want to dive too deep into the Brock Purdy stuff, since we're going to get in depth with the co-host of the Candlestick Chronicles, did you see the announcement yesterday that WrestleMania 43 is in fact headed to Saudi Arabia?
I didn't see that till you put it in this morning or last night, but
Pause.
Till you. Yeah.
Whoa,
yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What the hell's the play? We're on the next
Flag.
play.
After further review, it's a flag, 15-yard penalty.
We're on the next play. Are you for real? This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous.
Understandable.
But I didn't see that till earlier, and
I don't believe there's been an official announcement from the WWE. I think that came from somewhere in Saudi Arabia where that news was first leaked. I'm not even sure. I was like, I'm not even sure if Meltzer has it up on his site yet, and yet he certainly does. The announcement has not come from the WWE yet, but it is for sure happening in Saudi Arabia in 2027.
I think that's whack. I think that is whack from the WWE. I think that's whack when boxing goes over there. But that's just me. I think you lose something from the experience from those big time events being in Saudi Arabia. And I just leave it there. I'm not even getting into like the political and all that other stuff. I just think you lose something when you go that far away. And yeah, that's
tough.
That's whack. Not a fan.
We're getting a bag. That's what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
just maximizing their
profits.
profits.
I feel for. I read a comment yesterday from someone within TKO, and I apologize for not taking better notes on this. They've really jacked up ticket prices, and like, and forgive me, wrestling fans, I don't care because I'm just not going anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I won't pay to go to their events anymore. So I really hadn't noticed. Our friend at WCW had alerted me a few times. He was like, "You won't believe this," and he would send me a screenshot of what Ticketmaster looked like, and it's like, "Oh, you got to be kidding me!" And they said, "Yeah, Vince really had this stuff priced out for families. They're so far behind UFC right now in terms of ticket revenue. We have to get them to catch up." And it's like,
look,
let me explain something to you, my executive friend. Wrestling has always been a family-oriented business, whether you like it or not. It was the big thing in the mid-90s and the early 2000s. This is not family entertainment, despite how passionately Vince McMahon told Bob Costas that it was not, but it would still be full of kids. Kids aren't going to the UFC.
right.
That's not what they're doing. They're not going to Las Vegas to watch whatever half-ass fight you're putting on. I thought that just speaks to the state of that company and where the business is right now. And it was so sad to read that.
I mean, I kind of left before at one point, so it wouldn't be the first time, but I'm so not interested in wrestling.
Yeah.
I'm just not interested. I might watch the old stuff or the docs or something like that and catch a moment here and there, but they're so not locked in to the original wrestling fans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And really the culture and the nature of the business. Like, it's so corporate right now. It's so far away from the culture of wrestling.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if this is something that pushes people to AEW.
Yeah, it could. Let's step out real quick. We'll come back. Chris Biderman is here. He's going to join us. We're going to talk Brock Purdy. We're going to talk Mac Jones. We're going to talk the San Francisco 49ers. When D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Chris Biderman.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Surprised Kenny was willing to have me on, given what happened with his Wolverines over the weekend.
Yeah. Norman, Oklahoma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
freshman, in a tough environment. Oklahoma played well. That's fine. I mean, we couldn't all go up against Grambling this week. So,
Hey, Chris, I missed it. How did Ohio State do against Texas?
The number 1 team in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah. They won. They won that
Oh,
game.
wow. How about that?
Yeah. Are you guys done? Are we finished?
No.
We done here?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Did you see that message Jesse sent us? Quarterback change at Sac State.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just letting you know for when he's on.
Oh, you sent that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought Jesse sent that. I see. Okay. My mistake.
What do you guys think of Cal Expo Stadium?
I think it's fine. Like, okay.
In a
Two
year?
questions. Yeah. Two
Yeah,
questions. Do we
that's the
like
question.
the idea or do we think it's going to get done?
Mm-hmm.
Those are two different questions. I like the idea. I think it works, but we'll see if it actually gets done.
A year feels very ambitious.
A year feels impossible.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
You talk to, I mean, I've covered a lot of stadium stuff the last few years, and you talk to people, they're like, I have no idea how anybody could turn a stadium idea around in a year, even with a grandstand already in place.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they started today, it would seem unlikely. They haven't even started. They're not close to starting anything.
They didn't have an architect or a design or really anything. It's just kind of this idea. So I don't know. I think it works. Like, I think ultimately if you build a new stadium in that spot, I think it really works. I just think, the whole modular setup in like a year is, I don't know. Is it that much of an upgrade too? That's the question I have.
It depends. I mean, I think what it does do though is it gives you more room to do stuff to add on to it and add in the future, which you kind of don't have right now.
Yeah.
There's just not a lot of space. And one of the underlooked at things with the stadium is a lot of people are like, just put the stands over the track field and all this other stuff. They want a new track stadium. Like, they want a top flight track stadium so they can get the trials back. And they don't look at the track as like disposable. Like, I'll just put stands over. Like, no, they want a brand new one and a great one so they can get more events. So
Yeah.
stuff. I'm anxious to see what they do. What this year looks like though with the little end zone seats. That's different. That's pretty dope. So
I'll need to go out there. I didn't get to a game last year.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
It's a good time out there. I was
definitely.
pleasantly surprised when I went out there for the first time in years, a couple years ago. It's a good time out there.
Saturday's really my only day off during the during basketball and football season. So depending if the Kings play, of course.
You went to the A's game last night, right? Or yesterday, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did the whole series.
I didn't have a follow-up to that. I was
Yeah, no, that's so the A's are in town, huh?
The A's are still playing. That's good.
Jesse, you didn't go to any of the Red Sox games?
No, I didn't get a chance to.
All right, we're coming back, Chris. The pride of the Ohio State University is with us here now.
All right, that was not necessary.
Our dearest brother
really
from the
wasn't.
Sacramento Bee, a very, very good friend from our favorite university, our man Chris Biderman.
That's not our favorite university. Like,
Our
what do you mean
favorite.
we?
We're a team. Our favorite, Chris Biderman. Come on, it's our guy. How many Michigan people join us? None. How many Ohio State people join us? Chris Biderman.
I'm gonna find somebody from Michigan to have on weekly.
Just locked on Wolverines. Just come in and talk. Chris, appreciate your time, man. As always, I figured there'd be some quite a bit to talk about. It turns out there's a lot more than we expected. I know you and Kyle are getting ready to talk about this over at Candlestick Chronicles. Let's start with the Ian Rappaport report that Brock Purdy could be out 2 to 5 weeks. What's that look like for the San Francisco 49ers if that winds up being true?
If it's 2 weeks, he misses the Saints and Cardinals, which feel like winnable games. If it's 3 weeks, you're looking at the home game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. If it's 4 weeks and 5 weeks, then you start looking at probably the toughest games the Niners have on their schedule at the Rams on that Thursday night, October 2nd, and then at Tampa Bay. So I would say that's probably the toughest 2-game stretch that the 49ers have this season. So I think, John Lynch went on the radio today and said something like it's going to be week to week. That to me is the biggest thing. If they can get Brock back before that Thursday game against the Rams, obviously a division game, and then against Tampa, those are the 2 ones that you circle. And maybe, George Kittle's going to miss a minimum of 4 games. So he could be back for Tampa October 12th. That's about the time you might be thinking about getting Brandon Ayuk back. So if the 49ers can just kind of tread water and go 2-2 or 3-1, like 3-1, I feel like over the next 4 games, if Brock doesn't play, would be a pretty massive win overall from a big picture perspective. So yeah, I'm looking for them, given the way the schedule plays out. Can they get to 2-2? Or can they go 2-2 over that stretch and then hit those Rams and Bucks games, get their guys back healthy, which they'll need if they can go on the road and win those.
When George Kittle was ruled out, they just said multiple weeks at first. I was thinking you'll probably see him after that mini bye with the Rams. We talked about it yesterday, me and Damian did, about he's questionable. He's looking like he might not be able to go, talking about Brock Purdy. I keep looking at that Thursday game as I think they're trying to get through that scenario where they have the quote-unquote mini bye, an extra 3 or 4 days, and that's probably when you bring somebody back. Is that the way you're seeing it for both of those guys, potentially George Kittle and Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I think so. I think at Tampa is probably the toughest game they have on their schedule the whole year, depending on how you feel about Houston. But yeah, I think that's about right. It's going to be 4 weeks for Kittle. It sounded like, he might have been able to push it had that Rams game been a normal week. That might have been around a normal target date, but because it was a short week, they can give him the benefit of that extra time off. So yeah, I think that game against Tampa certainly makes sense. And I'm fascinated to see what this looks like, honestly. Like, for all the talk about Mac Jones and all the hand-wringing Kyle and I did about how much of a massive mistake that would be for the 49ers to trade up from 12 to take Mac Jones in 2021. Like, now we'll kind of get a chance to see what it looks like. And I think if you're trying to find a silver lining to it, Mac Jones has started 49 games in the NFL. So this is not a Brandon Allen situation like it was last year when Brock Purdy was hurt. This is somebody who, is conceivably in his athletic prime. Not that Mac Jones is like a prime athlete or anything like that, but this is a guy who's played a lot of football, who's started a bunch of games, who's played with Kendrick Bourne. Kendrick Bourne was in New England when Mac Jones was a rookie, and they played 3 years together. But that rookie season for Mac Jones was Kendrick Bourne's best season. So that'll be something to keep an eye on while Juwan Jennings' status is up in the air. So yeah, I mean, we'll get to see Kyle Shanahan's dream of, how it plays out with Mac Jones, because I think everybody kind of has the idea that that's initially what he wanted, and he was dissuaded from that towards Trey Lance in 2021. But yeah, man, it'll be very interesting. The good thing, the other good thing too, is that this is so early in the season, and that with the 17-game schedule and at the schedule being as easy as it is for the 49ers, I think it could have happened at a much worse time of the season, put it that way.
Mac Jones, like you pointed this out, he's played football now. This isn't like, trading up to, to draft him when they wound up taking Trey Lance. But I'm of the belief that like it might not be so bad. And part of it is the schedule. The other part of it is I do have a great respect for Kyle Shanahan, the play caller. And I think he has a way of managing the offense that could be beneficial for Mac Jones. It's not a situation where you're replacing Josh Allen and you've got to find a way to go throw for 400, 500 yards a game, or you're Patrick Mahomes and you're the central focus of everything that happens on the offensive end for the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, it's a little bit different of a situation. And I don't mean that to demean Brock Purdy in any sort of way, but you have built this team to function on many different levels, with Kyle being the master manipulator of all of that. And obviously I would much rather have Brock Purdy out there for the 49ers to be successful, but I don't think it's the end of the world that Mac Jones might have to be under center for a couple of weeks.
Well, and I think you saw it Sunday in Seattle too, that really, like, the most indispensable guy on the 49ers offense was Christian McCaffrey. And somehow we're going into this week with the script completely flipped, that we're feeling the best about Christian McCaffrey's health when you look at the 49ers skill positions. And given the way he was used in the receiving game, there was that fourth down where he's motioned out wide to the left. Seahawks only have 2 defenders over there. He runs a simple out route, and you're able to convert an easy 4th and 2. Like, can Kyle Shanahan continue to figure out ways to get Christian McCaffrey the ball in space? Because that's ultimately going to be Mac Jones' best friend, because he doesn't have, the security blanket at tight end in George Kittle. And Ricky Pearsall still relatively new. But can't you still have Christian McCaffrey? So I think from that standpoint, you should be able to run the ball okay against the Saints. You should be able to figure out ways to get him the ball in space on those short passes to get Mac Jones comfortable and potentially in rhythm. And that, to me, is sort of the saving grace with all this, is like, all right, well, you can still count on Christian McCaffrey getting 25 touches. And that's generally been a very good thing for the Niners.
Yeah, Chris, and I look at it the same way D'Lo does here, where you've got a guy like Kyle Shanahan, and he's dealt with, I don't want to say this is exactly who Mac Jones is, but he's dealt with subpar quarterbacks before. He had Nick Mullins under center and was able to have a functioning offense with him in there. He's had C.J. Beathard under center and had a functioning offense in games while he was there. You wouldn't want those guys there for a whole season, and you wouldn't want Mac Jones there for a whole season. But in a 1, 2, 3 game stretch, I think you can get away with being able to win games with Mac Jones under center. And I'm also saying Mac Jones is probably better than those 2 guys that he's had under center. So I think Kyle Shanahan, that's his strength. That's why you feel comfortable in these situations, because you have a guy like that almost, no matter who's under center, he's going to be able to get guys open. They just got to deliver the football and not turn the ball over.
Yeah, and we haven't even talked about the defense yet, right? Like the defense coming into the season was probably a bit, aside from the injuries, was a far bigger question mark than the offense. And then you come out of week 1 in Seattle feeling pretty good about how the defense played, particularly a lot of the young players. Marquise Siegel, the safety, played really well. D. Winters certainly took a step and looked like one of the best players on the field. The defensive line did a good job at creating lanes for the linebackers to fill in the running game. So could there be more from the pass rush outside of Nick Bosa? Absolutely. But I think the defense too can give the 49ers a chance. Like there's a real possibility that going against Spencer Rattler, that the 49ers can score 17 points again and win that game. Right. So it might not be that they need Mac Jones to throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. They might just need him to not turn the ball over. Special teams is obviously going to have to be better. But it's given the way the Saints are constructed and where they're at and their quarterback situation, the Niners don't need to go in there and light it up offensively. And if the defense continues to play well, that could help Mac Jones out as much as anything on offense.
What's the key to the defense playing well? Because they've got obviously an influx of young guys over there. That's kind of the part of the ball. It's kind of the part of the field that's in the most transition, is that defensive side. But you still have Nick Bosa over there, who had a huge play on Sunday. And of course, Fred Warner, the guy who holds everything together for us. I
think it's Robert Saleh's return. I think the combination, just so one thing that Robert Saleh always did when, during his first tenure with the 49ers, they would watch film cut-ups as a team and track loafs, right? That they would call them loafs. And they would basically, like, who isn't sprinting as hard as they can to the football or do their responsibility on any given play. And these guys would get basically like demerits in front of the whole team. And if you got some of those, like, those would be embarrassing, obviously. And I think with Nick Sorensen and Steve Wilkes, I mean, frankly, it just seemed like the defense didn't play quite as hard, right? Like there was an element of, I think there was a little bit of a lack of trust between the players and the coaching staff from the standpoint of like when you have really smart players like Fred Warner and Nick Bosa who don't love the play call, there isn't going to be that same level of buy-in. I think there's just a different level of buy-in when Robert Saleh is there, on top of Robert Saleh dialing up a really sound scheme, not creating, insane mismatches that we saw with Steve Wilkes and Nick Sorensen at times. The blitzes all seem really well timed. And I think it's allowing the young guys to play fast and play with a level of confidence because of how good Robert Saleh is at defensive coordinator. So to me, that's the whole key. Like it was going to be like coming into the season, it was going to be, all right, the Niners are going to be good on defense because they have a whole bunch of talented dudes. They do have some talent on the defensive side, but they're going to be a good defense because they're greater than the sum of their parts because of how well coached they are on that side. So when you look at, with very few exceptions on Sunday, when you look at that game against Seattle, it wasn't like there were coverage busts all over the field. It wasn't like there was a terrible blitz call that the Seahawks were able to take advantage of. It was a very sound defense, and I thought everyone was flying around and playing really fast. And I think all that's a credit to Robert Saleh coming back.
Yeah, one of the things that we've talked about is I think you talk about the 49ers schedule, and a lot of people look at it like it's easy, all this other stuff. And I just don't feel like you can do that without seeing games first. But one of the things that I would look at is I look at the quarterbacks. Like, is this a quarterback against a 49ers defense that we think is going to be improved, that they should be able to handle? And I see quite a few of those. And this Sunday is one of them. Spencer Rattler, I know they're in the Superdome. I know they're on the road. I know it's the NFL. You got to respect these guys for what they can bring to the table, and anybody can win any given Sunday. But Robert Saleh, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, those guys should be able to, at the very least, keep it a low-scoring game to give the offense an opportunity to come out of there with a win, even with the injuries that are going on. I think that defense looked phenomenal on Sunday, and I could see the same type of performance on Sunday against the Saints.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And Kyle and I did the exercise before Sunday's game, doing kind of a big picture season preview and just kind of going through the opposing quarterbacks like you're talking about. And I predicted the 49ers would go 11-6 in large part because, like you mentioned, it's not necessarily the ease of the schedule, but it's just the quarterbacks you go against. Like aside from the 2 games against the Rams, I kind of think Brock and Baker, they're a toss-up. And maybe, if you want to say CJ Stroud's better than Brock, I wouldn't argue against that. But I think Brock's better than Kyler, and then basically all of the other quarterbacks the Niners have on their schedule. And just from that standpoint, if you're a well-coached defense and if the offense can, stay afloat with all these injuries, then you're going to be a really competitive team. So I just, I think the 49ers from the scheduling standpoint, it is about the quarterbacks. It's not, they don't have Jordan Love. They don't have, last year they had Jordan Love and Josh Allen, and year before they had Lamar. Like they don't, and last year they had Mahomes again, right? Like, and Herbert. Like they don't have any of these guys on the schedule this year. It's all a bunch of middling to lower tier quarterbacks. So with Robert Saleh back, if they can, accelerate the development of this defense with all these young guys, the Niners can be in a really good spot, and Sunday could be an example of that. And, we're going to talk, there's going to be a ton of discussion about Mac Jones coming out of the game, but really to me, if the Niners can hold the Saints to, 14 points or fewer, I think they should have a really good chance to win that game.
So we talked about Mac Jones potentially being under center. George Kittle is out. We really don't know the status of Juwan Jennings for Sunday yet. We went into the game. We went into the weekend wondering if Christian McCaffrey was going to play. We saw Trent Williams get banged up at one point. Fred Warner get banged up at one point. We talk about the schedule and the quarterbacks and all these different things. At what point though have we hit I don't know that the 49ers can survive all of this.
That's a great question. I would say, with the exception of Brandon Ayuk, it doesn't seem like any of these injuries are long-term, right? Like if guys are tearing ACLs and, knock on wood, and any other serious injuries like that, and they're done for the season, at that point you start to be like, oh, okay, this is really, really bad. It's obviously not good. And, you know, you never want injuries. You'd love to have all your guys play 17 games, but none of these really seem like long-term from the standpoint of like, okay, they're going to shut him down for the season. So, you know, like you're not at that point yet. I know that's like a very, I probably overly optimistic view of it, but that's just kind of how they have to look at it is like, all right, well, we're treading water. We have a Saints team that, you know, even without Brock Purdy, they should probably beat. It's going to be a really tough game because it's just really tough to win on the road in the NFL with a backup quarterback in general, but they should win that game. And then you have a team in Arizona that you're very familiar with that's still, you know, relatively young and has a lot of moving parts on defense. So that, you know, that's a game that the 49ers can win. And then you have Jacksonville coming in. We'll see how the Jaguars are. But the point being, like, they can survive this as long as it doesn't turn into this guy's out for the season, that guy's out for the season. If they know these guys are coming back, then at least they can look at the fact that they have a 17-game schedule, which gives you another week, another opportunity to win a game and get to the playoffs as opposed to a 16-game schedule.
Hey, Chris, what'd you think about my boy Slick Ricky Pearsall, man? He looked good out there. Is that something that you think he can put together every game, that type of game, you know, maybe 1,000-yard season? You think he has that type of capability?
When they drafted him and I did the deep dive on him as a prospect, I thought like, oh, this is definitely a Kyle Shanahan type receiver. Like he had really good hands at Florida. Like he never dropped anything. He took some hellacious hits over the middle of the field and held onto the football. He's a good route runner, like the athletic score stuff. Like I thought, okay, this Kyle Shanahan drafting a receiver in the first round, like this could be a Pro Bowl caliber type guy. Nothing that happened his rookie season dissuaded me from that. Obviously, it's some serious road bumps in his development. Getting shot before your first game doesn't really help.
That'll do it.
Yeah. But the skill set was there, and when he returned to playing, you kind of saw some of that, and it was pretty impressive for a rookie receiver. So hearing about him and Brock Purdy spending a ton of time working out together in the offseason, and then, you know, going down to training camp, I watched him in the practice. He came back from his injury and he made a, you know, the most of his reps, I thought, in that practice that I went to. I was like, okay, this could be a guy. Like I'm not going to anoint him and say like, oh, this is a 1,200-yard receiver, but like it's certainly there for him if he stays healthy and you know, continues to get better, because the skill set and the mindset, I think, is absolutely there. So no, I wasn't really surprised by that on Sunday, but they're going to need that. Like if it's going to be a revolving door with all the other injuries at receiver, like they need Ricky Pearsall to be healthy and be a steadying force, because if not, then things get extremely, you know, even more complicated, and it's already a very complicated situation.
Do you think, you know, Kyle, I don't know if he was speaking at a turn or just speaking ultra optimistic. Do you think we see Brandon Ayuk in week 6 or 7?
I have no idea, honestly. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, I don't know. Did you guys see the video of him running routes before the Raiders preseason game on the field?
I think I saw that. I saw him he was at training camp running routes as well. Maybe around that time too. So I was nervous. He's like, stop. Just stop.
Yeah, he looks pretty good. I honestly don't know what you know. I would assume it's going to be at some point in October or November, but I would just be completely speculating at this point. So I don't know, but it sounds like they're optimistic.
That's what I think Kyle does. Like, hey, when do you think Ayuk's going to be back? I don't know, week 6. I don't know. And all of a sudden, Kyle Shanahan says Brandon Ayuk back in week 6, and it's like, oh, really? When he first said it, I was like, oh, really? Wow.
I don't know how closely you guys watch the press conferences, but my guy Eric Branch from the San Francisco Chronicle is constantly asking Kyle Shanahan these injury questions. And it feels like each time Shanahan's temperature rises a little bit in his head, because he knows, like, Shanahan ideally would be like, I don't know, you know, some October, whatever. It's like that, like you said, like that's how he would like to answer the question. But Branch is always coming back with like, well, you said October and it's like November now. Like, what's the deal? Why are you know, those types of questions. And Shanahan is just so fed up with it. And he likes Eric personally. It's not like a personal thing. It's just part of the job. But My guy Eric, if you watch the press conferences, Eric is always needling Shanahan on injury time frames, and Shanahan continuously gets more and more irritated with it. It's kind of entertaining.
I love that.
I have a prediction.
Oh,
You know, as broadcast journalists, we're not investigative journalists.
of course.
We're
of
broadcast
course, of
journalists.
course.
We look at the story. We look at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Week 7, Atlanta, Sunday Night Football at Levi Stadium. Brandon Ayuk comes out of the tunnel, makes his return.
The question is, does George Kittle and Brock Purdy follow him at
Well,
the same time?
Hopefully, they're both playing the week before against Tampa Bay.
Okay.
What's crazy? What's crazy about that? What's crazy about that stretch is that's 4 road games in 5 weeks. So that'll be a pretty telling stretch of the season. I don't know how good Houston's going to be, but that might end up being a really difficult game. But then after that, I don't want to say smooth sailing, but Rams, Cardinals, Panthers, Browns, Titans, Colts, Bears, Seahawks, like, there's a real opportunity that if the Niners can get their guys back, they could go on a run at the second half of the season. And it might be that, 10 games is all they need to get into the playoffs. So, as bad as the injury stuff looks now, if they can just get their guys healthy, there's a real opportunity for them to go on a run in November and December.
Chris, great stuff as always. We're tapping into Candlestick Chronicles, man. We appreciate you, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
Take care, Chris.
The
Go Bucks.
Ohio State's finest.
Oh
Yes,
my
indeed.
gosh, bro.
The Ohio State's finest right there.
Gosh,
Our
this
good
is
friend.
ridiculous. This
Chris Biderman.
propaganda going on this show for that sorry ass program
Number 1 team in the country.
by default.
Reigning, defending national champion Ohio State Buckeyes.
Gosh.
And of course, he's also of the Sacramento Bee and Candlestick Chronicles as well. Kyle noted yesterday, this obviously wasn't a part of all of the reporting, but I was able to go back and see that he said that Brock hurt his toe in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
He hurt his toe at the end of the first half on a scramble, and like they knew he was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
He was aware of it in the second half, meaning he being Kyle Shanahan, which means Brock Purdy was aware, like he was obviously in discomfort, and just kind of gutted the game out. And I'll speak for me, I certainly didn't notice. And then all of a sudden the next day, it's like, hey, Brock's hurt.
Yeah, I didn't notice it at all either. Somebody, it might have been Eric Branch actually, who found the play allegedly where he hurt himself.
That 7-yard scramble, I think.
Yeah, it kind of got pushed off to the sideline or something like that. And he got up normal.
Yeah.
He got up like nothing was wrong. And like you said, he played the rest of the game. It's one of those things that happens, man. You just never know. That type of fall, that type of step has happened hundreds of times in that game alone by multiple players. And it just didn't end well for Brock Purdy. There are the people who, once again, saying it's Kyle's fault.
Of course. Yeah. Kyle put a hit out on Brock Purdy.
Now it's, if Kyle would invest in the offensive line, maybe, he wouldn't be under pressure and have to. All right, man.
Is that coming from your friends again?
No.
Okay.
Friends-ish.
Oh.
Like, they mentioned it. I don't know if it's their idea.
Oh, okay. All right. This is one of my favorite bits.
TC texts me. He wants to know if they're going to run Mac Jones up the middle of, in a QB draw or something.
I guess we'll find out.
Kyle Shanahan's going to do the rock throat slit or whatever that was, and that's going to be the play.
I don't even think.
Mac, get out the way, Mac. Don't go out there.
Oh, man. TC is pissed that Kyle Shanahan is playing Mac Jones because Brock Purdy got hurt. Not necessarily because he wanted him to, but that's the quarterback that's next on the depth chart after your starter got hurt.
Well, San Francisco isn't the only place making a quarterback switch. It's happening at Sac State as well. Brendan Marion, head coach of the Sac State Hornets, is going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll come back. The Spurs are holding tryouts for a supporters section. I've got questions. A lot of them. Next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I think our friends at the Snack Shack listen to the show.
What's going on here?
Took a stroll over. I was looking. I was like, oh, I got some Gatorade Zero or whatever. Wait, this is regular Gatorade. We grab one of these. No, there's no bubbly or whatever. The Sprite.
Shout out Gio.
Why do you hate bubbly? Wow.
Well, I mean,
you guys are haters,
It's,
man.
it's trash. It's
Yeah.
trash. What
Bubbly is not trash.
you want me to do?
Yeah,
It's
shout
trash.
out Gio.
Good people out there working hard. Working hard.
Why bubbly is just sparkling soda? What is it? What is bubbly? Sparkling water?
Well, bubbly, there's a brand called Bubbly. It's sparkling water, but it's sweetened. I actually don't like it. It's too sweet.
Well, people drink sparkling water because it's healthier, or do you guys like the taste?
No, it's good. It's good.
Do you guys think like TCG thinks that the Niners are getting hurt because they don't stretch and condition properly?
If Al Biancani was listening, he'd probably tell you that that's the case. I don't. So my instinct is to say no, because that wouldn't affect the toe. You think about George Kittle though, and it's like, I could see that. I think strength and conditioning coordinators all over the world would tell you, yep, that's why they're getting hurt. I don't know.
I think
I have no idea.
I think that's ridiculous.
I don't think it's ridiculous.
Not the thought process, but that the 49ers,
Yeah.
like this is a world-class organization league. They're not just, hey guys, get ready for the game, don't stretch. And like, no, what are you talking about?
If the team had 4 pulled hamstrings, then yeah, I'd have some concerns. That's not exactly what happened. So I don't think so. Don't think so. Fair question, though.
I
love that we have committed to TCG, though. We just won't call it what
that's all it is.
TCG.
That's all it is. I don't think so at all. It also goes back to like how it's happening in multiple years. They've gotten new strength and conditioning and training staffs during that time. Sometimes it is bad luck. The funny thing about that is the amount of people that know for sure that's why the injuries are happening. All right.
Well, it's the same people who knew that Kyle Shanahan put a hit out on Trey Lance. The idea of Kyle Shanahan looking up at the booth and John Lynch going, like Jesse said, is hilarious. The Rock really screwed up all of the major WrestleMania angles and then just left. That's amazing. Ask and you shall receive. The bat signal was put out. TC is here. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation, we just start calling this the TC line. TC, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up? What's up? How you doing, man? How you feeling?
Man, listen, I'm all right. I'm gonna just keep it simple. We just gonna see how it panned out with the boy Mac Jones. Kyle got his guy in that he really wanted. We're not gonna say he sabotaged him and got Brock injured. He got himself injured, right? But he can stick up for that offensive line, right? But what I'm gonna say right now, D-Lo and Kenny, this is not towards y'all, bro. But I'm talking to Niner fans in general. We have to stop with the just because it's the Niners and Kyle Shanahan. We got to stop like nothing just never happens, right? Like the whole stretching, people getting injured, him not having an offensive line. We got to stop like overlooking that as a Niners fan, not you, D-Lo, but I'm talking like Niner fans, like, oh, it's Kyle Shanahan, it's the Niners. So that didn't happen. Injuries, it doesn't apply to them. This happens to everybody. No, bro, that could be the main reason. It could be the main reason why this guy he never puts all of his chips into a quarterback. He never puts all of his chips into an offensive line. The most two important positions of a team, bro. We're not talking about getting backup quarterbacks and trying to develop into a starter. No, bro, we're talking about investing in the parts of a team that you need to invest in, bro. And we got to stop overlooking it because he's Kyle Shanahan.
Let me
You hear that, KC? It's time to stop.
Let me ask this, TC. He's still there.
Bro.
TC, let me ask
Yeah,
you
I'm
a
here.
question. Let me ask you a question. Do you know that their stretching routine is wrong? Do you know that?
I'm not even really. This isn't just particular on the stretching, bro.
Well, that's
This
a
is
that's a
every
yes or no
time.
question because you brought up the stretching being the wrong. Do you know that the stretching routine
No, I
is
don't.
wrong? All right, so
No, I don't.
I don't know. I don't know how you can accuse him of having the wrong stretching routine. Second of all, didn't they go out and get Trent Williams at one point?
Yeah. They
Okay.
wanted to go get Trent Williams.
Didn't they draft Aaron Banks in the second round? Is that priority enough for you?
KC, listen, you mentioned the point. My point is we got to stop overlooking when something goes wrong with the Niners. We just sweep it under the rug and be like, oh, it's Kyle Shanahan. It's the Niners. So it didn't happen. Like, bro, we got to stop thinking that way, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
my main
Kenny.
point in this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, Kenny, stop thinking that way. Stop sweeping. Hey, Kenny, I'm about tired of you sweeping. I appreciate you, TC. It's about time someone. It's about time someone said it for what it is. Y'all just be out here sweeping things under the rug, acting like Kyle ain't never done, acting like the 49ers. Oh, it's Kyle Shanahan. Y'all need to stop it. You heard the man, TC. Y'all need to stop it.
I guess I'm just wrong.
Yep.
I guess I'm just wrong. I
Yeah.
apologize. TCG also in there because he's the one that brought up the stretching routine, and that's an issue in the strength.
Yeah, how you
conditioning.
explain that, Kenny?
He says every Niners starting QB under Shanahan has had a significant injury.
Trey Lance broke his leg, didn't he?
He didn't stretch good enough.
Yeah, that
If he would have stretched better, it would have been
No,
better.
okay. Oh, now Jesse making excuses, sweeping things under the rug.
If Brock
For the
would
San
have
Francisco 49ers.
if Brock would have stretched, had a better routine and been in better shape, he
let me
wouldn't have
ask
hurt
you
his
something,
toe.
Jesse.
Jimmy Garoppolo broke his leg too.
So Kyle's just out here breaking legs. What, Kyle part of the
Yeah,
mafia?
let's talk about
Kyle
that.
part of the
Let's
mafia?
talk about that. Kyle Shannon is out here sending out hits for their quarterbacks to get their legs broken.
No, let me ask you both something. How much milk they serve over at Levi Stadium?
Good question.
That I don't know.
Huh?
That's a good question.
Has anyone
Yeah.
checked the calcium numbers? Everybody sweeps it under the rug, and they don't check Kyle's players' calcium numbers.
What did
I gotta
Kyle's
be honest.
still in there? Did Mullins? Did he need Tommy John? Is that what happened to him? Nick Mullins? Yeah, Nick Mullins needed Tommy John, so that's Kyle's fault.
Didn't stretch.
Yeah.
Kyle kept having him throw that damn curveball.
He's out here throwing 100 miles an hour for 127 pitches. What do you expect's going to happen? TC is right. I'm going to be honest, completely honest. I have no clue what TC was talking about.
Kyle Shannon or Kyle
I don't know.
Madsen brings up a point. He didn't sign Aaron Rodgers, sent Aaron Rodgers to MetLife where he then tore his Achilles.
Wow. Wow.
Riddle me that, Batman.
That's a great point.
Well,
That's a great point.
Didn't sign Tom Brady. What happened to Tom Brady? He played for the Bucks and got divorced.
See what I'm saying?
Wow, Kyle Shanahan's breaking up families now. Wow. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what, TC, this ain't gonna be swept under the rug no more.
Jimmy Garoppolo, I believe, tore his ACL initially the first time because he tried to juke back into the field.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
Yeah.
This is one of the stupidest plays in NFL history.
Yeah,
All because Kyle Shanahan told him, hey, once you get to the sideline, tat,
yeah,
and cut back in.
Hey, they
but
told
coach,
they
I might
say-
get hurt. No, do it. I want you to get hurt.
Do you want a job?
They told him, Jimmy, you're pretty shifty. When you take off the ball, you should run more. And then it happened.
Oh.
Jimmy tried one cut.
How many
Oh,
quarterbacks
man.
in a 49ers uniform haven't been running? Jimmy running, Trey running, Mullins, Brock Purdy running. Wow.
Man.
Kyle
You're
Madsen
right.
brings up another good point.
You're
Curtis
right.
O'Rourke, I think he said his name was. Already has a torn ACL.
Damn.
Pablo Torre, I have your next story.
Investigate this. Find this out, please. Please. I just think that, oh man. The funny thing about it too is, do you think that Kyle Shanahan is in control of the stretching routine?
He's not even aware
No,
of it. I don't
no,
even think he's aware of it.
no.
He has no clue.
No.
He doesn't even come out
That's
onto
not
the
even-
field
yeah,
till they're
that's not
done
even-
stretching.
Yeah, that's not even.
Absolutely.
He's not even aware of it.
Absolutely not.
And they've had multiple strength and conditioning training teams. Because at one point, Kyle said the same thing everybody else says. This is ridiculous. I'm firing everybody. This is ridiculous. I think it was like 2 years ago. He said, firing everybody. And I think that was the same.
Starting with me.
I think that was the same training staff that like was there for a Super Bowl run and an NFC championship run. But he said, no, get him out of here. But now they're the problem again.
Well, he did hire the coaches, though, Casey.
Well, okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Next interview. How long do you have your players hold a stretch for a quad?
TC finds out every day
Hey.
here on ESPN 1320.
Hey, real quick before we get to the Spurs and everything.
What?
I saw
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, go ahead. What? I completely forgot. Who cares about the Spurs? No, this is funny though. You're gonna want to hear this.
I saw something that pissed me off on Friday.
There's one thing you know.
I saw something, and yeah, you're damn
Okay,
right.
hold on.
Don't
Hold on.
piss me off.
Real quick. You just said I saw something that pissed me off on Friday.
What was on
Yeah.
Friday?
I'd like to point out it's Thursday.
Yeah,
For a
no.
whole week.
Okay.
There was a Niners game that happened. There
Okay,
was
all right.
people got hurt, all this
No.
other stuff.
This
No.
was Chiefs Chargers that night.
That's right.
Okay.
And I think it pissed other people off too. I saw it on social media. I don't know. Maybe we're just the four people that were like, hey, what the hell was that? You see that play when Patrick Mahomes was scrambling, and then at the end of it, he lowers the shoulder, like as he's about to go out of bounds.
Oh,
Patrick's
yeah.
about to go out of bounds, and Samuel's like, oh, okay, I don't want to touch him or nothing. Mahomes lowers the shoulder and knocks down Asante Samuel.
Yeah.
Fair game. I'm sorry, fair game.
What's fair game?
Mahomes, hey, you got to lay out Mahomes in that scenario.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Somebody needs to light his ass up.
Yeah.
If that's how he wants to play, if that's because he did that because he knew Samuel's was like, oh, I'm gonna ease up. I don't want to get in trouble. But Mahomes wanted to come over there, load his shoulder, look at him, do all this. All right, scramble again.
Yeah, I blame the DB.
Scramble
on that
again,
one. I get
see
the
what
thinking,
happens.
but like, come on, you just got to lay him out.
Now we know. I thought we were playing an honorable game. Now scramble again. See what happens, Pat.
There was a hit on Herbert, maybe in that same game, a little bit late. It was contact, foot hit the. It wasn't like a. There was contact, and they let it go. And I wonder if they're starting to be a little more mindful.
Was it Jalen Hurts? Because I think that happened in the Thursday.
Maybe
game,
it was
too.
Jalen.
Yeah.
Maybe it was definitely a prime. It was
towards
definitely
the
a
sideline,
standalone
and
game.
he-
So maybe it
he
was
touched
Jalen.
him. He didn't even extend the arm, but he touched him. Jalen kind of went
yeah.
down.
Jalen took a bump.
Yeah.
Jalen took a bump, but they didn't blow the whistle.
Right.
And they were well out of bounds, but they didn't blow the whistle. And when you watch the replay, it's like, okay, they're out. But he didn't actually like hit him. He made contact with him, but he didn't like hit him.
Yeah.
And I feel like in a year ago, that would have been a 50-yard penalty, an automatic score, and the Eagles would have gotten the ball back. They I don't know.
No. All right, Pat. See what happens on Sunday and the rest of the season when you go to that sideline.
It's a risky play because people will remember it. And
Hell, get me to 15. Get me to 15.
You're always quick to get a technical foul, beat somebody up,
Get me to 15.
slap your head coach from time to time, and get a 15-yard penalty.
It might have happened with Herbert too, but John Poles is right because Big Dom did pop up on that play. That happened. Jalen goes to the side. All of a sudden, Big Dom talking to the ref. He runs over there and starts talking to the ref like, hey, what's going on? Hey, get out of the way. What are you doing? Big Dom wasn't even over there. He ran over there.
You know what Pablo should do? Find out how to get Dom banished from the league.
Oh, man.
Quick note here. Brock Bowers not practicing today. Injury report will come out later this afternoon. That's important to point out. Of course, they have an extra day because it's the Raiders and the Chargers on Monday night.
That's right.
And you can come watch that game with D'Lo, or as our copy says, you can join D'Lo and no one.
Damn.
The copy just says join D'Lo and for a Monday night football watch party.
Call it redacted.
Yeah. Join D'Lo and he who shall not be typed for Raider Nation football over here at 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino. Coming up this Monday. It's the second night of the doubleheader, the second game of the doubleheader. Excuse me. I keep doing that. The Bucks, and I think it's the Texans.
Yeah, we were complaining about that game yesterday.
First game, that's right. You were complaining, and I think that's an egregious complaint. It's going to be a good football game.
I'm a big
Zabo's going to
Texans
come watch
fan
the
over
Bucks.
here.
No, the Texans.
Oh, you love David Carr?
No, I like Baker Mayfield.
I like Baker Mayfield too, but it's the Texans.
I like C.J. Stroud.
Thank you, Kenny.
I'd like CJ too. I
No,
understand.
don't pander.
I was with D'Lo yesterday when this happened because I said these are two divisional winners last year.
It's fine.
Hating for no reason.
Then I slid over there. I was like, I mean, it is the Texans. They have
Thank
no
you.
legacy whatsoever.
Wow. Yeah. Who's their head coach? Wow. No, go
My
ahead.
boy.
Say it. You hate black
That's
head
my
coaches.
boy. Wait, who
Yeah.
said Tomlin is going to be a bum this year?
I didn't say
You
he was
did
going to
say
be
that,
a
yeah.
bum. I said he was going
I
to
remember
finish.
they are going to fire his bum ass. You
That's
said
not what I said. There's no evidence that happened because it didn't. It is simply I was rooting for him to lose because of his quarterback. Anyways, come watch the Raiders and the Chargers with us at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. Game time, 7:00. Come through, have some food and some drinks. We're definitely going to have a great time,
Yeah, man.
whether Brock Bowers plays or not.
I
If
think
the
he's
Raiders
gonna
win
play.
that
I
game,
hope-
are they good?
If they beat the Chargers, they're going to
Where
get.
it's like, oh, they might go to the playoffs this
if
year.
they beat the Chargers, I think they'll get some people's attention.
Yeah, that'll be an eye opener.
I don't know if it'd be they're good, but it'd be like,
I think we got it in the rundown for later. There's a few of those games this weekend.
yeah, there's a couple of good ones.
Yeah, I think if they can win that game, even though they're at home, you think they should win that game. Right now, I think the Chargers are a better team, and if they knock off the Chargers, that's gonna say a little something. That's gonna say.
I think so too. Yeah. I think
Jam,
so too.
relax. All right, you're ruining the bit. The Saints started 2-0 last year. LOL. He says, all right, we get it.
Hey, JM, the Saints scored 90 points
Yeah.
last year.
Who is it? Clint Kubiak, one of the Kubiaks, was going to be like the coach of the year, even though he's the coordinator.
He's not even there anymore. Is he?
Yeah, I think so.
Gone. Dennis Allen.
Neither
and
is the
Kubiak.
guy who scored the 90 points. He retired.
That too.
He's media's next great star.
So many things can change in 12 months.
Indeed, they can. Indeed, they can. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on K. As a matter of fact, why don't you do it?
You're listening to Deal on KC on KIFM 1320.
No,
Oh
I'm
my
off.
gosh.
West Sacramento, KRXQ.
Like looking at a
HD
car wreck every
Sacramento.
time.
ESPN 1320, live on the Odyssey app, live on iHeart, live on TuneIn, live on all the apps, live on YouTube, live on Twitch, wherever you're watching or listening. We appreciate you greatly.
Shout out Casey, because when he does the read, it's just keywords. ESPN 1320. Sacramento.
Well,
HD2.
Every once in a while, it's ESPN 13,
Yeah.
and every once in a while, it's ESPN 20.
Well, like I said, I don't do it often, so usually I got to read, and I'm trying to do it without reading. Next time at 3:00, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it again.
It makes you feel bad. I don't even know it by heart.
At 3:00, I'll do it again.
But I got,
That's fine.
I got the button, though.
It's been my responsibility for 5 years. It's fine. Like, I don't expect either one of you to know it. So, well, you guys have done shows without me before, so
I'll
And
literally
I
just-
read it.
I'll hit the recorded one.
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it's there for.
And I read it. I don't, because I don't want to mess it up. So I'll just be like, man, let me just read it. That's what happens.
So, I guess Victor Wembanyama had an idea that he took to the San Antonio Spurs. And it's something I guess it's similar to a wall, or not a wall, the wall at the Intuit Dome, which is going to be scrutinized pretty heavily in the Hey, any of you guys here donate to Aspiration? Has anyone here planted a tree? All right. But it's like a Spurs supporter section. And he wants to model it after European soccer. And the way that the Spurs describe this, because they're holding tryouts for this Spurs section. And it was described as, and I quote, nonstop chants, drums, flags, and passion.
All it's missing is the flares.
Oh, yeah. Are we all in on this Spurs section, supporter section?
If they do it right, 1,000%.
Huh?
If they do it right, 1,000%. It makes a new atmosphere.
Can you mimic European soccer? Like, those people are
Probably not
scary.
Well, there's a culture, I think, a fan culture where I don't want to say the game's a little bit more pure over there, but they got, I don't know, the fans are a little bit more in control of things over there and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know, it's just different. So I don't know if we have that culture to pull it off here.
I think you can. I mean, I like the thought of it, the idea of it. Well, go ahead and try it. I don't know necessarily how you hold tryouts, but okay. Like, do you get them in a setting and play a game like on the big screen and see how they react to everything, or if they for 48 minutes continue
Good question.
To yell and go, oh,
Maybe,
I guess,
do you run a mock game with like practice players in Spurs uniforms?
they could pull it off because it's no different. These MLS teams have little supporter sections and stuff like that too. So
Do we think the wall worked? The wall got attention. Like,
it worked
they
until we
messed-
found.
They
Yeah,
didn't think about it, and they put it on the wrong side. Well, they only had one side, which means you could always go
Just
away from it in the
pick-
second
yeah.
half.
yeah, you can't have two walls.
No,
I guess you can only have
good.
one. I guess they only thought to build the one.
But
maybe
it was dope when it did work, like
Ma-
when it was in action.
maybe
really
if
cool.
you just pick like a lower level section or whatever, where it's just this one section that's just going nuts all game or whatever, it's just drums and all that stuff, where it's just you notice them. I think that's how it works. Maybe you don't do it the wall style.
The Bucks did that maybe 5-6 years ago, maybe more than that now at this point.
Did the section?
Yeah, it was really cool. It was dope. It was.
I do
it
not
was a
remember
section-
the Bucks, the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, it was when they were at the other place, the Bradley Center. Because I think was it Andrew Bogut who introduced it? Maybe it was way longer than 5-6 years ago if they did, but they did, and it was dope. It was dope. It was really cool. It was probably like half of one section, like the 120 or
Mhm.
something like that. It was like
Mhm.
half of that, and they would stand the whole game. They would chant all this other stuff. It was cool.
Do we think
So-
the Kings could do this?
Ask me again in 2027.
Jesus Christ.
I think they could. Like, what do you mean? Like, can they logistically in the arena or just the fan base?
No, no. The fan base can.
Mhm.
I'm asking, can you do that? Can you implement this supporter section at the Golden One Center?
Yeah. The way I look at it, yeah, because you can take whatever part of the arena you want to. And it doesn't have to be a wall like the
No.
Clippers.
But more what my concern is there's a large contingent of fans of other teams that are constantly at the Golden One Center.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you could do it. You do it the same way the Clippers do it. Those tickets
You can't sit in this section unless you're.
Yeah, those tickets are specifically sold to
Are you committed to 41 games?
That's
you're
the
committed
thing.
to 41 games, or you have people on the wait list that
Mm.
on call, you didn't, sorry, our spots are filled, but you're on call to get to these games if somebody hasn't claimed their tickets
Mhm.
that day.
Also, don't know if this would be the season to do that.
So
I just don't know how much excitement there is right now. Where like you'd be able to sustain it for the 41 games.
so that's it's fair to ask that there has to be excitement.
Yeah,
There's got to be
because like
because obviously there's excitement around San Antonio. Who, by the way, I think it was Windhurst who's like, yeah, you can stop questioning who Vic's running mate is going to be. It's De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, well, what's the name got hurt, didn't he? Not that it matters.
Dylan Harper did, yeah.
Gonna need surgery, so yeah, for sure. Fox is gonna start there, and I agree with.
Well, Fox had surgery too a while ago.
But I think De'Aaron's gonna be there. I mean, the money's there, the contract is there.
If he wasn't, we would have already known.
Right,
Like
right.
when that report on his deal came out, it's like, oh yeah, De'Aaron's their guy.
Yeah. Would you say that is? I'm not trying to attack any fan base or anything because I know the Kings fan base is A1. But Jesse, what you said shouldn't matter for something like that. It shouldn't matter.
I'm not.
So no, I understand Jesse's point, but I also understand yours. I think in the idea of this supporter section, and I have no idea how many people fill section 103, right? But if it's 400, 500, if it's 1,000, I think you can find 1,000 really excited Kings fans without a problem. I think you could do that easily.
Yeah.
I don't know what the rest of the arena will sound like at times, but yeah, I think you could find like, hey, this is your job on a night-to-night basis, or you're here tonight, this is your job. Yeah, I think Kings fans could do it. But I also think Jesse's point is true too. I think the vibe in the arena is going to be a little it all goes back to one thing. You win games, vibes are going to be incredible.
Well, there's just so much.
I don't know that it's going to be sold out.
There's just so much uncertainty with this team too. Like the Spurs, you can get behind Wemby, De'Aaron Fox. Like there's a team to get behind that's going to be here for a few years and all that. The Clippers, we thought, I mean, you get behind Kawhi Leonard, whoever else was there. It's just, I don't know. I feel like the atmosphere would be a little off. Just because I don't know what King's going to be here, how long. Like it's just there's no real team to like really, I guess, the roster. I'm not talking about the Sacramento Kings itself, it's just the roster to get behind, I guess.
You're 100% correct. But for something like that, that's diving too far into the minutia. I need people that if the Kings are playing, if the Kings are playing, I don't care if it's Jack Cooley out there again. You're going crazy for them.
They're there at the arena. They're just, and there's well over thousands. They're just spread across the arena. You want to get for a situation like what they want to do in San Antonio or potentially do in San Antonio, you want to get them all in one place.
I was trying to see, this is a really grainy YouTube video, sorry, but
then it definitely wasn't a few years ago.
I'll find out the year, but this was the Bucks section.
Okay,
this is what they did.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is that a still shot?
Yeah, it's a still shot.
Oh, okay.
Just because I wanted you to see like
what
it looked like, but
that's cool.
That's not.
Did it have a name?
Squad 6 fan section.
That picture could be anywhere from 2003 to 2011 right there.
Let's see. Hold on. When is this? This is 15 years ago.
2010. I was right.
15 years ago. Squad 6. And they had less than half of that section, right? Like that was probably like 10 rows.
Right.
So yeah, I think they could do something like that against games.
I feel like it would look weird. There's like half a section up with like flags and chants and noise and whatever, and then everyone else is just watching the game.
Always, and that group is always making noise and stuff. So, yeah.
Where's the best place to put them?
Probably put them behind the basket of where the opening is on that side.
Huh. Okay.
They'd probably go, behind the basket or in the corner, maybe in the corner behind the on the side where the visitors bench.
Well, you'd want to throw them too in a spot where the camera's always going to catch them for the most part, right?
Oh yeah, true. Probably want to do that.
Well, the killer is you'd have to move them down.
I was going to say,
gonna do that.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't even know that section exists, and you definitely aren't giving up money to move them down. Sac State will make their home debut coming up this Saturday. We'll talk to Coach Brendan Marion next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Tyler. Oh, JT Lowe. Come on, man. Imagine Westbrook on the Kings and engaging the Spurs supporter section. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it happens. That'd be fine. I love my Peloton, man. I've been having a blast riding that bike over the last month or so, 2 months. I love workouts where you can like compete against yourself or compete against other people. It's a lot of fun. I know I'm like 20 years late, but still. Yeah, I ride with Alex Toussaint every day. Every day. And I've tried to like you know what it is? I was John, I was like trying like different trainers and classes and all that. And then I picked one. It was so bad, I quit. I was just like, I can't do this. Just forget it. And I haven't left Alex since. HB gave you his old pellet. HB who? TCG section in front of the DJ. Yep, that would be dope. That's right below the. Oh no, it's over. Yeah, over from the TV section. Oh, I didn't know Harrison Barnes was a big Peloton guy. I didn't know that.
Wasn't Draymond a big Peloton guy?
That's a question I would never know the answer to. Can he run someone over on the bike?
If he can't, he'd try.
Peter, you got to button the top button, man. Come on, Peter. It's not the NFL Network, man. Got to button that top button, pull the back in a little bit. Let's go.
That's why Ryan Clark.
People were upset about. They're still upset about that.
I read Bill Simmons' response on awful announcing. I actually liked that a lot. I thought that was a great way to explain it. Mm-hmm. He said, I think the thing that stood out the most is like when you're on live TV, there's like a nakedness to that. Like you are just out there in front of everybody. And to do that, we shouldn't do this on TV or, probably shouldn't bring this up and then do it. Yeah. Like, what do you want him to do? Like I thought that was a pretty good response from Bill Simmons.
I still haven't.
Oh, and I mean, he's really close with Peter, to be fair. But
yeah.
Like, I thought that was he didn't trash Ryan Clark or anything.
So would you say that Bill Simmons maybe influenced your thinking around this situation?
No, because I already felt that way, but I see what you did there.
Fair enough.
And I don't like it.
And this is my fault, I still want to see what Ryan said in the context of that conversation.
I mean, that was pretty much it, what we covered on the show. There's nothing more to it, I don't think.
But like, because
I'll find it. I've it's online somewhere. Like everything that led to that moment, I'll find it.
Because wasn't the argument that CD had a better game than AJ Brown? Is that what weren't they arguing that?
I don't remember if it was an argument. Jesse's funny, man.
Well, I cut myself off.
I don't know. We got to do a show, dummies. You argue all you want to.
I'm gonna tell you, they'll be here.
Yeah, Coach Brendan Marion will be with us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Some changes under center at Sac State that we'll talk to him about. And I'm sure he knows we're going to talk about, the final few minutes of that game versus Nevada on Saturday. And I have an unpopular opinion, or what I think is an unpopular opinion, not just on that particular situation, but on situations like that. And we're all guilty of it. And I wonder if Coach Marion is guilty of it too. And I'll ask him. So he'll join us here in just a couple of minutes. Speaking of, have you been keeping up on this Bill Belichick Patriots
vaguely
UNC thing? So some report came out that Bill Belichick is banning all Patriot scouts from the UNC campus, and they can't scout his players or nothing like that. And Vrabel's just kind of, they asked Mike Vrabel about it, and he was just like, well, like, okay. Like, he didn't really have a retort to it. They asked Bill after he got his first win this past weekend, And I think it was something like, well, it's fine. I'm not welcome on their campus, so they're not welcome on ours. And then there was this story that like Bill has been upset because he's not welcome around the Patriots campus since he's been fired. And Florio pointed out he's been back since he's been fired. So if he's banned himself from the Patriots facilities.
Which was bizarre because Vrabel said, I think the other day or maybe before the game, something like that. He's like, I just saw him say, Bill Belichick is welcome here anytime. And I was like, why would he say that? And then I saw this story and everything else was going on with this. I don't know. I don't know what Bill's talking about.
So there was another thing, and I always forget his girlfriend's name, but they filed for trademarks and they were denied all 4 of them. I was like, wow, I don't know that I've ever seen like trademarks denied before. Like, what did he try to trademark? So Bill tried to trademark do your job, which the Patriots own that trademark because they trademarked it when he was the Patriots coach. Except there's a slight twist to it. He tried to trademark do your job, Bill's version. And I can't remember what the other 3 things were, but they were along those lines.
On
and
the
they
Cincinnati.
all ended with Bill's version.
Bill's version. On the Cincinnati Bills version.
Which is a nod to Taylor Swift re-releasing her albums and having 1980, Taylor's version. Red, Taylor's version. And the trademark and copyright people were like, yeah, this is a little too confusing. You can't have these trademarks. Sorry.
Poor
and
Bill.
It's like, Bill,
Dial it in, pal.
what
Poor
are you
Bill.
doing, man?
Dial it in. Like, come on. Enough's enough.
The Bellustrator, that was another one. Thank you, David Jackson. The Bellustrator, Bill's version.
Poor Bill.
Hey, let's
He
all
just
relax.
tried to
Poor
make it.
Bill, nothing.
He's just trying to figure
Poor
it all
Bill,
out.
nothing.
Next coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Oh my God.
He's gonna go 3-8 with UNC this season. Mike McDaniel's gonna get fired, and Bill's gonna go to the Dolphins to beat the Patriots.
Now that would be must-see TV. I don't think
we're
he'd be
gonna get the
successful.
worst version of Bill Belichick.
It'd be like
You could argue we're getting that now.
it'll be like Jimmy Johnson. Did Jimmy Johnson get you guys to the playoffs one of the years though?
Yeah, I think couple seasons. I think
Okay.
he wanted to trade Marino after that 60 to whatever loss, and Marino just retired. Jimmy Johnson tried to trade for Barry Sanders too, but I think Barry Sanders just stayed retired or something like that.
Shout out to Bill though. They got their first win of the season this past week, a 20-3 victory over Charlotte. They take on the Richmond Spiders this Saturday on the ACC network.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lock in.
Shout out to the Longhorn Network. You crawled so the ACC Network could run, I guess.
Well, the ACC network a lot better than the CW network. That's a partner of the ACC. I think that's also a partner
ACC
of the
network is ass.
of the Pac-12. I think they're partnering with the CW
Who-
when they come back next year or something.
Catch Florida State versus Clemson, followed by Gotham on the CW.
Oh man. CW used to be what?
UPN, I think. Right?
You know what UPN stands for, Jesse?
No, Damien, I don't. What does it stand for, Damien?
I don't remember who told us what it stood for. It wasn't. I ain't gonna tell you. Y'all have to look it up. The first 2 words are underpaid, though. And if you remember, if you remember that, I think the Wayans brothers was on there.
See, I think
Was
that's when
Jamie Foxx on there?
That's when it was WB. I'm not.
Well, no, it wasn't WB because UPN.
It started off as WB though. The
So WB became UPN,
I
which
think that's
became
what happened.
CW.
And when they were UPN, I think they were gone, and it was like Homeboys in Outer Space.
Oh, my
I think
God.
it was Malcolm and Eddie. I think that
No?
that was on UPN.
Malcolm and Eddie.
Homeboys. In
How many
Outer
episodes
Space.
of Malcolm? Speaking of, I don't know why, but Ken Rudolph is going to be with us tomorrow.
Shout out Ken.
I don't know why Homeboys in Outer Space made me think of Ken Rudolph, but
Oh, there's today's title. Hold on, let me write that down.
I bet if we searched hard enough, we could find out Ken Rudolph actually did a cameo as a news anchor in Homeboys in Outer Space.
I think.
Remind me, we have to ask Ken this question tomorrow. Has he ever played anyone other than a news anchor?
Noted. Noted. We'll ask that question.
I think he was in Evan Almighty. I can't remember. He was definitely in that Mars show on Apple, and he was a news anchor.
Okay.
Like I feel like every time I see Ken on TV, he's a news anchor. Very typecast.
I think UPN also had In the House. I think that was
LL.
UPN at the time.
That was a good
Because the
show.
WB was.
What about Up All Night? What you know about Up All Night?
Up All Night with Dwayne Martin,
Patti
and
LaBelle.
Patti LaBelle,
Yeah.
and Morris Chestnut was.
I remember Bobby Brown was on it one time.
That was NBC.
Was that NBC?
Yeah, that was NBC. I like that show. Don't remember much of it, but I like that show.
I remember
I liked it.
I just remember the one Bobby Brown was on. That's all
What you know about? Oh, I can't say because I don't remember the name. But the lawyer show when Robin Givens made her return.
Oh, what is it? Damn.
And they had the dude who played in Joanna Man.
Yeah.
I saw that the other day. Well, like
Joanna Man?
like 20 minutes of it because it was on after one of the channels.
It was on BET Plus. Well, who's airing Joanna Man?
Oh man.
I remember.
I can't remember if the WB
What was the name? Was it Courthouse? Was that the name of the show? That feels too long.
The WB, they first started with Parenthood, the Wayans Brothers, Unhappily Ever After, and there was a fourth show, and I can't remember it.
We're killing time before Coach Brendan Marion joins us, by the way. This is not like
real quick. Speaking of, did you see my text about the opening? And
I
closing?
did.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to miss those today.
Okay.
She had a recurring role on In the House too. Debbie Allen was in that show.
Yeah, the first year it was Debbie Allen and a little kid. Yeah.
I remember the first time I saw Robin Givens on Head of the Class. Like, I distinctively remember that moment. Oh my God.
I don't remember.
The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
I did not remember Robin until she was married with Mike, and then Boomerang.
Oh, Boomerang.
Yeah. Robin Givens, underrated actress.
Actress?
Yeah. Well, you know.
I don't know that that's true.
I'm not saying like she should get an Emmy, but just the person that did a lot of stuff.
She did. I guess she did.
She did. What'd you say? Head of the Class.
Oh, she like. I mean,
Boomerang.
She did a ton. Like, I don't. If I go all the way back, let's see. She was the love interest in Blank Man.
Blank Man.
Yeah, come on, man. She was the love interest in Blank Man. Did you? So okay. Now I'm bugging. I did not know this. Did you know she was in The Wiz?
I did not know that. No.
She was one of the guests at Auntie M's party.
I did not know that.
I have to see this scene.
Wow.
She played Juanita in the Michael Jordan An American Hero made for TV movie. Didn't know that.
That's what I'm saying. Robin Givens underrated.
Buddy, none of these are good.
Well, she was acting.
I need to see Robin Givens in The Wiz, though. I have to see that.
She was acting. Head of the Class. I remember
Head of the Class was great.
They used to come on. They used to she was in Family That Prays. I remember that. They used to be syndicated. I used to come on every morning, and I would watch Head of the Class.
It's so funny. It's hilarious. Diana Ross playing Dorothy in The Wiz. Diana Ross looks like she's 50 in this movie. A little lost girl.
I seen Diana Ross not too long ago. She looks fantastic.
She looks terrific.
She's like 80 plus.
She looks terrific. She was performing somewhere near here, and I thought long and hard about going to see her, and I didn't because I was like, how much could she really do? She's 70 something. It turns out a lot.
Yeah.
It turns out she's still very much a performer.
Yeah.
My bad.
Always a performer.
Didn't want her to Mary J. Blige this thing, so
MJB. Shout out to him.
Robin Givens from New York, New York.
Mm-hmm.
All right, man.
Or Mike had that in common. Again, Brendan Marion going to join us probably soon. Cardell Williams will start at quarterback for Sac State at the home opener this weekend.
Yeah, man. Cardell came in on Saturday's game after Jaden.
Nasty hit.
Yeah, that
nasty hit.
Which, I mean, I don't even know if I'm going to ask Coach this because it's already moved on. And it doesn't even matter.
Don't ask him something that he's going to lose money on.
But Jaden Rashada takes a late hit on third down.
Mm-hmm.
The referees look at it. They deem it to be targeting. They eject the player from Nevada. It's still 4th and 3.
Mm-hmm.
I sit there like, no. Did I miss somebody? Let me know. Did I miss something?
Mm-hmm.
Targeting is a personal foul.
Mm-hmm.
It's automatic first down. No, they just 4th and 3. And nobody said anything. Announcers didn't say nothing. I can't tell if the coaching staff, I couldn't because the camera wasn't on them. But I was like, did I miss something? No, these referees got to do better. So far, they have not done a good job in all of football to start the season.
Jaden didn't have the start to his season that I think a lot of Sac State fans were hoping for the week prior. And it just it was kind of sped up or perhaps compounded by the fact that he took that nasty hit in this one, and Cardell came in and played pretty well and put them in a position. Like, so much happened in those final few minutes, but in the end, they were in a position to win that game.
Yeah, absolutely. They I thought in that game he was going to go more to that 2 quarterback system that we thought we were going to get in week 1 against South Dakota, and he was going to really dive into that. Jaden made a couple of really good throws on that first drive, and still Cardell came in there and took a snap or 2. So I thought he was really good. That was going to be a big part of the game plan on Saturday. And because, like you said, of that hit, we didn't really get a chance to see that. Cardell played the rest of the game, played really well, almost led him to a victory. And now he's a starter. He's a starter on Saturday, but when we talk to Coach, is the 2 quarterback system still in play? It could still be in play, and Cardell's just starting off.
It looks like, according to this tweet, it could very well be. Jaden Rashada could still be a part of Coach's game plan, and we'll find out when Coach joins us coming up here in just a few minutes. Of an incredibly chaotic finish to that game on Saturday against Nevada, and of course they open up at home now. They've got a couple here at Sac State over the next couple of weeks, and I know their fan base will be excited to see Go-Go for the first time. I know we'll all be excited to see Go-Go for the first time, and I'm expecting a pretty live environment coming up this Saturday. Weather's still going to be great. Like, it's going to be prime conditions for a Sac State football game on Saturday.
It's going to be a good time out, man. Mercyhurst coming to town. I don't ever want to project in this type of way, but it should be a game that Sac State takes care of, and has some fun out there. It has some fun out at Hornet Field with the crowd being into it, the crowd being out there. I think you're going to get a good number when you talk about attendance. You mentioned it. The weather's still great. I think tailgate's going to be great before the game, all throughout that parking lot. So I think it's going to be a good time out at Sac State's home opener on Saturday. Chris Biderman had asked both of us, I think it was off air. It was during the break.
It was.
He had asked us.
Yep.
The Cal Expo thing. Like, I know we kind of talked about that, or I'm not sure if you were here at the time.
No, I was here.
You were here.
Either I was here or I got back right after that was going on.
I think it was that Monday, and you came back on that Tuesday.
Yeah. But go ahead with.
I was just going to ask, like, do you think that would work here in Sacramento as far as like not being on campus?
I don't
move for them.
I don't love it not being on campus. I'd like to see, like, what is the plan? Like, is it a change for change's sake? Like, what makes taking over Cal Expo better? What are your plans for that space? How on earth do you plan to get those plans implemented in the next year?
I didn't even pay attention to that.
Like, I mean,
that can't happen.
I'd love it. Doesn't, and that's the part that keeps throwing me off. And I'm not a contractor, a builder, a construction person. I'm none of that stuff. I'm certainly not the president of a university. If y'all say it can be done, great. Can you show me what it looks like? Like, what are those things called? Renderings.
Oh, yeah,
what are the renderings for this look like? As long as it's not a change for change sake, yeah, I'm good with it. But being off campus, I feel like is a big negative.
Mm-hmm.
I need, if the negative is we're off campus, I probably need 4 or 5 positives to balance that out. And then we can work on a 1-to-1 ratio. But to me, being off campus is a big deal. I've never been to a major college football game where Neyland Stadium is at the University of Tennessee, Texas at the University of Texas, South Carolina, like they're all on campus.
Right.
And I know we're not that. I know Sac State's not that, but I love going to Sac State. Like, I love being on that campus for a couple of hours and walking over to that stadium. Yeah. But if Cal Expo is that much better, let's go. You've got my support no matter what. Just don't change something for the sake of changing it. I'm never good with that.
Right. I think because of the Kings, because of the River Cats and the A's and all this other stuff, and the alumni and everything, I think we're kind of conditioned. I feel like we're conditioned in this city to, if you go to a Republic game. Mm-hmm. Shout out to them too, by the way. I'm gonna talk about them in a second. But if you go to any of these games, we're used to, oh yeah, we got to drive to the stadium and get it done. It's not one of those things where, oh man, I remember just being on campus and just walking from, my dorm to the games. Like, this is it's been a commuter college. And if you're getting support, it's people that are driving from wherever they live anyway to go to these games. So in that aspect, yeah, you go to Cal Expo, it's just a different place that I'm driving to go to the game. It's not that far from the campus. So I think that's a good look as well. I wish it was on campus too, but I'm just not sure how feasible that is when you talk about money and space. Like, to do what they want to do, get to 25, 30,000 seat stadium. I don't know. That's tough. That's tough to do money wise. That's tough to do space wise. So I wish they could, but if you have to pivot, I think Cal Expo is a good location. For sure.
Yeah, I'm very anxious to see what this looks like, because I imagine at some point, and maybe there are, and I just haven't seen them, there'll be renderings out there. Like, I know Luke Wood has been in front of councils, and he's been with Cal Expo, and I know that this thing has a lot of legs. So, all right, let's see. It'll be a new experience. It'll be a different kind of experience. And I'm all for it.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I'm all for it.
I said was gonna get back to him, and I wanted to shout him out, man. The Sacramento Republic. Big ups to them, man, as they advance to the Jägermeister final after winning yesterday over Rhode Island in PKs. Shout out to my people over there. Shout out to Simone. I saw Simone yesterday at the watch party.
Simone.
Okay. Yeah, she's pulling up too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's pulling up.
Okay. It's about time.
Yeah. At the watch party yesterday, they had a little. The Republic had a watch party to see that semifinal game. Won it in PKs, and the great thing about that win, the additional great thing about that win, is there was like a coin flip or whatever. They won the coin flip. The championship game is going to be October 4th here in Sacramento. So it'll be one of the first times in I don't know how many years, but it's been a long time since they have an opportunity to win any type of championship right here in Sacramento, man. So I'm going to try and be there October 4th, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and be there, man. It's a Saturday. It's going to be dope, man. Shout out to them. They're also killing it.
Check the
just
calendar
in general.
Real quick. Clear. Yep. Connor going to need tickets.
Yeah. They
they're killing it in general in the USF. So they're not only that, they're going to be trying to host some playoff games as well. So yeah, shout out to the Republic. Those are still my guys, man. Always my guys.
Oh,
always.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Great organization. Looking forward to that. Again, that's October 4th. A chance to win the title right here in Sacramento.
Yeah, man.
Man, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Man, Sacramento. So how about those A's, huh?
I need the A's to do a little work.
Hey,
I need them to do a little work.
is it who is it?
They got the Reds. They got the Reds
Oh,
this
okay.
weekend.
Okay.
And
Reds
the
are the
are
tiebreaker over the Mets too, by the way. I think they're 2 games back of the Mets or something like that, or one
Yeah.
game or something like
So
that.
did they win yesterday?
The
the
Mets
Reds
lost. The Reds.
No, I know the
won.
Mets lost.
The Reds won, so they're
2.
They're 2 back.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of those round robin tiebreaker things. I think the Mets have the tiebreaker over the Giants. The Reds have the tiebreaker over the Mets, and the Giants have the tiebreaker over the Reds. So in a 3-way tie, I don't know how that works out. But yeah, I need the A's to get them kind of out of the picture. Get the Reds out of the picture. I'm already trying to combat with one team in the New York Mets. I don't need another team feeling good about themselves. Shout out to my boy Ellie De La Cruz.
Yeah, I was when we were looking at the wild card standings yesterday after, well,
Yeah.
it wasn't my fault. Wasn't my
wasn't.
fault.
It wasn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
yesterday.
We could all draw back to that day, though.
What about the run they went on to get to this point?
You gave up on them. You stopped watching.
I did. I absolutely did stop watching.
I gave up on them too.
I knew the Reds were lingering, but it never dawned on me until later last night to look at I need to see if the Mets won. And then it dawned on me, I need to look to see if the Reds won, because I think obviously now know for sure that they just had the one extra. They were 3 back. The Giants were 2 back, and now 2 back.
Mets play tonight
Reds
in
and
Philadelphia, potentially getting swept in a 4-game series.
And that would make 6 losses in a row or 5?
Be 6. They've lost
6
5
losses in a row.
Yeah, because they won the first game of the series against the Reds, lost the next 2, and then this 4-game series.
Yeah.
Whew, that is a collapse of epic proportions.
And I keep saying this again. How many collapses of epic proportions have this franchise had?
Every year.
It feels like it. It's not, but it feels like
The
it.
poor Mets.
Matt George is going to have a collapse when he joins us. He's sick of Kenny. He's sick of Adam Silver. He's sick of about everything related to basketball. So we'll talk to Matt George coming up in about 30 minutes or so. Still expecting Coach Marion to join us. And we've got week 2. It starts tonight.
Yeah, man.
And it's a good one. It's next here. D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'll get that bubble when we get back.
AI says the key Mets collapses are 1962, 1977, 2007, 2023, 2025, and I guess this one. Oh, no, it's already experiencing this one currently. Yeah, 2025 is this one.
They're already predicting this.
Yeah, it's like this team. It says the team is currently experiencing yet another major collapse.
That's tough.
Red Sox and Yankees chasing the Blue Jays, right? 3 games back for that at least.
Blue Jays win today, I think.
The Yankees stink, man. Did you see what the Blue Jays commentator, play-by-play guy said? Or not play-by-play, the color commentator.
That's what he said on the air.
Well, yeah, basically, if they're not hitting home runs, then they're a pretty bad baseball team.
Yeah.
Can't run, can't field.
Sound about right. Marcus, what you mean sound like the Giants? What you mean by that? What you mean by that? Oh, I think I know what he means. He's talking about hitting home runs. Yeah, you're not wrong. I got you, Marcus. I got you. Friendly fire. Thank you, Mr. Rancho. I appreciate it. Tyler, I did not see that. I know the job 4s or whatever, job 3, some those are fire. They did that thing with those. Those are dope. I haven't seen the Air Force One collab though.
You see Jalen Brown entertaining the question about him playing for the Hawks one day?
What'd he say?
Just they asked him about it. He's like, yeah, my grandma always asked me about it. Hey, but you never know what'll happen. All right, dude. I get it, I guess. St. Louis ever gets an NBA team, Jason Tatum's gone.
He's gonna request a trade.
Oh, yeah, the moment it happens.
All right on, Tyler. Yeah. Those look fire, man. Those look fire.
Expecting Coach Marion to join us here in just a little bit. Matt George will definitely be with us. He says he's in a great mood. He'll be with us coming up in about 30 minutes or so. We'll talk Kings, which is only less than 3 weeks away, a little over 2 weeks away from Media Day in the beginning of practice, and we're less than a month away from the first Sacramento Kings preseason game.
Man, I'm ready for it too.
Yeah, I'm absolutely ready for this ridiculous offseason to end. The biggest offseason story we've gotten was a week ago.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one though.
That's a good, yeah, it's a big story. Might have helped if you dropped it in July, Pablo, but it's fine.
That's a pretty big one, but yeah, man. Well, once again, we said it yesterday, but shout out TD. You know, we got love for TD.
Terrence Davis, yeah, for sure. And shout out to Steven. He wants to talk here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. What's up, Steven?
What's going on, man? I appreciate you guys in your show, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you,
man. Yeah. I have a quick question. So with the whole Kawhi thing, if it just so happens to actually blow up, with how the salary cap and everything's been kind of weird this offseason, like what does that look like to you guys, like with him moving forward and getting another contract? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
because everybody's been kind of funky with the salary cap and things like that. And then one more thing is the other day about those aliens, Kenny had me cracking up because you reminded me of one of the brothers from this movie called Space Traders, Cosmic Slop, where all these aliens come down and trade like high-end technology to the U.S. for all the black people in the U.S.
Oh my goodness!
Hold up, Steven. What's the name of this movie?
it's like a series, but
Okay.
this particular one is called Space Traders.
Space
Cosmic
Traders.
Flop.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to type the whole thing in. But yeah, they basically come down and they give them an ultimatum, like, we can give you guys all this like high-end technology you've never seen before, and in exchange for all the black people in the U.S.
Okay. Ask me what I'm doing tomorrow. Ask me what I'm doing tonight. Stephen.
Who wrote that?
Stephen, we appreciate you. Hold on. Hold on, man. Space Traders. Play with
funny.
me.
Now I need to see what's going on. At least give me a preview. Can I get a trailer? You said Space Traders?
Oh, stop playing. Reginald Hudlin, who I think did House Party, did this. The offer: a fleet of UFOs arrives and offers to solve America's issues with poverty, crime, and pollution in exchange for the entire black population. Golightly, a conservative black politician, is caught in the middle of this controversial trade. The conflict is Golightly is forced to choose between his black constituents and the potential benefits that the deal offers the nation.
I'm looking. They got the whole episode on here.
It's not very funny when you get to the end.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, I don't want to spoil it for those who are going to watch it tonight, because I assure you, I'm watching this tonight.
This is wild. I ain't never heard of this.
I haven't either, but I'm watching this in its entirety. Believe that. But to go back to Steven's original question, I think
there's my girl in there.
He was talking about if this he said if this kind of blows up and turns into something. I think one of the things that a lot of us are operating from is the 2000 precedent of Joe Smith's contract being voided.
Mm-hmm.
And like what happens, given the summer that we've had, the salary cap things that we've had, what happens with Kawhi Leonard if his contract is voided? There are really only two teams that could sign him to major money. And I think it has become extremely clear money is a thing that matters to Kawhi Leonard. And that is Utah and that is Brooklyn. There's no telling whether Utah or Brooklyn would actually do it, but those are the two teams that have cap space available to sign him to big dollars. Outside of that, he's signing a 1-year contract with somebody should this ultimate scenario happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't envision this. There's at least a scenario where he's suspended. Again, and I don't want to fire you up, but there's at least a discussion about that, because you've got to figure out. Well, I shouldn't say there's a discussion about it. I'm sure there is not a discussion about it. The discussion is, what is Kawhi Leonard's role in all of this? And Uncle Dennis's role has been reported by multiple different outlets. Was Uncle Dennis with Kawhi's other representatives? Like, how did all of this come together, and what was Kawhi's role in all of this? And that, that becomes another one of those situations. It's not what you did, it's what you can prove.
Right.
And if you suspend him without proper backing, I would think, at least, you have to deal with the Players Association. I would think the Players Association would immediately step up and go, whoa, what is the precedent for this? Mm-hmm. It does not exist. And then, Adam Silver has to, channel his inner David Stern with the committee met, and it was a committee of one.
If they found the Clippers to be in the wrong and everything, I absolutely think you should suspend Kawhi Leonard.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what you were doing. Once again, like if they're able to suspend,
I didn't think you were going to say that.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing. He knew he was going against the rules.
See, there's that, but I also love the idea of Kawhi going to enter contender on the minimum and potentially winning a ring.
Or what if he had to go to
possible.
What if he had to go to Utah on the minimum and try to win them a ring? That's his punishment.
The first ever. Kawhi Leonard's not suspended. His contract is voided, and he's going to play in Utah. He doesn't have a choice. We've taken away his free agency.
But yeah, man, like you knew you were doing something against the rules. You knew that.
Who's getting money under the table? You got caught. There's enough evidence. Once again, if they're going to punish the Clippers, that means whether they have the quote unquote smoking gun or not, they're looking at the evidence that we're all looking at and coming to probably the same conclusion we're all coming to. Say, yeah, y'all did something. Y'all did something illegal in NBA terms.
Right.
How long do you suspend him for then? And do you void his contract and then suspend him just as a free agent? You're suspended for however many games, or you're suspended as soon as you sign with the next team?
My thought.
Can I tell you what my first thought was? Year.
I thought about that. I reduced it down to 50. I reduced it down to 50. And yeah, if you're going to punish these guys, I'm with James Hand in that respect. You gotta set an example.
I wonder if, like, because it kind of looks weird if, all right, Kawhi, you're out for the first 50 games, and it's just, all right, Kawhi watch, which team is going to sign him once his suspension's up, and who is he going to lead to a title or whatever, I guess. Like, the optics of that, I guess, seem kind of weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you've got to, unless you suspend him for a year, that's what you've got to do.
Yeah, I don't even know what you do, though.
Suspend him. You got to, or void his contract. Like, to void his contract, you're going to open him up to be able to sign with anybody. So that's.
I wonder if maybe you keep him on the Clippers, but do give him this 50-game suspension or whatever. Like, we're like the team and player, I guess, feel it there.
That would probably be I guess the best scenario, but you wouldn't be voiding his contract though, because somebody might say, I'll miss 50 games if that means I get $100 million extra dollars.
As we know, Kawhi loves to get paid and not work. So
board man gets paid
every time.
What he really meant was he was trying to be on the board of the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's what he meant.
Facts.
It was, Kawhi loves to rebound. No, he wants to own the Maple Leafs.
No. Yeah, it's certainly an interesting subplot to what may, and truthfully, listening to Adam Silver yesterday, nothing may happen. Yeah. Absolutely, there might not be a single punishment levied.
Did Pablo's new episode come out after that? Was that yesterday morning or this morning?
Yeah, it came out this morning.
Okay, because I think Windhorst was talking on NBA Today earlier. Touched on about how this new episode might make it a little bit harder for them. Just it didn't happen or anything like that.
Not like George W said it, like, you fool me, you can't get fooled again. It's like, okay, Steve Ballmer. All right, like, to be clear, I don't believe you, but fine. Hold up, what the hell is this?
Ooh, that's the thing. How many more episodes does Pablo have left?
I still think Pablo got some stuff in the tub.
Oh no, I don't know. I just need one on Jalen Brunson. Even if the episode is we found nothing, he did nothing wrong. I need the Jalen Brunson episode.
Yeah, I still think Pablo got some stuff in the tuck. At least one more big time revelation.
Well, that's what I'm saying too, because it's a little tough for the NBA and Ballmer to kind of teeter the line. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Blah blah. Released another statement, and Pablo's like, no, actually, this is what happened as well. Like, here's more details and facts.
But I wonder. Sorry. I do wonder if Pablo hears all of this. Like, you want me to do an episode on Jalen Brunson? Really? Okay. Hey, dumbasses. His dad is the assistant coach. He didn't have that job before. Episode over.
The NBA, not the NBA, the Clippers, they should be done talking, like we talked about earlier. Like, there should be no more denials, none of that. Like, they should be done talking. The NBA, the next time we probably should hear from them on this topic is a decision.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I don't know.
Just don't talk. If you're under investigation, don't talk.
The decision part 2 with Adam Silver.
Jim Gray.
What if Adam, tell us about what the last few months have been like for you.
Well, I want to start off by saying we're here in Greenwich, Connecticut, because I'm donating $3 million.
See, you missed
to-
an opportunity to go, we're here in Greenwich, Connecticut. And hit the thumbs up. Come on, man. You're not a wrestling fan.
We're here in Greenwich, Connecticut.
There you go.
Donating $3 million thanks to our people at Aspirations who are donating this $3 million for these kids here at the Boys and Girls Club.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't even think I learned till recently that the donation went to all of the Boys and Girls Club, not just the one in Greenwich. Because I just thought that was terrible. You went to the richest community in the country and raised $2 million.
Well, look, if Adam Silver did do the decision and did say that, and the money did go to the Boys and Girls Clubs in Greenwich, Connecticut only, it'd be on par for the kind of day he's had in the last 24 hours.
Man,
or so. Just missing
that
left and right
is the truth. That is absolutely the truth. Week 2 of the NFL season starts tonight, and we got a good one. It is the Commanders at the Packers, and yeah, I'm locked into Amazon Prime.
It's going to be a good game right here. I'm expecting, or I'm picking the Packers to win this game. I'm picking the Packers to win this one. They should take care of business.
Wow.
So you're willing to acknowledge after tonight then that the Packers are good and can just – you're going to put them in the power rankings next week?
Wait, you had the Packers in the power rankings?
No. I mean, it depends on what happens to the other teams.
Oh, you really didn't?
It depends what happens to the other teams.
This man really does hate Jordan Love.
Does.
He does.
I don't hate Jordan Love. I just
he
don't,
gave
I think
JJ McCarthy
say
more
three nice
love.
things about Jordan Love right now. Say three nice things.
He's got a good arm. He's athletic. And
you don't even believe that second one. No, wow. You don't even believe the second and third one.
Thought you were going to say he's quick.
You give me his top 3 performances in a big game. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Cowboys game.
The sorry-ass Cowboys?
Hey, they're all professionals, okay? Don't do that to them.
All
actually, yeah. I don't have to prove nothing to you, actually. I don't have his stats up in front of me.
You give memory.
I like the Packers.
If I said give me Josh
good.
Allen's, oh, man, he played good against the Chiefs
Anytime
a couple
he played
times.
the Dolphins,
He played good. It's easy. Jordan Love, it's not easy.
Well, the Packers don't play like just that kind of football. Oh my gosh, he tore it up. They just play good, clean football.
And Jordan Love been in the league, what, like 10 years? 12 years?
No, he's been in the league at least 4 or 5 years at this point.
This would be his fifth.
4.
This is his fifth year. I believe.
So he hasn't turned into the world's greatest quarterback in 4 or 5 years.
They need to be the world's greatest quarterback, but Brock Purdy got those games. Brock Purdy I can name 3 Brock Purdy games where it's like, yo, he was balling out.
Okay.
He did work.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to do it?
Yeah.
The Cowboys game?
It's the Cowboys. What do you mean?
Wait a second.
It's the Cowboys.
Because we're counting the Cowboys, right?
Oh, I thought you just said you can't.
He used it anyway. We're using the Cowboys game. The Cowboys game, he balled out and played well. The Seahawks game in the playoffs, he balled out and played well, lit them up. He played well in the second half of that Lions game and got them to the Super Bowl. He also played well every time he plays in Seattle and lit their asses up.
So Jordan Love never had a good game in the history of the
his life.
I didn't say that. See what people do. I said, give me Jordan Love's best performances in the big games. And you had one. You had the Cowboys game. I'm waiting for the rest.
So Jordan Love can't be a good quarterback in 2025 because he hasn't had big performances in big games.
Who said that?
No, I'm asking.
Sure he can, because I think he is a good quarterback. I just don't think he's great.
You think JJ McCarthy is better?
I wouldn't say that. Nah, I wouldn't say that. I don't think so. I've only seen one game from JJ McCarthy.
Okay.
I think the Vikings as a whole today, I think they're a better team.
Okay.
As a whole.
Okay.
So yeah, Packers Commanders tonight.
Yeah, I'm like, where am I?
And I think the Packers are going to win.
Micah Parsons has 10.5 sacks in 8 games versus the Commanders.
Oof.
We're talking about Khalil Mack versus the Raiders. This man enjoys playing that team in Washington, no matter what their name is. And I think he's played all 3 of them. My math works out right.
They were the football team for 2 years.
I think they were the football team for 1 year, weren't they? Or was it 2 years?
I thought it might have been 2 years.
How long have they been the Commanders? This is their second year. Oh, so he might not have played the first one. Really?
Yeah, it might have been.
I don't know. I called them the football team for a couple of, like, I called them the football team
They
longer
still
than
need
they
to
were
bring it
actually the
back,
football
man.
team.
They still need to bring it back. I don't think they've ever.
So he's never
we've been
played-
doing this show. I don't think they've ever been called the Redskins.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so.
God, it was that long
Maybe
ago?
they have though, because I remember we were saying.
Yeah, 2020 they rebranded.
Okay. So during this show, they've
well,
never been called the Redskins.
Wait, in 2020, like, so that
was
means
before we started, I think.
Oh, all right.
That 2020 year, they were the football team. And we hated it. And then we were like, it's actually pretty cool.
It became the
Yeah,
Washington.
2019 was the last year. Last
Huh.
season.
And Commanders is just trash.
They were the football team for
They really should have been the football team.
Yeah, lean into it.
I don't think I can learn anything about the Packers coming out of this game, but if the Commanders win, I think they're legit.
I still think that I
agree with that.
absolutely think the Commanders are legit. I just don't think they're gonna beat the Packers, and I don't think they're legit in the sense that I don't have them inked in for a second appearance in the NFC Championship.
I don't think, kind of what Jesse was talking about, I'm not going to dock the Commanders if they lose this game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is a game, even though it's the first Thursday night game and the teams haven't taken like a beating physically or anything at this point. You're still Thursday, short week, got to travel to a good team like Green Bay. That you lose that game by 14 points or whatever. It's tough, man. Almost a schedule loss. Almost. But I'm not going to look down on the Commanders if they don't win this game. I will look at the Packers a little funny if they lose this game.
See me, I won't
win this game, man. Win this game. You're at home.
You're so
Vibes
that's
all
the
the way
thing.
up.
Like, yeah, you're at home. Well, you can talk about vibes all you want to. You're at home. Great point number one. It's Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
You're at home on a short week. Like, this game favors you. Like, just right out the gate, this game favors you.
I'll put it
at home short week.
I'll put it to you like this: if they lose this game, that doesn't mean like they're a bum team. Talking about the Packers, but I will definitely think the Commanders are better than you.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's how I look at them.
Yeah, that's fine. It's actually there's a couple of really good games this week. Of course, the big one being the Super Bowl rematch with the Eagles at Arrowhead, taking on the Kansas City Chiefs, and sneaky good game? Question mark. Jacksonville and Cincinnati.
Winner of this game is officially good.
Okay.
They're legit. Whoever wins this game is legit.
This is like Jacksonville can get something out of this game. I'm sure we'll talk more about all these games tomorrow, but Jacksonville can get something out of this one, right?
For sure.
They can get something out of this game.
Yeah, this is a game where they can kind of put themselves on the map for this year. Like, it's not the same old Jacksonville. You know, this is a Jaguars team that you're going to have to take seriously when you play them and could win the division. It's a good game. This is a good game right here. I'll be tapped in for that. Well,
Liam Cohen
be on
says
the side TV.
Liam Cohen says Travis Hunter's going to play more snaps on defense too.
I did not get to see any of his defensive plays.
But he wasn't out there
snaps
much.
on the defense.
Yeah.
You said 6?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what they told us. Like, we shouldn't be surprised, but I'll be locked into like this will be on the quad box. I'll be watching this one.
For sure.
I will absolutely be watching
right
this one. And the quad box is going to be easy because we got a game tonight, and then we got 2. Of course, you got Sunday night. You got 2 Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to free up some room. We're going to be able to watch every football game this week.
Well, I think a gang of games are on at 10 a.m. I think there's like 3 games at 1.
3 games in the red zone.
I got like 9 in the morning.
Now it's 3 games in the red zone.
Tap in for Patriots Dolphins. Loser leaves town match.
Well,
whoever loses that game, you write them off.
Oh, you mean as a team?
As a team. I mean,
it's loser leaves town quicker.
Yes.
First.
Yeah, loser leaves town first. That's right. Tune in next week for the next matchup.
Miami got to win this one, man. I got Miami winning this one. Also, if you haven't made your picks, go to the D-Lo and KC Pick'em League. I got Miami winning this one. They'll bounce back.
Get your picks in for tonight.
They'll be fine. Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to tell you that because.
No, I know. You've been trying to cheat. What, like, who are you winning the Pick'em League right now?
I didn't even check the standings. Let me see, man. Let me see what's going on.
You would know if you're winning. You're not winning the Pick'em League.
I am. Well, I had a good I had an okay week last week.
Mm.
Okay week.
Hold on. Steven, disqualified. Karen, disqualified.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, what are you guys
Russ,
doing?
disqualified.
Wow.
Karen,
The
damn. GG Steven.
Pick'em
Don't even
League.
play.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gosh.
The
Y'all
Pick'em
gotta listen,
League.
bro. Y'all gotta listen.
Your organization is a disaster. Get your organization under control, Tony Khan. This is ridiculous. And you know what I was just about to say? Head over to bakerfamilywines.com and join Dusty's Clubhouse. That's what I was about to tell you.
Yeah.
But y'all were eager about, it's
excited.
good to be right and all
Yeah,
of this
they got
other
excited.
stuff.
They got hyped up.
Goodness gracious.
Be better.
Please, all of you, be better. BakerFamilyWines.com. Join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. And know that D'Lo and KC are planning an event out there on a Sunday where we can watch football together, where you could taste some of these new releases, exclusive releases, some of these tasting room specials that they got there right there in their tasting room, KC, which is in Napa.
No, it's not.
Amador County.
No, it's not.
Lodi.
No, sir.
Where is Dusty Baker's Baker Family Wines tasting room?
West Sacramento, centrally located to everybody. Great location in West Sac. Been there a number of different times. Vibes are always up. It's a good time to go out there and have a little taste, watch a game. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. It's a great place.
Look for that familiar baseball stitch. If you're at a Nugget, grab some of Dusty Baker's wine to kick off your weekend to watch the football game tonight. It is incredible work. It is absolutely what you would expect from the Hall of Fame manager who's now putting his passion into being a Hall of Fame winemaker.
Mm.
And I have got confirmation Dusty Baker is going to be with us here on D'Lo and KC in person, and it's going to be this month.
Let's go.
The chances of that date being moved, very high. That's why I'm not telling you. But right now, it is scheduled. Dusty Baker going to be here with D'Lo and KC.
Let's cook.
Later on this month.
Let's cook. No doubt.
Oh, man.
Also,
there's also rumors we're going to make wine. I'm dead serious.
Looking forward to it. I'm with it.
There's rumors we're going to make wine.
Also, shout out Russ Dog. Make your wine.
Yeah, I don't know that you don't have to keep track of this. This isn't a league.
I got you, Russ Dog.
No,
second win of the season.
This isn't a thing.
Make your wine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Well, all right, we'll come back. Matt George had a lot to say or type about Adam Silver's press conference, which was bad. And we'll talk to our man Matt George again. We're just a couple of weeks away from Media Day and the start of NBA training camp. That's coming up. Our man Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast and ABC 10 here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Kyle, this is not my league. I never said, hey, there's no tagline that says bake your wine. This is not a thing. Kenny over here keeping stats. The stats are what?
No different than a baby getting dropped off at the fire station. Pals is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Our wedding is now less than a month away.
Oh, boy.
Please contact us if needed.
Oh, yeah, shout out. She was typing that up this morning, I think.
That's great. That is great.
Damn, they said Russ Dog got the Stocking Kings rings right now.
Yeah, racking them up. Racking them up. Crystal said, your bitch ass better not be late.
Oh, she's not playing
We
around,
are starting promptly. Like I do will be said at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, she's not playing around. You're going to have to wait in the parking lot. You don't get there at 5.
Also, leave your stupid ass kids at the house.
Yes, especially.
This is great. Is there a dress code? Yeah, motherfucker, it's a wedding. Leave your cargo shorts and flip flops at the house.
Hey, Jesse, you might want to go to work on those muffins. We got like 9 days.
Oh, really? Are you gonna look at? Is it that bad? That bad already?
Unless it says 26.
Hey, James might be trying to poison us.
It's 25. We got 9 days.
James planned to take over.
James got muffins just stocked at his cabin or whatever. He's all right. I'm gonna get Kenny and Jesse this time.
Brandon Ayuk had training camp at practice, running sprints and routes today.
We're either gonna
Blueberry muffin, the best muffin out there.
I mean, that's my favorite. That's
chocolate.
my favorite. Chocolate.
Chocolate is no.
Chocolate chip. Like what?
Look at
What?
no. You know what?
What?
If you like chocolate chip, it's fine. Just let me know when you're ready to grow up.
Oh, come on.
Never. Blueberry is good though.
Oh man, if I get chatty out, so what? I'm taking this as a real quote.
Oh
I
no.
don't care.
Great.
Head coach Pete Carroll on Jim Harbaugh. Quote, I remember Jim. I have no fond memories.
That's
It
great.
feels like that might be real. That's a real quote.
What? This is crazy.
Matt George will be with us whenever the hell he wants. What are you laughing at now?
Well, I don't even. This isn't even funny. It's just shaking my head. Uber says it will launch helicopter rides as soon as 2026.
Nah, it's cool, man. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. It's good.
Come on, man.
It's good.
Come
We're doing
on
too
now.
much, man.
We
We're
are.
doing way too much.
Can I get a taxi?
Yeah, no, just give me a car. Just come pick me up. Take me. I don't need a helicopter to queue. Just come pick me up and take me to the so I can have some wine.
I want to take it all the way
He
back.
did pull up in a helicopter.
Who?
You get out of a helicopter, ready to go.
I'm not pulling up in a helicopter.
I've never been in a helicopter.
Remember when
and I don't
Theo
think I
and
ever
his
will.
prom dates took the helicopter to prom?
Vaguely.
Messed up their hair, messed up their
That's right,
outfit.
that's right. And was Rochelle one of the or Sherette? What was the girl's name that talked really fast? Was she one of the dates? She was not Theo's date, but
Was it Rochelle?
oh, she was actually
Wasn't Justine?
no, she was the girl who ended up being on Living Single, her friend. She was the cousin.
Okay.
She was the cousin's friend. So she might have been later in the
Okay.
whole thing.
All right.
Yeah. Erica Alexander.
Anyways, I'm
is
not
the
taking an
actress's
Uber.
real name.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm not taking an Uber helicopter.
You've been in a helicopter before?
No.
I
Have
don't
you?
want to say I'll never be in a
No.
helicopter, but I'm
I'm
not.
not- I'm not
I'm
gonna
not
do
It
really-
does. There's no need.
no.
Yeah, I'm good.
Like unless you're taking a helicopter ride over New York City, I guess that's like the only thing I've ever heard of. Like,
Vegas. They do it for Vegas.
Do they?
Yeah.
The New York one does look cool, but
see more
again,
walking down the strip than part of the helicopter.
Hard pass.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Hard pass.
I am okay. In a very, very just that's terrible transition, I guess. You know what I watched?
Well, it can't be worse than all of our guests hating us.
That's facts.
One just didn't show up. He's probably still in a meeting, but laying out
The
strategy.
one that did show up hates us because we had to reschedule him.
Yeah,
or the one that didn't show up.
Yeah, and now right, and now Matt's just like the hell with these.
Yeah,
idiots.
Matt's been mad at us all day.
I'll get there whenever the hell I want to.
Did you watch the Katrina doc on Netflix?
No.
Yes.
That was an interesting transition.
Yeah, well, because they're getting pulling people up in helicopters off the roofs, and that was crazy. I think it's 3 episodes. I'm in the middle of the 2nd episode, but just one of those things. I remember vividly that 3-4 days.
I do too. I flew through it to Miami, the Video Music Awards and MTV Awards in Miami, and that was the craziest trip I've ever taken in my life. Because we had an agent who worked really hard to get. He was like, the best I could do is I could get you to Fort Lauderdale. He got us to Fort Lauderdale. I remember getting on the first plane, and I was sitting on the aisle of one seat, and my partner on the KSFM show was about 2 rows in front of me on the aisle, and he kind of put his head back. I was like, "Hey, Trey, where are we going?" And he doesn't even look back, and he goes, "I don't know." I had no clue where the first flight was going. I just knew we were ending in Fort Lauderdale. The flight went to Georgia. It went to Atlanta.
Gotcha.
We got in Atlanta, connected to Fort Lauderdale, had to find a car to drive us through that disaster to get to Miami. No one would do it except one old man who couldn't see. And Jesse, he drove us through the Everglades, and that's why I'm not going back with you.
What the
Wow,
hell?
you made it.
Because I was certain I was going to die because the hurricane had hit Miami.
Yeah.
It had knocked stuff into the road. My brother in Christ could not see anything until it was right in front of him. So he'd be driving. There'd be a whole ass tree in the middle of the road, and he'd swerve and miss it and go right back.
Oh, no, man, no.
It went on for hours. Finally checked into our hotel. Mind you, we have no luggage because the luggage is on the flight to Miami. We got on a flight to Fort Lauderdale. And so shout out to MTV. They took amazing care of us, took us to the airport the next day, grabbed our luggage, and then thus began the process of running up the biggest expense report I've ever handed into a company ever.
Sheesh.
We didn't know how bad it was in New Orleans because we got there, and once we got through that first day of kind of just like dealing with what we were dealing with, it was nonstop interviews, and these were good interviews. Like, this is where I met Floyd Mayweather, Usher. Like, these weren't little rinky-dink interviews that you do at the Grammys. Like, these were the big dogs. Lil Wayne, Trina, all of them. And we didn't know how bad it was until we got on a plane to come back. And we're now at the airport watching the news like, yo, what is this? Like, where is this? Oh, it's New Orleans. Now the boss is calling like, hey, when you get back, we got a game plan because we have to come up with something to try to help.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, what is going on? And he tells me everything that has happened. And it's like, all right, well, you know, we land at like midnight. We'll see it 5 a.m.
Man. Yeah, it's a well done documentary, but they got people who were recording like home video 2 days before, like, hey, just going down the street, like, you leaving? Nah, I ain't going nowhere. Like, it's crazy to see. One of the guys who's doing the home video, he says he stepped out the night before. He stepped out, or the afternoon before. And it was getting kind of late as far as like evacuation. And he steps out and he looks on his block and looks down the street. He said, everybody gone. And he said, I think this is the last time I'm ever see this like this. He's like, I got to get out of here. And he ended up getting to the Superdome. But that was crazy. I told the story before. I was there. It hit on a Saturday or a Sunday. And I was in New Orleans on Tuesday. I was in New Orleans on that Tuesday. And we were going to be there till maybe like Wednesday. And my mom was like, because we had to drive back to Atlanta. And my mom was like, I just think we should go now. Like, I just think we should They said it's going to rain a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should just go back now. And we left on Tuesday, and nobody was on the road yet or nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the rain was crazy on that half of that drive there. It was crazy. I was like, man, I didn't drive. Luckily, I was like 19 or something like that. My mom was driving. I was like, this rain is crazy. And then by the time we went to Atlanta for a couple of days, came back to California, by the time we land that night, I remember everything's boarded up here in New Orleans. They're bracing for the. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
that was crazy. Doc is really good though. It's one of those things that kind of fascinates me, like to see the stories. It's super sad. Like it's devastating, but I always check those things out.
The NBA All-Star game was there a few years after that, and I remember it was the first All-Star game I had been to, and NBA Cares took us to a neighborhood, like, and you can see from the freeway, like, it wasn't like a house or two that would just be like they're boarded up and all of this stuff. Like you would see entire neighborhoods. And I remember driving in, the driver taking us in and asking what the markings on the boards were.
Mm-hmm.
Worst question I've ever asked, because he told me, and it was, were there people inside? Were they dead? Had they been recovered? And were there pets inside? And that's what the markings were. And I remember going to a neighborhood for NBA Cares, and it's that Saturday where you get out in the community, and it was rebuilding this woman's house. It was the only house in the entire neighborhood that was getting rebuilt. Like, I can't remember if she had, like, her and her husband had built it. They had lived there like their entire life. And it was like, that was just going to be the one house. It was on the corner. I'll never forget what it looks like. And it was like, this is what we're going to do today. We're going to, rebuild this house. And walking around that neighborhood was 2 years later, whatever it was one of the most stunning things I've ever seen. You don't feel like there's a very much a sense of like, where am I? Mm-hmm. Like, where in the world am I right now that I see this? And it's New Orleans.
Man,
crazy.
And it's crazy. Like, the other crazy part about that is they talk about the people who got downtown and stayed in the hotels, and like windows were blown out of like the Hyatt and stuff like that. But this all happened kind of like in the middle of the night, like the eye of the storm was in the middle of the night. And the people who were there, was like, man, it was terrifying. It was scary. Like, this was just crazy. And then when it stopped, it was like the morning. They woke up, they look around, and some people walk outside and they're like, we made it. Like, it's cool, because downtown and Bourbon Street wasn't flooded.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like, okay, we're cool. And then they were like, wait, what? We just heard the levees broke. And they're like, the lower ninth ward levee broke. And they're like, oh no, please tell me you lying. Because they knew what that meant. They knew if that broke, the rest of the city, that part of the city is in a bad way. I think like 4 levees ended up breaking. And then they started to say they were getting pictures and messages and seeing TV of just neighborhoods just underwater.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Let's bring in Matt George. Matt live is his ABC 10 studio. Matt, why do you hate us?
Huh?
Why do you hate us?
You're Damian Instigator Barling over here, trying to make it out like I'm cranky today. I'm in a good mood.
No,
man.
I didn't say you were cranky.
Day.
No. I didn't say. You say you were a little fired up.
He was fired up.
You were a little fired up in the chat.
Yeah.
You were a little fired up on Twitter yesterday. Yeah. Let's start.
Well, I was fired up at Adam Silver. I wasn't fired up in the chat. I was confused.
Okay, well, let's start with
fired up.
Let's start with Adam Silver. We played clips of Adam Silver's press conference yesterday. I think we both had the opportunity to go home and watch the full 34-minute version once the show ended, and it was bad. It was arguably Adam's worst day as a commissioner. Like, he didn't fall on his face or anything, but he literally said nothing right yesterday. absolutely
Can't
nothing.
get right.
And I know there's a couple of things that he said yesterday that really got under your skin.
Yeah, I just thought his comments in particular about the concerns, extremely valid concerns about fans not being able to find their team's games, and the concern about how many streaming services that they have to have, and paying even more money in an already extremely inflated economy where it only seems like every day things are just getting more and more expensive. Like that struck home for me, because while I have a lot of these streaming services, every single month when I see them charge my bank account, I'm upset about it, even if I can't afford it. And it just seems like whether it's I get an email every year about the price of YouTube TV going up, or these channels disappearing with the price staying the same, or God, now I have to have this subscription and this subscription in order to watch this specific show and blah, blah, blah. Like it's I know it's irritating for a lot of people. And when the NBA is rightfully, like everybody else, starting to seep into this streaming service era, and people are expressing concerns about it, for the commissioner of the entire league to essentially, in a backhanded way, say, well, if you're too poor to watch it, or you can't figure out how to watch it, you can just go watch highlights on YouTube or Instagram, I thought was extremely tone deaf. I thought it was insulting to consumers who highly value your product. And I'm looking at it from the perspective of someone that, do I watch nationally televised games? Sure. But I don't want to watch the Golden State Warriors or Los Angeles Lakers 55 times a year. Like, I want to watch 82 games of Sacramento Kings basketball. And I know there's a fan of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and maybe that's a bad example because they're good this year. A fan of the Portland Trail Blazers who watches 82 games of Trailblazers basketball, and then maybe has on the background in their living room while they're cooking dinner the Thursday night game or Wednesday night game on TNT between the Warriors and the Lakers. And maybe that's on for them. Or they'll watch the games on Christmas Day or on a holiday weekend or things like that, just because it's part of the holiday experience. But to dismiss the people that just want to watch their team 82 times a year, even if that team isn't very good, because they value those games, and just say, well, if you can't find it, you can find clips that journalists like Matt George post on YouTube or on Twitter while they're happening, or you can go onto YouTube 30 minutes after the game and get a cut down 20-minute highlight reel, because heaven forbid you go on ESPN to watch the highlights, because it's the same thing. It's the same 3 or 4 teams that they'll show religiously. Or if your team plays one of those top teams, they'll show 5 highlights from that one team and then 1 highlight from your team, even if your team won. Because that, like, I just thought it was an incredibly tone deaf, insulting comment from a commissioner who should be trying to make their product as accessible as possible. If Commissioner Silver were to have said, like, I understand the concerns of people who don't want or are hesitant to pay the price of a streaming service, we believe our product is worth that value. And we believe our product is so good that you would be willing to sacrifice another streaming service, cancel another service so that you could have this one to watch our product. I would respect that. But for him to not go that route and to just dismiss people and say, then just watch the highlights on YouTube, which is also extremely counterproductive after the 3 or 4 or 5 years of you trying to emphasize that the regular season matters and all these games matter, and the implementation of the NBA Cup, all these things, getting rid of load management, forcing stars to play specific games, all to make the regular season matter. And now you're saying, well, you can miss a regular season game. Who cares? Because you can just go watch highlights on YouTube. I just thought it was just a dumb thing to say for a very brilliant, or what we believe to be very brilliant, commissioner of one of the top, most popular leagues, companies, industries on the planet.
I agree wholeheartedly with everything that you said. I'm just asking the question, what would you kind of mentioned a little bit, well, what would you have wanted him to say in that situation? And even him saying that wouldn't change the reality of prices going up. So what would you, I asked 2 questions or made a statement, but what would you have wanted him to say in that situation?
Yeah, it's kind of similar to what I said in that little rant, is like, to me, just express that this is where everything is going and you believe that your product is worth this value. Like, this is where, hey, this is where the industry is headed. There's going to be some growing pains. We're still figuring some things out. I acknowledge the fact that that's concerning for some people. We will, we're experimenting. This is a new era for us, but we believe that our product is worth you getting that subscription, and hope that you will believe in us, trust in us, and pay what it is to be able to watch those games. Like, no, I just would have respected something along those lines, or even if he just straight acknowledged, like, yeah, it's more expensive. That's kind of where we're at, and go from there. I would have appreciated him being more upfront about it, because again, I'm watching the games no matter what. I already have the subscription services. I'm also fortunate enough to be able to follow the Sacramento Kings in the way that I follow the Sacramento Kings. So I'm speaking from a different situation from a lot of people, but I have talked to fans who go, yeah, I'm not getting Amazon Prime to watch the 3 times or 5 times that the Kings are on Prime this year. Like, that's not worth it for me. If I already had Amazon Prime, then okay, this is a good benefit. But there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that right now cannot afford to add a $12.99 subscription service or whatever it may be to pay for whatever games that the NBA has chosen for their particular team on that streaming service. And if the answer from the commissioner is, well, the other 76 games will be on your normal station, so just watch those, I think that's insulting and dismissive of the very valid concerns of your consumer.
I actually think Adam wants to make it worse. We've talked about this in the past. Excuse me. Adam Silver does not like regional sports networks, and he has made that ridiculously clear. As a matter of fact, yesterday might be the first time he hasn't brought it up. He brought it up kind of in a roundabout way, but never directly said, yeah, we've got to get out of this archaic way that we air basketball games locally. I'm of the belief what he wants to do is create some sort of subscription service where you subscribe to something to watch your Sacramento Kings play every night. I don't know that for sure, but I think that's what he wants. I think he clearly doesn't want NBC Sports California and, Bally's, all of these different Fox Sport, all of these different, some defunct, some still functioning networks. He doesn't want those to have control over NBA basketball. He wants himself, he wants his league to be able to control the output of those basketball games. And I think the primary way to do that is to offer fans what is essentially single team league pass accounts to watch their favorite team, which would create, and I don't think this would be anything extravagant, $50. I don't think it would be anything like that. But I do think we'd be looking at $10 to $15, maybe $25 to watch the Sacramento Kings play every year.
And if that's where we're headed, I can see that model being successful. But the path to get there is probably going to be bumpy and is going to have some curves and some struggles to get there. If that's the end result, then I think ultimately people would validate that and feel better about that. But while you are transitioning away from the common model of, I know what local channel my team is.
Can I stop you right there? Because I don't know that that's accurate, and I'm not sure you're understanding fully what I'm saying. I'm saying Amazon and NBC and all of that stuff still exists. But if you want to see the Kings versus the Wizards on a Tuesday night, you have to subscribe to this league pass in addition to everything else you already subscribe to see them when they're on NBC and when they're on these. Because, sweetie, we're not going to do anything to damage this $76 billion partnership we just established with all these networks. What we want to do is take these other regional networks and teams out of the control of their local games and bring them to you as a league. So it's an added expense for you to watch every single game that your team plays.
Well, we're gonna see how companies like the WWE going over to ESPN and potentially eventually making their premier live events, their PLEs cost an additional. It's not doing that right now, but I would not be surprised if PLEs start to cost a little additional on top of the subscription price. So if that's where we're headed, I people are naturally going to be frustrated. But you just, one of the things you said there that made me smile is you said, like, you don't want to jeopardize these massive TV deals that you just signed with all these companies, and yet you just devalued regular season basketball games by the comments that you made about just go watch highlights then if you can't see it. So you're already counterproductive to what you're trying to do. You're already, if I'm a TV company, if I'm NBC and I just spent all this money, or whoever, and I heard those comments from Adam Silver, I'm going, yo, what? No, that's not what we want.
They actually, and I don't know how it works out locally. I'm not sure if you're able to do it or it's blacked out or whatever. But they do have the single team league pass for like $13 a month. You weigh that against, I think on YouTube TV, the sports package is $10 a month, maybe something like that.
Does NBC Sports California need the sports package?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I don't think it does. I think it's like things like Red Zone. What they do is they put the Red Zone in the sports package, and then they add like the NASCAR channel, and then the cricket channel and stuff that you'll never watch, but you're paying for 10 stations because you want the Red Zone channel.
VSIP or something like that, one of those channels.
Sure.
Overtime. I do watch Overtime. I think you get
okay.
it too. I think
that's Shams was on there. Is that where that show lived?
Yeah.
And Beetle?
It's usually like they play Mikey Williams' reality show 40 times a day, basically. But it's like high school prep sports type stuff. But yeah, I think they were at FanDuel.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Did you guys see Matt Kinney? Did you guys see Mark Cuban's tweet in response to Adam Silver's press conference yesterday? I'm seeing this for the first time.
I did not see it.
He quote tweeted a tweet that we referenced from Rachel Nichols yesterday. And he said, Adam definitely whiffed on this one. But I can tell you that unless a lot has changed in the last 20 months, he is one of the people standing up for fans in a room where a lot of owners are not. And that's the difficulty of being a commissioner of a major sport, is you are the mouthpiece for the board of you are the mouthpiece for the governors in that room. Roger Goodell is a mouthpiece. Adam Silver is a mouthpiece. Adam Silver usually handles himself a little bit better than he did yesterday, but as someone who has been in the room, Mark Cuban says that's not really indicative of how Adam Silver feels.
And that was the first time for me where I felt like Adam Silver was speaking for the elite. Like when I hear Rob Manfred talk, I know exactly who he's speaking for, and he doesn't even try and hide it. I think Adam Silver has done a pretty consistent job of representing ownership, his bosses, owners, but not being demeaning in any sort of way towards the consumer. And while Adam didn't do this directly, and this is just my WWE brain working, like hearing those comments, I had the gif of Hunter Hearst Helmsley in my head, just kind of turning his nose up at, if you can't afford to watch me, then piss off to YouTube and watch highlights over there, peasants. Like that's how it came across.
Like a bad impression of me doing a Luka Doncic.
That's your Luka Doncic?
Yeah, no one knows why. It's just the way it is. I have no idea why that became my Luka Doncic, but it did. I love that version of Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Get out of here. Guy who would wrestle in a pig pen match later. Yeah, this road we're going, like sports leagues are making it really hard to be sports fans. They're making it really expensive to be sports fans. But as we talked about yesterday, as Kenny and I talked about, Matt, this is just all on top of the other things we have to pay for in life. Rent going up, mortgage rates changing, groceries being expensive, gas being expensive, electricity being expensive, all of those different things. It's like, now you want me to pay $3 more for NBC. You want me to pay $3 more where I can get home and relax and watch the things I like to watch.
and that's why I felt that Silver's comments were so dismissive, because the vast majority of the country is going through that, and Adam and his bosses might not have to worry about that because they can only swim in a pool of their own net worth. But like the rest of us deal with the frustrations of, like I said, an email every month about a different streaming service going up, or going to the grocery store and having to maybe take a look at the store brand just to save a couple of bucks, because you used to go in and get 6 items and walk out and it was $30. Now you go through self-checkout thinking this will be nothing and it's $75 and you're angry walking to your car. Like, that's just the reality of the world that we live in. And look, I get capitalism and I get inflation and supply and demand and all this stuff, but that doesn't mean it's fun to go through. And when you have a commissioner get asked a very valid question about the concerns of the average consumer in this inflated economy, about the price of something that they use to even escape the chaos of the world, and you have that kind of response to it, I think it's just very damaging and very insulting, and not something a commissioner of a league should be saying.
He just missed. That was a really bad response. I also think that there isn't much he could have said that would have made people feel better about having to spend that type of money to do that. But at least try. Like, at least try to do something better.
Right.
So.
Right. Do you? There's a couple of things Kings related I want to ask you. Obviously, none of it's pressing. We're a couple of weeks away from media day, but do you have any thoughts on this Kawhi Leonard, Los Angeles Clippers, Pablo Torre situation that you want to share?
I've been following it mostly through listening to Kyle and James and the four of you discuss it in the Handoff, and reading about it online. I've not listened to either of the podcast episodes. I think it's phenomenal investigative journalism by someone who is putting their neck out there in a major way to put this information out there, and he's taking on one of the richest men on the planet in doing so, even if I'd hope, based off of Ballmer's personality, that he's not the vindictive type. Like, you're taking on a massive fish, and I admire the work and the guts of Pablo Torre to put something together strong enough to be able to go out there like this. So there's a certain amount of respect on that side. The only feeling that I have towards it is kind of very similar to what James and Kyle have said. If it's true, and it kind of sounds like it's true, then the NBA needs to come down hard on this, and they certainly can't brush it under the rug. And there's the jealous Sacramentan in me that's like, of course it's an LA team doing something like this. Like, you can't allow, they already have every advantage on the planet in terms of market and things of that nature to attract free agents. Why would we let them get away with more advantages of sliding money under the table to these bogus tree planting companies? So I'm more of a interested bystander, watching to see how the league handles things at this point. I'm not invested in any sort of way. I would hope that if no punishment happens, then I would like to believe that no punishment is happening because there's genuinely not enough there, and then we can get to actual basketball on the floor and forget that this is even a story and move on. But look, I think something's going on, and the league probably should do something about it and can't just brush it under the rug. And if they do, then especially owners of smaller market teams, I'm not necessarily just saying Vivek Ranadive, but smaller market teams should be ringing the bell going, yo, like we don't have these advantages. We're already at a disadvantage with these teams. And now they're circumventing the salary cap to make sure that they can keep their stars or get their stars in LA and Hollywood. Nah, that's not cool. We got to do something about that.
Is this a market issue or an owner issue? Because I think, Damien, you talked about this. We're really talking about one owner that has money that you just can't see.
Yeah.
Like everybody else, obviously, Lakeup's got more money than Vivek, but it's not $15 billion more than Vivek. Like, there's one guy, and I guess now maybe
You talk about the Lakers and their ownership group.
Yeah, I mean,
Even the
Joe
Celtics
Tsai,
do that.
Joe Lacob. I'm not as familiar as with the Celtics, but there's obviously all of these people have money, but there's even levels to wealth, and Ballmer is just on a different level than not only any owner in the NBA, but any owner in professional sports. He is on a different. But don't make any mistake about it. A lot of owners, not all of them, at least in my opinion, not all of them, but a lot of them, they can afford to do something similar to this. It's just Ballmer's been an investor his entire life. It's going to look funny if all of a sudden, like, oh, no, Vivek invested in one tech company and it really took off. Now, all of a sudden, he's investing in trees and a balloon company. They just really love balloons.
Balloon.
They asked Domantas Sabonis to take a picture with a balloon. He said no. Like, wait a minute. They paid him $15 million. Like, that's going to look crazy.
Yeah.
Someone investigate if Vivek has any stake in Great Clips. Aren't those the commercials that Domas is doing, the Great Clips commercials?
I don't think I've seen it.
I don't think I've seen it either. Like, the joke has been pizza guys.
No, he's great. Domas does Great Clips commercials, or has done them in the past, and they made me laugh every time.
Okay. Does
No, say it.
Changing subjects. Does Terrence Davis getting waived yesterday or the day before, does that mean anything?
I don't think so. I think it was.
Is the bat signal out there?
I don't think so. I think the writing was on the wall with that, with the fact that it was a non-guaranteed contract and another guy that Scott Perry inherited and wasn't one of his guys. So I think it was always going to happen that TD would be waived, unfortunately. But as far as I understand, that doesn't open the door to Russell Westbrook come on through, because if that were the case, then why wasn't this done a month or two ago? So I think it's a step in the right direction, I suppose, but it sounds like there's still more work to be done before Russ walks through that door, and we're all still waiting on the Kuminga side of things too. So here we are, just waiting.
Oh, I apologize.
Kuminga watch.
I don't even know. I'd never know. It just get our bits in. That's all it is. As they say in wrestling, got to get my stuff off.
Gotta get your stuff, which reminds me, download the Prize Picks app, put in a promo code KIFM to get $50 off your first $5 lineup. Just put in that promo code KIFM to get $50 off your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states.
Wait, whoa. We don't even get a lineup?
Well, I have a lineup, but I wanted to get back to Matt George.
Well, give us a lineup real quick.
All right, well, look.
A quick one.
LSU and Florida. I've got Aaron Anderson at 4.5 receptions. I went more.
Not even a
DJ Lagway.
Sideline reporter? What is that?
DJ Lagway at 40.5 for his longest completion. I went less. And Garrett Newsenmeyer, I think that's how you say his last name. I always forget. But he's going to ball out against Florida. I got him at more than 224.5 passing yards. Also, there's a max discount with Travis Kelce.
Okay.
I threw that in there too. So
okay.
Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look. Must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks.
Oh, you're having a tough time over there, huh?
Well, no, because the general manager,
it's a sham.
I don't know what's going on.
It's filthy McNasty.
Okay. So this is asked. Does the little apostrophe here, does that matter?
No, but I see two people before that.
Yeah, they got disqualified.
They got disqualified for that.
Yeah, I had to check.
Don't worry about that.
I apologize.
It's good to be right.
What a disaster.
Filthy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay, we're good.
Rinky-dink league. Just
filthy
running around sticking forks in people's ears here.
There's spaces in these little fire emojis too. Or there's different fonts. I don't know.
Yeah, that does look. Now that looks different.
Yeah, that looks counterfeit. Let me see your ticket, sir.
Matt, we're less than 2 weeks away. We're a little over 2 weeks away from the start of training camp. Are you starting to get a little excited, or are you just kind of like, I don't know how this is all going to go?
No, I can't help it. Of course I am. I can't help it. Like, it's in the blood, right? And I did a podcast with Deuce about this earlier this week. It's in the blood, man. Even with all the fears and concerns and apprehension that I have about where this team is at right now. Hey, Kings basketball coming back. Hey, but what if? Like, enjoying the little moments of what does it look like when Zach LaVine has another one of those fourth quarters that we've saw a couple of times in the final third of the season. Hey, what if Doug Christie can be the guy to fit all these pieces together? What if it clicks? What if Nick Clifford is as good as we saw him in summer league, right? So there's always the best part about sports is while we can have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen, we never know for sure. And so there's always that element of like possibility that intrigues me. Plus, like in Sacramento, it's a festival. It's a holiday, bringing Kings basketball back and being in the Golden One Center. Like it's a treat. It's a privilege that I never take for granted in my position of being able to cover the team that I grew up watching. I've told people if I wasn't doing this job for a living, I'd be a season ticket holder and be there every night anyway, just because this is
rich.
Well, I'd be sitting with Drew up in the top with the view that you can't see half the court up there by that little production box up there. But no, I'd be enjoying Sacramento Kings basketball because it's a festival for us, and it's a holiday every time I get to go out there and spend time with 18,000 or 17,000 Kings fans who are there for the same reason. So there's reasons about this team to be excited. There are a number of things about this team to be intrigued about, and that's what has my attention really going into training camp. So I'm in, man. I'm in. It might take a week into the season and I go, oh God, this is as bad as I thought. We're in for a long year. But as of now, I'm in. Bring on media day, bring on training camp. I'm all in.
Matt, great stuff as always. If you're not, and I'm sure you already are, make sure you're subscribed to the Locked On Kings podcast, wherever you get podcasts from. Check out our man, Matt, and his great work over at ABC 10 as well. We'll be back here. We got a great football game tonight. We'll be back here to talk about it tomorrow. Get you ready for week 2 NFL action, beginning with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Space Traders.
Movie actually looks really heavy.
Yeah.
It does not look funny. It's like
I don't know if that's a comedy.
Like this does not look like a comedy whatsoever. The name is funny. It's like, oh man, wait a minute, this is a little heavy.
The premise when Stephen called was funny.
It was very funny. Aliens trading for black people. This is hilarious. It's like, oh, wait a minute. What do they want the black people to do? Oh crap. Don't say anything, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Go watch a movie. What was it? Space Traders.
Yeah.
Cosmic Slop or something like that, which sounds like
all right.
Well, well, never mind. All right. You know what? We're just gonna hit end stream. Go ahead.
Before that, I am a little disappointed that neither of you asked us about our ABC 10 exclusive, the Coach Pimpin story. I'm very, very disappointed. Pablo Torre to the Kawhi Leonard story has been ABC 10 to this coach story. ABC 10 finds out.
Do we have a follow-up? Like we got
more on the Pimpin story?
I don't know. I was just hoping to get my jokes off about there's been a number of things that have been aired on this station in the last few weeks that I have not known about, and that was one of them.
That man wasn't the only one out there pimping.
Hey, look at that whole little buzz just withered away. Ain't nobody talked about it. Nobody talked about that in 2 weeks.
Has it been 2 weeks?
Goodbye, everybody. We're just going to leave. Goodbye.
Charlie!